Hi, welcome to the first video in the Cubase Guru Psytrance music production course. This video will be strictly about drums. Reasons for that? It's simply where I like to start. I like to get several drums down, get myself a little bit of groove and work from there. Also, I shall include just a couple of little setup features which you should already know, because this isn't a course on Cubase. It's a course on music production. If you need any help with Cubase itself, you should be looking at the free 50 Cubase videos that you would have been able to download as part of free bonus for buying this course. Okay, so to get started, you need to create your new Cubase project. It's the same whether you're using SX3, 4 or 5. File, new project, and use the empty Cubase project. It's just the way I prefer to work. And again, this is me. This is a video on me actually creating a proper Psytrance track. It won't be just for tutorial purposes. This track will actually be released on a dance label. Just follow it the way you like. You don't have to follow the videos, of course, but there is, if you do want to follow the videos, there's loads of all the samples and all the patches. Everything that's needed will be supplied. Okay, so first we're going to start with the drums. The first thing I always do once I've got my project set up is create my initial folder track, and this is going to be the drums folder track. And in here, for this specific track, we're going to have 4 audio tracks. So 2, 3, 4 audio tracks, and they will be named as follows: Stylus drum loop, crash, reverse cymbal, and full drum loop. Okay, now just drop them into the drums folder. Just keep things neat and tidy. For the instrument track, for the VST instruments, if you're using anything below Cubase 4, you would need to select the synth this way. Okay, once you've found Evolve, it looks like this. The patch we're using for Evolve is called LPS Electro Tech, and as you can see, I've got basis there as well. It's kind of a strange way this contact player works, but I bought the basis and the Evolve, and they both can open all at the same time. So we need to find LPS Electro Tech. Okay, and once you've loaded up that instrument, then we can just leave that for the time being. Back into Evolve, looped percussions, that's what LPS stands for, Electro Tech, and that's it. And I'll just rename that drum loop. Okay, and we want to put that into the drums folder also. And we're also using Contact with multiple outs, so we need to use it here. So synth, native instruments, Contact 3. And yes, we want to create. Now what we're going to be using Contact for is 3 drums: the snare, open hi-hat and closed hi-hat. So we'll go snare, I'll add another 2 MIDI channels, open hi-hat and closed hi-hat. Now we need to make sure that they're all Contact, so Contact 3, excellent. And we just drop them into the drums folder as well. The kick drum will be in Contact 3 also. So I just need to create another MIDI track. Yeah, call that kick. Okay, so we've created a folder track with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 channels that are ready for our drum section. And my drums are always light blue, So I like to just change all of these to light blue also. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is set up a very basic drum loop. I'm just going to close that so we've got a bit more space. Just so you know kind of where we're working, what the situation is. Okay, so if you downloaded the samples for the tracks, and we'll open Contact up. Okay, now if you use the samples that you should have downloaded, there should be a multi-sample. There should be a Contact multi-sample instrument in there. So if you just go load, and then if you go to wherever you downloaded your samples for this project. In this case, it's in my course samples, Psy, drums, and we're looking for the Contact multi instrument. Let's click on that. Hit open. Replace multi, yes. Okay, it's looking for the files. Okay, once you've found your samples, you'll have this Contact instrument pop up. So what we've got is a kick, snare, open hi-hat and a closed hi-hat. Now each of these samples are assigned to a specific MIDI channel, which you can see here, 1, 2, 4 and 5. The reason it goes from 2 to 4 is because there used to be another sample in there, but I decided not to use it. And if you come up here and click on the mixer, you'll see that you have kick drum here, snare, open hi-hat and closed hi-hat, kick, snare, open hi-hat and closed hi-hat. Each one of these is assigned to a specific output, which you will then see in the mixer. Now let me just get rid of all the audio for the time being. Now if you're doing this in SX3, you will have all the Contact channels there. So the easy way to test it is to select kick and look for the channel that's properly assigned. If it's in 4 or above, what you need to do is come into Contact 3 and just assign, in this case, the numbers that are relevant. So we have the kick drum on 1, which is already there, that's the stereo output. And then we have the snare on unassigned 2, the open hi-hat on unassigned 3, and the closed hi-hat on unassigned 1, 2, 4 and 5, I think it was. Yeah, so you need to come in here and just make sure 1, unassigned 2, unassigned 3, unassigned 4 and unassigned 5 are all active. So now there's my kick drum, my snare drum will be on whatever note we've got it on. We've got it on D sharp 1. Open hi-hat is on E, but it should be on 4. And closed hi-hat is on C2, which is closed hi-hat, that should be on 5. There you go. So that's our drum setup. We've got the kick on MIDI channel 1, MIDI channel 1 assigned to the kick output here, so lovely. Snare assigned to MIDI channel 2, unassigned number 2, and so on. The open hi-hat is there, closed hi-hat's there. So just to make it a little bit easier for you guys, drop them underneath the kick, so you've got all the Contact channels there, and as you can see, kick 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, then we've got some audio files, and again, if you downloaded the audio files, the complete package to follow this, you will see them in the folder wherever you saved it. Now it's completely up to you how you want to bring these files in. I will go Control P to bring up the pool. I will then hit import and I will go to the appropriate folder, so course samples, Psy, drums, drums audio files is what we're looking for. And as you can see, we've got the stylus drum loop, the crash, the reverse cymbal, and a full drum loop. Just select them all and hit open. And as you can see, they've been dropped into the audio folder. Now, what we need to do now is just drop them onto their channels. Crash next. Reverse cymbal. It should be full drum loop. There we go. Okay, so what we've got so far is we've got our 4 basic contact drums set up, we've got our 4 audio drums set up, and the last one was the drum loop from Evolve using LPS Electro Tech. Okay, so that's you just draw a 2-bar loop in there, find F4 and draw the loop in. Okay, one thing we haven't done yet is select the correct tempo, which should have been 148. Okay, excellent. The next thing to do is create a basic drum loop that gives you some kind of groove. So what we're going to do is just double click to set up a 2-bar MIDI loop, and then for the kick drum we're just going to draw in a kick and just put that to where it should be. Okay, the next one was the snare, and the snare was on C2, I believe. I know the snare's not there, the snare is on D#1, I believe. Okay, just set your snare up the way it should be. It's probably there, so let's have a listen. Okay. Open hi-hats are on E1. On every offbeat. There we go. Okay, and last but not least, closed hi-hats, which are on C2, and we'll drop, make it a little bit bigger, open this up a little bit so I can see what's going on. We'll have one in there, one in there, one in there, then one in there, one in there, one in there, then one in there, one in there, and then one in there, one in there, one in there. Just delete that last one, or duplicate that. And that looks about right. Okay, so that's a basic drum loop there straight away. Very basic. Of course, we have this drum loop to add to it. Okay, first thing we're going to do now is I'm just going to rename these so they're relevant to what's up the top there. Okay, so we've now got our kick, our snare, our open hi-hat and our closed hi-hat. Now it's these ones I'm going to work with initially. I'm going to solo the kick, and I normally put my kick to about -10 dB. So if I just do that straight away, and I'm just going to lower everything else. Okay, that's normally the level I will mix everything to. The reason for that will become apparent as we go along, but it's to do with having enough headroom left in the final mix stage and mastering. And I'll leave the stereo output there at 0 dB. And now I'll just do a quick volume mix. Okay, that's me got a quick volume mix. The next one I want to see is the drum loop. Okay, we'll lower that for a second. I'm just going to mix this drum loop in now. Okay, that'll do around there. Okay, so already, as you can hear, we've got a nice basic drum loop going. We've got a bit of a groove going to help us work with the rest of our track. Okay, we're ignoring the other, the 4 audio files for the moment. In fact, I'll just move that up so we know that we're only working on the top 5. The reason I'm not using these at the moment is because they're not actually, we won't actually be introducing them till later on. I can let you hear. That is actually an audio file of this, and of course there's a crash there and a reverse cymbal. And this drum loop here is a drum loop of the whole track at one certain point. Again, these aren't going to be used yet, so I'm just going to put them in another folder, and I'll call that audio drums. We'll drop those in there and we can just get them out of the way then. Okay, so our basic, we've got a basic 2-bar loop at the moment. Again, that's just been bringing the drums in. Now what we're going to do is work on a bit of EQ and some little tricks that I like to use to melt these drums together, starting with the kick. Okay, so on the kick drum we're going to insert some EQ, and for this I'm going to use the UAD powered plugins, and I'm going to use the Cambridge EQ, which looks like this. Now, as explained on the website, I know most of you won't have a UAD card. However, the settings can be pretty much followed with any EQ, even the Cubase EQ here to a certain extent. Now basically what I'm going to do is try and make the kick drum, I'm just going to tidy it up a bit. Now if you have got the UAD card, you can, if you come down here, select load preset, go to where you downloaded your samples, and in there you will find an FXP for a kick drum, and there's there, and if you listen to the difference now, okay, as you can hear, it's more punchy. I've removed quite a bit at the bottom end. So as you can see, what I've done is I've cut everything off below 48.5 Hz. You could probably just leave that at 40 and it wouldn't make any difference. Obviously it's making a difference of 8.5 Hz, but most commercial systems won't be able to deal with those kind of frequencies anyway, certainly below 30 Hz. But all I've really done is play around. Like if I turn everything off, what I've done is just messed around with this to find a good cut-off point for the kick, just to get rid of the low-end rumble really. Then using this next low-frequency EQ band, I've removed a section from 57.1. The orange one I haven't really used at all. There's a little notch there, maybe if I magnify, and you will see there is a small notch there at 258 Hz. On the yellow frequencies, which is the mid frequencies, I've removed quite a lot, but 12.3 decibels at 643 Hz. Basically I was just getting rid of some of that mid frequency click. And green I haven't used, and blue minus 6.5 decibel cut at 2000. Again, just to get rid of some of the click, not all of the click. I want to keep some of the click, but just a bit of the click, just to tidy the kick up. And as you can see on this, I'm using the Butterworth 6, and on the extreme high frequencies I've got a cut there of 9.68 kHz using the Butterworth 6, and that's the kick drum. And that's pretty much all I've done to the kick drum. The kick drum was created in Adobe Audition. If you look on my website, there is videos on how to create kick drums, and of course the kick drum is included in the sample pack. The next thing we're going to work on is the snare. So on the snare drum, we have a few things to kind of do it, to kind of tidy it up a bit. Let's just have a listen to it with a kick. Okay, it's a bit splashy. So the first thing I'm going to add to the snare drum is my one of my favourite plugins, the Sony Oxford Native Dynamics plugin. So if we just find that in here, probably Oxford Dynamics, there we go. Okay, what I love about this, especially for drums, is the gate. Now what we can do with this is really tighten the sounds up. So I'll give you a quick example of that. If we just listen to the snare, select gate, put it in, we bring the threshold right down. You see the thresholds came down here. Bring the range down as well. Now bring the threshold back up until you hear it. Okay, that's tightened it up already. And you can really tighten it up. Once you've got it really nice and tight, use the release to bring some of the release back in, and just get it to how you like it to sound. Once you've kind of got it reasonably how you like it to sound, we can do a bit of EQ on it. Now I'm just going to use the Cubase EQs. I'm going to cut everything at 100 Hz first of all. So put a high pass in there, high pass 1, and we'll leave it at that. Basically I'm just cutting everything below 100 Hz just to clean up some space for the bass and stuff that's going to be coming in later on. EQ number 2 we're going to set to about 200 Hz. We're going to use a parametric 2, and the reason I'm picking around about 200 Hz is that's normally the area where you can find the snap of the snare. So let's just listen to that. It's bringing out the attack and a snap. So I'm just going to, it doesn't need a lot, it only needs a little bit. I'm just going to change that to 7 decibels. There's no point in that. Okay, so that sounds okay so far. Turn this one on, pop it around about 3000. We'll use a parametric, and let's just have a listen to that if we increase it a little bit. Okay, that's bringing some of the kind of high mid back in, some of the ch, but we don't want to do too much. And for this one we'll use a high shelf too. 16800s. Okay, so let's see how that's sounding on its own at the moment. Okay, that's maybe a little bit too much. Okay, sounding good. Okay, so now we've kind of got it sounding the way we want. You can then come in and fine tune your gate. Now there is presets from the actual track. So if you go to Browse, one slightly annoying thing about the Oxford Dynamics plugins is the way that their browser works. So what you need to do is open up where you've saved your samples until you find the Sony Oxford section. So Sony Oxford Dynamics Native Snare, and you'll see there's a file in there called Cubase Guru Snare.spt. What you need to do is copy that preset into the Sony Oxford plugin preset folder, so that which is normally in Program Files, Sonox, Oxford Plugins, Presets, Native, Oxford Dynamics. Just copy it into there. So if I copy that into there, and then once you go into, if you go into load, you'll see it listed there. Just select it, and that's it. You've now got the preset. There's also a bit of compression on that as well. So now the snare sounds like this, punchier, and it's also got some of the release, but it's not so fuzzy. Sounds good to me. Okay, the open hi-hat. Let's have a little listen to it. Okay, it's a bit splashy, so again we'll get some EQ onto this. Okay, let's take this. We'll use a high pass one. We'll cut off most of the bottom end, maybe up to about 270, and then we'll work around the 2.5 mark. And we'll see if we can, let me just turn these two off, we'll just work with this one at the moment. Bring out some of the kind of attacky, it's kind of the attack and a little bit of the kind of high mids, just to kind of try and make it not as splashy but definitely apparent in its own right. Should do it. Okay, let's use that one, but come back a bit and drop it by a good section, just to kind of get rid of just clean it up that little bit more. That's maybe a bit too much. Yeah, that's better. That's cleaning up the mid frequencies, the lower mids anyway. Okay, and the final one we'll use to kind of boost some of the higher frequencies. Oh, not that high. And a bit there. Use a high shelf. 4 dB. Yeah, that makes it nice and bright and sparkly. It's maybe a bit loud in the mix, but it's definitely sounding better now. Nice. We could, in fact, on the open hi-hat, we could maybe add an Oxford Dynamics. Let's have a listen, we'll just mess around with the gate. Use it to tighten it up a bit. That sounds better to me. We could compress it a little bit as well. Okay, yeah, sounds nice. And again, there's a preset in there which you can then load in again, but remember you need to follow that process. Okay, let's have a look at the EQ for the closed hi-hat. We'll stick a high pass on this again, and we'll pop this quite a way up, because it's, well, we're just getting as many low frequencies out as possible. Let's see if we can bring that down a bit. We'll leave it there, it doesn't really make. Let's get this up really far as well, say 266. We'll drop that as well. It's maybe a bit too much. Yeah, let's bring it out there. Stick that on a low pass, and we can use that to kind of attenuate. That's what I'll do it too. Maybe just leave that there. That sounds okay to me. Okay, on this closed hi-hat we're going to add a double delay, and it's one of my favourite delays, and it's from SX3. It's actually on the Cubase 4 CD. If you don't have, it's not on the Cubase 5 one, you need to get it from the SX3 disc that you might have. Let's have a listen. Change that to eighths. Okay, that sounds okay to me. Now normally at this point I'm going to add a send effect, so add an effects channel, and I'm going to use the Reverb plugin, Reverb 6, excellent plugin. What you need to do for Reverb is, it's just a preset I like to use actually. Just go to drums and the bright medium length, and that's it. We use this as a send effect on some of the drums, not some of the other stuff as well, but I'm just putting it there at the moment. I don't actually put it on any of these drums because I don't think they need them, but it will be put on some other stuff in a bit, so it's good to have it there. So okay, what we got so far? Okay, that's sounding not too bad. Okay, now we can work on the drum loop. And the drum loop has got to be kind of kept under control, because if you listen to it on its own, it is kind of sloppy. Although it's not too bad. But for our purposes, we don't really want all of that. So what we're going to do to kind of bring it under control again is the Oxford Dynamics. And if you go into your presets folder that you downloaded, it should be called Cubase Guru Drum Loop. And if you open that up, you'll see that there's some compressor preset on there and some gate. So this is what it sounds like without it. This is what it sounds like with it. Okay, so that's tightened it up. But it still needs EQ'd, of course. And we'll probably put some delay and reverb onto this as well. But we'll start with the EQ. 100 Hz high pass cut, I think, should be adequate. Okay, let's just go up a little bit more, and and give that a little boost. Try and bring out the attack. Yeah, not bad. And on the fourth one, we'll go parametric 1 at around about 5,000. See if we can increase that a little bit to try and bring out the kind of the higher cymbal type sound. That's a bit better. Narrow that, and I'll make it a bit wider. Yeah, that's sounding better. Just a little bit more. Nice. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit of the send effect. Let's just make sure. Now, a good little tip here. This is the way I do it normally. Put it all the way up and then bring it down. For me, I find it easier to judge how much I'm taking out rather than how much I'm putting in. Just seems to be an easier way for me to do it. So, drum loop. And it only needs to be a little bit. It doesn't need to be kind of all overpowering. Yeah, I like that, and I'm going to add some double delay on there as well. Just a little bit though. And probably quarter notes, I guess. Yeah, that's nice. Nice. I think that sounds really nice. Okay, obviously now that I've added all these EQ and stuff, we're going to have to remix it. Remix the levels. Again, we'll still keep the kick at -10. Let's have a listen. Okay, that's not too bad at that. So let's leave it at that. Basically what we've done is we've created our basic drum pattern with basic EQ, with some EQ, sorry, some effects. We haven't done any panning or anything yet, and there's certainly no automation on anything, which there definitely will be. I hope that video was informative for you, and I'll see you in the next video, which will be bass. Hello and welcome to video 2 in the Psychedelic Trance Music Production course. This video is regarding bass. The tool that we're going to be using is VB1, which comes with Cubase SX3. You can also find it on the Cubase 4 disc, or you can download it from the Cubase FTP site, which I will put an address up for. Okay, now a lot of people say that VB1 is this, it's that, it's been overused, etc, etc. Yeah, it has been used a lot, but I'm a great believer in if you can get a good result out of it, then use it. Some other VSTs that I would advise you to try, obviously not everybody's going to be using Cubase that's watching this video, so you could try Chronox. I think it's up to 3.5 now. You can try Trilogy, you can try Muon Tao. There's hundreds of them out there, but the principles are pretty much the same. In this tutorial, the bass I'm going to show you how to create is probably the most complicated way that you could do it, because I'm going to use a lot of plugins. It doesn't have to be this complicated, but I thought I would show you a complicated way to do it, and then you can work out ways of simplifying the process for yourself. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a folder track and call it bass, and then I'm going to add an instrument track. Again, those of you using anything below Cubase 4, you would just use the F11 and add a VST as normal. Okay, we'll just drop that in there and I'll just call that bass. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is just create a very simple bass pattern. And I'll use G, and I'll just put an offbeat in there. So we've got, sounds fantastic. Okay, now obviously, where are we with this? Yeah, I think we'll drop that an octave, in fact. That's better. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is shape VB1 itself. Just leave it on basic bass, drop the plectrum and the back plate all the way to the far left, increase the volume to max, and that should sound a bit better straight away. Okay, now this is where the complicated bits come in with regards to the effects that we're going to use to shape this bass. Now the first effect that we're going to use is the Oxford Dynamics plugin. I'll just turn it off for the time being. Next in the chain is going to be an EQ, which I'll be using the Cambridge. After the Cambridge, I'll be using good old Quadrafuzz, which again is a Cubase plugin that can again be found on the FTP if you don't have it. One of my favourites is the Vintage Warmer. And last in the chain, sometimes I use this, sometimes I don't use it. I just use a Waves mono EQ. We could use, I guess, Q2 would do fine. So, but whether or not I actually use that, we'll find out soon enough. Okay, first thing, Oxford Dynamics. We're going to use this to kind of compress the sound. You don't have to use this plugin. Again, it's just the compressor that I'll be using. So the reason I use this is I just like it. I could use my UAD compressors, I could use wave compressors, I could use any type of compressor, the Cubase compressor, whatever. Just in this case, when I made the track, it just so happens that I used this. So the first thing we're going to do is deal with the threshold, and of course, as usual, there should be presets for these. So if I go load, yeah, if you look in the folder that you should have downloaded with the presets, you should see a Cubase Guru bass.spt. Again, as in previous Oxford Dynamics presets, you need to copy that into the C program file, Sonox Oxford Plugins Presets Native Oxford Dynamics. Once you've done that, it will show up in here. Now I'll probably just need to turn that off, bring it back in. There we go, load. There, Cubase Guru Bass. If you do that, it will set it up to the correct settings. However, I'll just put that back to boss. I will go through the settings with you. Okay, first thing we're going to deal with the threshold. The threshold is at what point the compressor is going to kick in. But again, I'm not going to go through. This is about making music. It's not about the technicalities of compression or reverb or whatever it may be. I'm just going to show you what I've done, a quick explanation of how I've done it. It won't be an explanation of compression. So the threshold on this, in this case, is set to 24.64 dB, and if we just play while we're doing it, because that's up there. Okay, so as you can see, it's compressing by up to about 7 dB, which we can sort out later. As you can see also, right, we don't want any of these on, we just want to work with the compressor on this. The input and the output, that's the input signal, that's the output signal. As long as that doesn't clip, we should be good to go. Okay, we want a fast attack because it's bass, around about 0.68 is how I had it set. As you can see, the compressions, it's now really pumping on. The compression's starting to tighten it up. Yeah, we'll leave the hold as it is. We'll make the release fast. I guess that'll do it. Starting to really tighten up. Ratio's not too bad there actually. That'll do. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. And right, so we're compressing about almost 10 dB, so let's up it. Even more. Okay, that sounds quite good so far. Now, what you can also do, in the folder that you downloaded, you will see folders called Cubase 4 and 5 preset. You should be able to use those in Cubase. So if you copy those need to be copied into your application data folder. I'll put up a link to exactly where that is. But if you copy that into the application data folder, when you click in here and go load preset, it will turn up like that. So that's the compression dealt with. And if we can just listen to that with a kick, I guess. Okay, not bad. Still sounding a bit loose, but we've got loads to do to it yet. Okay, EQ. Again, there's presets for this. You'll have the Cubase 5 preset, Cubase 4 and 5 preset, but you'll also have, if you come down here and go load preset, again, if you go to where you downloaded the course samples, in there under instrument patches, if you go to UAD, Cambridge EQ, bass, there's a preset there for it, and there's the Cubase one again. Okay, but I'll walk you through this one. Okay, immediately here on the low pass, I want to cut off everything pretty much below 30 Hz. The reason for that I've explained before. We'll use the Butterworth 6. You can use the elliptic, but as you see it, if you use that, it does attenuate certain frequencies, and we don't want that. We want a nice smooth shelf there. Okay, on the low frequencies, which is the red one on this, we'll cut it around about 70 Hz. Yeah, we'll leave the Q as it is, but we'll take it down about 3.5 dB. Basically, what I'm doing here is getting rid of some of the low end muffle. So if I just turn it off, interesting, but that's what we'll use this for, to try and get rid of some of that. Sounds deceptively better with the EQ off, doesn't it? But don't worry about that. So let's change that to -3.6. Okay, in the low mid frequencies, we'll go up to about 179, 180. Again, yeah, that's a wide enough cue point. and just slightly down off this. About minus 0.7. Yeah, it's getting rid of some of that kind of hollow noise. Yeah, nice. Mid frequencies. Yeah, we'll go up to about 560 on this. Again, this is us starting to get to the kind of mid range. We're looking to tidy this up a bit. We'll make this cue point about, if we listen to this. Okay, we're starting to remove some of the kind of mid frequency. It's almost like a kind of hollowy type sound. I want to get rid of some of that anyway, for sure. So minus 5.8 should do it. And if I mix that to the kick, just so we get a proper level. Okay, it's okay at that. Actually, I'll just turn it up for the sake of the video. Okay, so that's not too bad. And the high mid frequencies, we'll come down a bit from there, and we'll kind of remove quite a bit of this. I think a nice wide cue point. And this is where we start to get rid of some of the top end and tighten it up a bit. Okay, so we're getting there now. Now for the high frequencies. In the case of the high frequencies, I've brought in the shelf EQ, and where are we going to go? We'll go about 2,500, and nice 50% cue point on this. Leave it on band A. Let's really bring it down. So this is where it should start to really tighten up real nice. Get rid of some of that excess click that we don't really want. Okay, that's sounding a bit better. Sounding nice and punchy now. And again, if you want to use the preset, if you just come here, load preset, and load it from your UAD folder, and it should be the same if we go load preset. Yeah. Okay, so that's sounding better already. Okay, next on the agenda was quadrifuzz. Now this is for adding kind of bottom end, but also tightening it up and making it a little bit more squelchy. Same as all the rest of them, the presets are already there for you to use. Now everything's, don't touch any of this stuff here, we're just really concerned with this. So normally the way I use it is I drop everything, press play, take the kick off, figure out where I want it to start operating. In this case it's 45 Hz, and this band should be on 99, making it nice and thin. And then move it till find somewhere I like it. And it doesn't need much because that's bottom end, remember, so just be careful with it. The next band is this one here, so again that should be 99 up to yeah, let's bring that down a bit, 368. Yeah, that sounds okay. That's kind of brought out the bass is starting to sound rounder now. So from 368 up to 1.4, I've got this. And let's have a listen to this. Okay, that's nice sound, but we want it a little bit more subtle than that. Yeah, that sounds okay. And the final one, 1.4 to 22, and obviously this is going to bring out the click, so we just want to do it a little bit. That's sounding nice, I like that. Starting to shape up well. And next on the agenda is the PSP Vintage Warmer 2. Now we're going to use this to add warmth, that kind of final bass, underlying bass sound. So what we need to do is, first thing we'll start on, if we just press play, drive, you can go a bit crazy on the drive, but let's just put a little bit of drive in at the moment. So round about there. Got the knee, you'll hear it starting to jump out straight away, so we don't need that much. It's 16.5%, something like that. That'll do. And then the speed, this is the speed of the compression. Maybe that's too much. Keep bringing it down. That'll do it. Quick release. Leave them both off. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. That should do that. Okay, so that's pretty much the compression section here. What you've got over here is, for want of a better way of putting it, an EQ. You can choose your frequencies, adjust the hat. On this side you adjust the low, so you pick the amount of decibels, you pick the frequency, and same with the highs. Then you've got a mix amount and an output amount. So in this case, the low frequency, the frequency we want is 74.1 Hertz. And the adjust should be set to about -9.6. Okay, so we're just gonna EQing that out a bit, and as you can hear, it's really bringing the the bass right out. It's really starting to have a life of its own now, and starting to sound pretty bouncy and round, which is what we're after. So yeah, 74.1 is where we should be. Okay, there or thereabouts. Mix it 100%. The adjust should be set to about -9, I guess. Maybe a bit more than that. Okay, and the frequency on the high, 283, about here somewhere, and we want to adjust that. Yeah, not by much. Try and get rid of some more of that click. Okay, that's sounding really good now. Put the output to whatever you want, but generally I just leave it at 0, there or thereabouts. Okay, so that's sounding much better. Nice. Okay, and last but not least is the mono EQ. Now, as I said, sometimes I use this, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just use it, put one in, put a high pass on there, put two in, put a high pass on there as well, drop them both 30, and it's just really covering everything that we've just done, just making sure that nothing kind of gets in below 30. So but sometimes the first EQ's already dealt with that anyway. It's just in case there's any harmonics or anything being introduced with these after this first EQ, we can just clean it up here. So if we listen, this is a stereo channel at the moment. We want to create it into a mono channel, so if I'll do this while it's playing and you can hear the difference. Right click, stereo combined, and just double click on the L and the R and put a C there. Okay, so that's tightened it right up. Sorry, I do apologise, that should have been in the start. Okay, I'll show you a good way of creating bass patterns now. Okay, just before I show you how to create a bass pattern, I forgot on the quadrafuzz, put the output to 10 dBs, just to give it a little extra power. And you should, once you've done that, you should have this. Okay, cool. Right, creating bassline patterns now. A lot of the time people get really thrown with this, which is understandable, because now is when you should choose what key you're going to work in and create your bass line according to that. Now I'm not going to get into theory and stuff like that. There is other videos on my website that will teach you kind of the basics of that kind of stuff. Now I don't know a lot about theory myself. I understand enough to do things like chord progressions, key changes, I understand keys, things like that, but I am by no means good at theory. However, I do understand a few basic principles, which allows me to choose the key I wish to work in. And for instance, this bass sound I think sounds really good here. So which is an E, and I like minor scales for Psytrance. Most of them are. So I'm going to do it in E minor. Now the way to kind of work out a good way to figure out what notes are in a minor chord or a major chord for that matter is if you use this little it's almost like a little equation, I guess. So to work out a minor chord or what keys are in a minor scale, if you just remember this: T, S, T, T, S, T, T. Okay, that stands for tone, semitone, tone, tone, semitone, tone, tone. So in the case of E minor, you start on the key of E, or the note of E, sorry, and then you would go tone, so it's two semitones from there, so it's tone, semitone, tone, tone, semitone, tone, tone, and that's your E minor. And you can use any of the notes in there. Okay, very quick, very brief, but again, this is just about making music, it's not about theory. Okay, so this is the way I make my bass lines. I bring it all the way back like this. So basically what I'm using is 1/4 of a bar. I put the kick on, play the kick, and then I start to work out my notes. So normally I do that. Okay, it's okay. I'm just gonna, but it's not what I'm after in this case. So I'm going to put that up by an octave. Let me just tighten this up a little bit. So in Cubase I just go shift and push the up, and it puts it up an octave. But I'm also going to make the note longer. So let's have a listen. I like that. Okay, so when I find something I like, I then move along to the next quarter. And again, I'll draw in my 3 basic notes to start with. And then I'll make variations on this theme. So this time, I'm going to put this one up. Going to make this one longer. What we got? Sounding good to me. Okay, and that's how I work out my bass line. So the next one, I'll go to my next quarter, draw another 3 basic ones. So, okay, what am I going to do with this one? I'm going to use that one, pop that up, and I'll make this one longer. Yeah, that sounds like it's just ready to take off, that one. Okay, now the last quarter of the bar, again, my 3 notes, and what am I going to do with this one? I'm going to make it the same as this section here, I think. So I shall elongate that, put that up. Okay, and that's the first bar done, and then go to the next section. Now what do I want to do with this one? Oops. Again, my 3 notes. And you can see these are all, well, it's only an octave up, so at the moment we don't have to worry about it drifting out of key or anything. For this one, I'm going to move that one up, elongate this. And then I'm going to do the same again. I'll just duplicate that. And then for the next one, what am I going to do this time? Okay, I'm going to, again, my 3 notes. But this time, I'm going to put that up an octave. I'm going to elongate that, and then I'm going to show you a classic Psytrance pattern change to give a bit of groovy change that's going to come. Take your 3 notes and put them up 3 semitones to there. So listen. How many times have you heard that? And just for a bit of variety, on the last one, again, my 3 notes. I'll put this one up 2 semitones, this one up to there. Again, that's different, and I'll put this one up to there. Now, as what you can see is, right, I'll let you hear it first. Okay, so what I've done here is, this is where you need to know what notes are in your key, because on this, in this case here, I've moved them up 3 semitones, or transposed them up 3 semitones if you like. Now, G, so if we go from here, G's definitely in, and that's just G as well, so we know that that's not a problem. Now what about this note? Because we only moved this up 2 semitones, but we know if we start here and we use the T, S, T, T, S, T, T, we go tone, we know it's in the right note, it can be used, which is great. What have we got up here? We've got another G, we know that's right. What about this one? Yeah, we know that that's right because it's just an octave up from there. So we know that they're all in the correct key. Sounding good to me. Just mix the volumes in. that's it. Obviously these are a bit too loud, so there's no point in using them at the moment, but sounding good to me. Okay, so in this lesson we covered the VST that we were going to use for bass, which was VB1. We set the VB1 up before we added several different types of processing to VB1, all of which can be used on any synth that you may desire to use, and you don't have to use them all. My personal philosophy is start off with the best type of sound that you can. So if you're going to use a saw wave, find a really nice clean saw wave, and before you add any dynamic processing at all, or any type of processing to the synth itself, use the ADSR controls on the filter envelope and the amplitude envelope. Use the cutoff frequencies, the resonance, use everything that you can on the synth to get the sound sounding as good as you can, and then just use minimum processing on it. In this case I showed you that probably one of the hardest, longest winded ways to make bass, but it's good to start here because then you understand the processes that each one of these has on the sound, and then you will know that you can take some away and you can make your life a little bit easier. Once we've done that, I showed you how to create a bass pattern. Very basic bass pattern. As you can see, there's no velocity information on here. You could use velocity changes to create different feels. And for instance, I could show you just on like a section like this. As you can see, it's creating a different pattern straight away. You do all sorts of things with velocities. Velocities are cool. You can, if you're really lazy or just like total randomness, which I do sometimes, in Cubase, if you click on record note on velocity, select the first note and then just randomly hit the keyboard 6 times. There you go, you've given yourself some random velocities. Which is a bit random and not really the best way to do it, but sometimes it can give you some cool results. Okay, that was bass. I hope that helped, and I'll see you in the next part of the course, which will be regarding synths. Okay, thanks very much. Hi, and welcome to the next video in the Psytrance music production course. This is regarding the intro. Now there's many different ways you can make an intro. You can have an atmospheric intro, drums, a vocal, weird noises, whatever you like. In this case it's going to be an atmospheric intro. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a folder called intro. Now the VST we're going to be using is quite a new VST. It's called Evolve by a company called Heaviosity. If you don't have the VST, don't worry, there will be audio files for each section that I'm about to create, so I'm just going to add the VST now. Cancel that, we don't want to create anything at the moment. So this is Evolve. The patch we're going to be using is a multi-patch called Creep Into the Unknown. Basically what this does is gives us 8 instruments within Contact. So we need to create 8 MIDI channels. Although theoretically we don't actually need to create 8 in this instance, because we're just going to be creating a 32 bar loop. or a 32 bar section, and then we will export that as an audio file. So I'll just select 32 bars. Let me just magnify that a bit. Just make sure that's on bar. Okay, so what we've got, each channel is assigned to its own MIDI channels. You can see there 1, 2, 3. Now we could just do it, as I said, all in MIDI channel 1, but just to show you, I'm just going to set all of these up as you would normally. Once you've got them all set up, so you've got all your MIDI channels set up to contact, or yeah, it says contact play. It's really badly named in my opinion. It should say evolve. But, so now if I press play, it'll play each of these. You see, that's channel 1. Play this. Show you channel 2, channel 3, and so on. So now, we just double click to create a part within the 32 bars, and we're going to do E2, I think. Yeah, E2 sounds good. And we just draw in. Just make sure that that's accurate, which it isn't. So we just pull that over. There we go. Just make sure it's the full length. There we go. Okay, so, and we're going to do that with every one. So again, you just hold down Alt and just drag down. Now, it really is up to you. The reason I'm converting this to audio is simply because I know most of you won't have Evolve, and it will just be easier to teach you what I'm doing that way. If it was just on my own project, I'd probably just leave it like this, unless I needed the CPU that it's using, which is quite a bit. So now what I'm going to do is just convert each section to an audio file. And you just hit S to solo, and in my case I've got a shortcut K which brings up the audio export, and I'm going to name this one. This one's going to be named Evolve Intro 1, and I'm going to select audio track and pool, and I am going to drop it into the audio folder, and then of course you just hit export. But before you do that, I'm just going to cancel that. A lot of these sounds do have tails on them, so I'm just going to give it a 2-bar fade out section so it can fade out, so it doesn't just cut off all of a sudden. Then we'll just export again. So yeah, okay, that sounds good. Export. I'll go off and export that. Now what it does is it exports this file, and because I ticked the 2 boxes, it'll automatically bring it back into the project. So when this finishes, this should close, and you should see an audio file appear, which will give us the audio file, which will be, in this case, 37 bars long, because we've got the fade out. So if we just open that up so you can see it, as you can see. Okay, then do it for the rest of them, which I shall do now. Okay, so once you've exported them as audio files, this is what you should end up with. There's your 8 audio files, and you've still got this. Now, I'll show you a couple of different things here. If this was me, and if you've got the Evolve, what I would now do is make sure all the Evolve MIDI channels are in your intro folder. I'll then create another folder. Oops. And I would call that MIDI backup. And I would drop the intro into there. Make that kind of bright yellow so I know what it is. Change my base to blue so I don't have any conflicts. And then what I would do is turn off the Evolve so it's not taking up any space. Now the reason I've done that is so that, just in case I want to change something later on. I would advise you to do that with all of your VSTs, everything that you use with MIDI. Once you've kind of got it sounding what you want, if you're the kind of person that converts it to audio, say to save CPU or whatever, I would advise you to make this little MIDI backup folder and drop all your MIDI in there. Keep the VST in your VST rack, but just turn it off and you get the processing power back. Now, if you don't have Evolve, you should have these 8 audio files in the intro audio files folder. So for the sake of those that don't have the Evolve, what I'm going to do now is delete all of that and show you what you do. So you would hit Control P to bring up the pool, and then you would hit import and you would go to wherever it is that you've got your intro video files. You would then, as I say, go into the pool, hit import, search, not import, sorry, if you use this little search feature, come down here, select search path, go to wherever it is that you've got that file with all the audio files, search, they'll pop up here, and then you can just import them into Cubase and into the pool. And then once you've done that, if you just select them all, so there's the tracks that you have. Yours won't have a little 2 next to it, it'll just be Evolve Intro 1 through 8. And then make sure your cursor is at number 1, right click, insert into project at cursor. We want them in different tracks, and there you go. So that's how it should look. That's how it should look for both of you, both types of users now. Those that are using Heavy Oscillator Evolve, you'll have your MIDI channels here, and you can keep it like that, or if you've converted it, you will have these audio channels. So we're going to work on the assumption that we're just using the audio channels. So folder track is intro. I'm just going to put the audio channels into the intro folder. Okay, and we'll just pop that up here. Right, so we're now ready to work on the intro. So the first thing we need to do, I guess, is have a listen to them. So that's nice how that one fades in. That's going to get more apparent here and here. So we're going to keep that for the whole 32 bars. So let me just change that to 32 so that we know we're working to there. These are just the overlaps. Evolve Intro number 2. Let's have a listen to that. That's very similar, apart from it's got that deeper kind of noise. So we'll probably bring that in a bit later. Let's kind of bring that in at bar 5. The next one, let's have a listen to that. Okay, that's a nice sound, so that'll be, let's just say for talk's sake, bar 9. Just doing a 2-bar skip for each one. Let's have a listen to this one. Okay, that's very nice. I'm probably going to use that sound to introduce the next part, the part where the intro finishes. So that's going to be, and we'll just cut that, in fact, because let's just see where that reverb finishes. Yeah, we'll cut that at bar 11. And we'll just delete that. No point in it being there if we're not going to use it. And this is going to be up here somewhere to introduce the change from the intro to the next section of the song. Let me just listen to this one again. Just see how far the actual audio itself goes on so we can cut it. That's a nice sound, I like that a lot. And it does go on for quite some time. Right, yeah, I don't think we need it that long. Let's make it 4 bars long and we can fade it out at the end. But I think we'll leave it there. Now let's have a listen to this. Okay, that's very deep. Not sure about that one. Oh, I like that. That's nice. Let's just cut it up because I don't think it's going to go anywhere any further than that. Well, it's got quite a long tail on it, so we'll use it for 8 bars. Okay. Solo this one. Let's have a listen to this. That's very nice, very haunting. Yeah, we'll cut that there, I guess. Again, it can be faded out slightly at the end. And last but not least, let's have a listen to this. Okay, that's pretty odd. But I like it. It's cool nonetheless. Okay, so this one. Yeah, it's nice, but nah, I'm going to delete that one. I don't want it. So we get rid of that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we've got 7 files to work with now. We just want to have a listen to these 2. So basically what this is layering multi-different sounds to create an intense kind of building intro. What I'm now going to do is from bar 17, in fact, we'll do that in a second, and we'll just deal with this first. We'll get some we'll figure out where we want things to go, so let's have a listen. Let me just unmute that as well. And I'm going to put that at bar 17 because I'm going to bring the kick and the bass in there. So the kick and bass is going to start right here, there. And that sounds excellent for introducing it. So that's sounding good. This one, let's have a listen to this one, and we could maybe, let's try putting that there. That's lovely. Perfect there. Okay, I'm liking that a lot. Now this last one here, where are we going to put this? What I like to do with my intros is have something playing past the intro, so to give it a to help it transition from one part to the next. Now naturally we've got that there, that's good, we've got a bit of that there as well, so we could maybe use this to help us with our transitional section. So let's just have a listen. We'll listen from there. Okay, that sounds good to me. So, so what I've done is, as you can see, it's taken me 15 minutes to create a very basic but effective intro. Now, obviously, there's a lot of work to be done on that, and the intro isn't actually finished yet, because now I'm just going to come away from this for a minute, and bring in the bass and the drums. Now, it's not going to be the bass and the drums; it's going to be the bass and the kick. Okay, so starting at bar 17, I've got the kick drum, as you can see, and the bass. Bass is down there in yellow. So, I'll just make these a bit bigger. Now, what I'm planning to do, if I just unmute those. Okay, what I'm planning to do is create a fade in over 16 bars for the bass and the kick. So I'll just make sure that they are 16 bars long. Okay, now what you can do, it's up to you how you want to perform the fade in. You could do a simple audio fade in, or you could use EQ to do a filter fade in. Now, in this instance, if I just hide everything, we, as you can see there, I've created a group channel for the intro. So if you just right click, add a track, create a group channel, then on the intro section, if you just add, you don't really need that, if you just add EQ section 1 and put it to 160 Hertz. Now, the reason I've done that is to get rid of as much low end as possible without actually going through each individual track to do so. So what I need to do is bring up the audio channels and just hide everything apart from the evolve. So we have our evolve channels here. What we need to do is route these to this group channel. So you just click on stereo out and go groups, intro. Do that for them all. Once you've done that, they are all now being sent to this group channel, which you'll see here, and they're all being EQ'd, which is what we're after. However, one of the things we need to do before we consider anything else is just kind of sort the levels out of these sounds. So let's just have a listen. Now, the great thing about this is, because it's the intro, you can really be powerful with them. There isn't really much that it's going to steal, but because the bass and the kick's coming in here, that's why it's got the cut. So let's just EQ them all together. Okay, that will do for the time being, and of course you can now use the group channel to mute everything, well, to take all the sound out or bring it all in at once. So that's just a basic kind of volume mix of the intro. Now we need to deal with this section of the intro, the kick and the bass, and to do that, the way I'm going to do it is, as you can see, that we created earlier, the kick and bass group channel. The way I'm going to do it in this is just to create a filter sweep using the EQ automation on the group channel. So let me just tidy all of this up for you, and I shall show you how to do that. Okay, there's several ways to accomplish this. The easiest way is just to draw it in. So what you would do is you would come to the group tracks. Let me just delete those. So you come to the group tracks, you look for the intro, sorry, the kick and bass group track, bring out the automation channels. Now what we want to achieve is in the EQ section for the group channel kick and bass, if we activate EQ number 4, which is this little button here, and just take it all the way across to the left, so we're in fact creating a low pass filter. It's only allowing the low pass, and what we're going to do is over time make it do that. That's what we're after. Now there's two ways you can do it. You can hit the W, press play, do that, and then come into the group track automation channel, left click and look for things with stars on. Things with the parameters with a star next to them indicate that there's automation there. So what we're looking for is the frequency one, and there you can see what I just done when I moved that. But obviously we don't want it to be that quick, we want it to last 16 bars. So we'll just delete that, make it a bit bigger so you can see it. I'll create a dot there and a dot there. So we'll just take this one right up to the top, because we want this to move all the way up to the top over the 32 bars. But when it gets to this bar, we want this to completely be turned off so that we're hearing the kick and bass without any filtering going on. So we need to get the EQ bypass, and again, just come in here, let's just zoom in just to make sure that they are accurate. Yeah, and then we'll just do that, and then when it gets to here, it bypasses. As you can see, if I do that, it's turned it off. If I do that here, oops, it's because it's on bar. If I do that, you can see it's on. So I can let you have a listen to that. Watch for the bypass activating here. Perfect. Okay, so what we've got then is our 32 bar intro. We have some automation to bring it in. What we haven't done is any kind of EQing on the files, the intro files. The reason I haven't done any EQing on these files is because I like the way that they sound, and because it's the intro, they're not really arguing with anything else apart from themselves, but they all fit together very well because it was the multi-instrument that we used from the Evolve. However, you can go in and you can EQ them to make them perhaps fit a little bit better. You can add some automation and stuff, which I will probably do, but I won't do that at the moment. I'll probably have things automating, panning from left to right, etc. But at the moment I'm not going to do that. I'm just creating the intro, which we've done. That sounds like a good intro to me. And what you'll see is what's naturally started to happen when we're creating the intro is that we've naturally started to create our arrangement. Our arrangement's starting to come together now. So for instance, I would probably now, obviously I'll have my drum and my bass. For, let's say, another 32 bars. which would take us up to there. And then I would start working on this section, but that's all going to be in the arrangement part of the video. That's pretty much all I do for my intros, at the moment anyway. So I shall see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to the next section in the music production video from Cubase Guru for Psytrance music production. Now the next part is going to be revolving around sound effects and stabs. Now if you'd have seen the last video, you'd have seen me done the intro, and what's starting to happen now is a natural progression on the arrangement. Things will start to get, they may seem a little bit messy, but it's not in fact messy. If you make music this way, you will find that it seems to have a more natural flow. By that I mean, you could just have the first 16 bars, we could then create all the sound effects, all the stabs, all the leads, everything, and just have it all in 16 bars and then arrange it. That's the way I used to make music. I used to do it like that, but I found it very, very tedious because you listen to the same 16 bars over and over and over and over, and it didn't give you any kind of natural progression, which for me anyway didn't spark any original ideas. And when I do it like this, it's naturally progressing, and which in turn sparks ideas on how to transition from one place to another, where to put breaks and stuff. However, that's not to say that once I've created or once I've accomplished what my basic goal is when working like this, is to get an arrangement done, albeit a basic arrangement, as quickly as possible, so that I can then go back and work. Sometimes the arrangement isn't very basic and it's almost a complete track, but sometimes if I'm struggling perhaps with some ideas, I would get a quick maybe 6-7 minute arrangement done using this method, just adding bits and bobs, and then go back and really concentrate on the details then. But we'll see what happens doing it this way. So this section now is about stabs and sound effects, but we may voyage into something else, which is probably the way that the rest of the video is going to go. So they will have specific headers, for instance sound effects and stabs, but we may do a bit of something else, but we'll just take it as it comes. Okay, so the first thing, again as usual, folder track, and we'll call it sfx/stabs. Now in the sample folder that you downloaded, you will find all the sound effects and stabs that we're going to be using in this section, but we're going to start at bar 49, which is here, and we're just going to work on the next 16 bars to start with. So if I do this, that gives us 16 bars. Now the easiest way to do this, certainly for me, is to start with what you've got and get a basic structure. So I know the kick is going to be involved in the next 16 bars, and I know the bass is going to be involved in the next 16 bars. Now what else is going to be there? I'm going to bring in the snare and the open hi-hat. So I know here is where I'm going to bring in my snare, and I'm going to bring in my open hi-hat here as well. I could have just brought them in before I'd done anything else, just selected that and went duplicate, makes it nice and fast. So I know it's going to be like this. I know I'm going to want something to introduce it there, to introduce this section. Okay, so I definitely know I want something leading up to this. So let's see everything that we've got at the moment. Okay, so I've got that evolve there, but it's not enough. We could probably make that a little bit louder as well. There's something there, but it's not enough. Okay, it's not bad, but we definitely need more. And I guess what we can introduce now is the reverse cymbal and the crash. Crash is going to be there, and of course the reverse cymbal is going to be not quite there, but here. You need to make sure these are spot on as well. Now these are in your audio drums. Remember we imported them earlier into the track, at the very beginning with the drums. Again, samples that you would have downloaded with the sample pack. Now this is going to be awkward, isn't it? Okay, let's see if being up at 60 force makes any difference. Is that spot on? I didn't think so. So just take off the snap. We want that to be as close as humanly possible to there. And that looks spot on because you can see how it's gone a little bit. But it isn't. Just let's magnify right in. Now that's it, we can't get any closer than that. So we put that there. Just change it, put the snap on, change that to bar for a second, put that to there, put the snap off. Right, I know that that's perfect because the bar changed colour. Okay, so again, just highlight this so we remind ourselves that that's the 16 bars we're working on. So what I've done is this. Okay, so obviously these guys need EQ'd and stuff. Something that I'll just mention on EQ now that we're here. You'll notice that sometimes I EQ stuff as I go and add effects as I go, sometimes I don't. This is why I do this, again, depending on how I feel. You must do that. If you don't feel like you want to spend loads of time EQing and putting effects on a reverse and a crash at some point in your music because it may interrupt the rest of your flow, don't do it. At the end of every track, when I've done everything, when I've got all the breaks in and stuff, I will then go through a mixing process where I'll go in and I may add panning automation. That's probably when I do things like cut off filter cut off automation, all that kind of stuff. It just depends. So just go with the flow. Don't think that because you've got a crash and a reverse crash there that you must EQ it now. There's no rules at the end of the day. Just do what you want, whatever comes naturally. So let's look at what we can do with these two. Let's just get the mixer up. So those two, but we'll get rid of these now because we don't need to see them. Right, so on the crash I'm going to add some reverb, but the Altiverb isn't enough, so I'm going to use one of my favourite reverbs, which is the Waves IR1, use the Efficient, and in this case I am going to use plate 1. And again, if you just go up here, load preset, there is presets again, as long as you've downloaded the presets. So it's just plate 1 with the reverb time set to about 2.2 seconds. The dry and wet just over 70%, and what we get is this. Which I really like. However, as you probably guessed, it's a tad on the loud side. Now something else you might see me doing a lot is controlling the volume with this. It's just habit. Sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. I'll just mute that. Okay, let's put a bit of double delay onto this as well. Again, good old Cubase double delay. And no more than 10% should be enough, and that's probably nice at that. Nice, I do like that. And if you must, again, load preset, it's there. Okay, I was a bit off 15%, but yeah, and I put the feedback up a bit. There you go. Still a tad loud, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Let's check out the reverse cymbal. Whoa, that's got some severe high end on it. I'm going to, oh wait a minute, let me just undo that, drop that volume somewhat. See if we can soften that up a bit by using Altiverb. Let's bang it right up there. Still too loud in my opinion. And just as a guide, I'm just going to add an extra kick there. I'm just going to go all the way back to the beginning, so I want to hear how this is interacting. That's nice, I like that bit. Yeah, I thought there was something dodgy going on. I'm going to bring these in there. It's better. Yeah, that worked well. The crash may be a bit loud, but at the moment it's fulfilling its purpose, so it sounds good. Okay, but now it's time to start kind of building it up a bit and get some atmosphere coming into the track. So we're going to start adding some stabs and stuff. So let's just tidy this up a little bit, because we don't really need to see any of that anymore. Okay, so in the package that you downloaded, you will find the audio files that we're about to use. What you need to do first is bring it into the pool. Now it's up to you the way you do this. You can just leave everything in audio, or if you go to audio you can create again little folders. So if you go to audio, right click, select create folder, and then call it SFX and stabs. Make sure that's selected, and then go to the audio folder that you've got for this and put in, double click staccato long delay. It pops it in. Now the other ones we're going to be using, which we might as well put into that folder now, will be thin stab long delay. So which is that one there, just double click, it drops it in there for you. We will also be using the weird random effects, double click, that will drop that in there for you. At the moment that's the only ones we need. So we've got our 3 audio files there. Now what we can do is just select all 3 of them by holding shift down and drag and drop, or you can right click and put insert into project at cursor, wherever you like. That's the way I'm going to do it, and on different tracks. Let me close the pool. I'll just select these and drop them into the proper folder. Is that we've got the 3 effects that we're going to be using at the moment in this section. Sorry, from 49 to 65. Okay, so the first one that we're going to be using is this one, the long delay. So I mute these. You get to hear how that sounds. Nice. Okay, and we want something to kind of counteract that, or to be like a that's a question, that's an answer. So we're going to use the thin stab long delay, and I'm just going to cut that end bit off there just to tidy it up, to keep it in this section. So now what we've got is this. so kind of bouncing off each other really well. And we also have this weird effects section now. This is quite a long sample. I'm just going to get rid of all this stuff at the end there because we don't need it. The section I am looking for is probably this last section here, I think. And the easiest way to find out, again, this is going to be part of the whole question and answer scenario. So let's just kind of tidy this up a bit. So that there, and probably this one up the top because it will be shorter here. So I think it's this sound here that we're looking for. This is the great thing about Cubase. This is all non-destructive. Okay, that sounds good. Obviously they haven't been EQ'd, there've been no effects added to them as such, apart from when I originally made the sounds. There's delays and stuff on some of these tracks. So we've got this new section here now. Now we're going to have a look and see what we can do to these. Let's just kind of mix the volumes of them first. Okay, that's probably a nice enough basic volume mix. Okay, that'll do. But we need to kind of tidy them up straight away, I think, because they definitely need EQ'd. So let's just select this one, because it's got, especially with those two playing at the same time. First thing we need to do is cut off all of the low end, the old high pass. That should be fine at that. Okay, let's go to 400, see what's happening around there. Okay, the third one. Okay, and last but not least, some high frequencies. We'll use the parametric one on this, just to try and bring out some of the higher stuff. That's, yeah, nice. Okay. Okay, on this one, I don't think it needs any reverb. You could add a little bit, but I think it's it takes care of itself with the delay. This one. Really cut this off. This will go 9108. Boost it a little bit. Try and bring the top end out, but not too much. Need to hear that with this actually. Add some of this onto that. Let's try about 500 Hz. Shouldn't affect it. Try again. Yeah, that's thinned at the bottom end quite a bit. That's what we want. Go up a bit. See if we can get some of the boost some of the mid-range back in. Yeah, it brings out some of the attack nicely. And we'll use the fourth one right up at the max, and we'll get rid of some of that. Yeah, that sounds okay to me. That's that kind of 16 bar section dealt with regards to the kind of basic pattern that we're following at the moment. In the next section, again, when I say next section, I'm always talking about the next 16 bars or 32 bars, so I'm just going to duplicate that for the next 16 bars. The drums, of course, and the bass, and maybe we can add some stabs or effects or something. So right, so from 65 we will add some kind of synth. Okay, so because I'm going to add a synth here, something that's similar to this. So we're going to need these. So if you come up here and put grid relative, and then use the alt, it'll put it to exactly where you want, so you don't have to mess around with anything. And I think what else I'm going to do is put in another little bit of kind of breakiness to it, but we'll do it with regards to being here. What I'm going to do is just mute all the drums, and I'm going to mute the bass as well, and I am going to unmute that. Again, this is just me trying to get myself in the mood, if you like, so that I can feel what I'm doing and really get into it. Magnify that bit. I'm just going to drop a kick in there somewhere. Just going to drop a kick right in there. Let's have a listen. Okay, sounding good. Now I do have, if you go to your the audio folder that you downloaded that's got all of these samples, you're looking for one called High Bleep. Now I'll be able to show you something here. Let me just check. Yeah, I'm just going to create another folder. I'm going to call this Audio Synths, because these are synth lines, but they are actual audio files. And come back to the actual tracks to where I want to put it in. So we're going to put it in on bar 65. Just make sure that's on the bar. And if I just can I get rid of everything I don't want to see at the moment, add a new folder. Audio Synths. Once you've imported the high bleep sound, right click, insert edit project, that cursor. I should put it right in the correct place for me. Excellent. Okay, now we're going to do this over 16 bars, but at the moment it sounds rubbish, for want of a better way of putting it. Now, this was created in the Access virus. If you look on the actual music production course, you will have a video that shows you how to do this. I'm not going to show you in here because it will just interrupt the flow of creating the track. So what we've got is our audio, but it's not kind of grooving. It's almost, but not really what we want. So what we need to do, or what I want to do, is I'm going to gate it to the bass. Now to do this, it's very easy. First thing we're going to do, add a MIDI track, and I'm going to call that High Bleep Gate. The purpose of this is to send a gated signal to this, so that this only triggers when it gets the signal. So because we want to kind of make it groove with the bass, if you just copy the bass, pop that onto there. Okay, so obviously nothing's going to happen yet. What we need to do now is go to the mixer and find the high bleep. Don't want that one. Hit the E, and now add the MIDI gate plugin. There we go. So let's have a listen now. We'll just solo. Okay, as you notice, you can't hear anything because the MIDI gate's on, but it hasn't been routed via this. So what you need to do is come up here and just route that. See that? The output needs to be MIDI gate. Now what it's doing is, every time there's a note here, it triggers this. So now it should sound more in sync. That's better. Or is it? Let's go and have a look at the actual plugin itself. Okay. Now in the case of the MIDI gate, I don't think I made preset for it? I did. So if we load that in, let's have a listen now. Okay, that's better. Now normally if we go to the MIDI gate and just put it to a default, it starts like this and you won't hear anything. You won't hear it actually working, simply because of a couple of factors. So you need to bring down the hold, just move it right off, and then the release. There you go. That's it, really extreme. So just mess around. You can bring the hold back up. And just listen to the track, so kind of put the bass on, perhaps the drums, and just get it grooving. Until you like it, and that's it. It's that simple to use a MIDI gate in this fashion. Nice and easy. So of course you don't have to use those types of gates. I prefer, because you define the gate. Not that you don't define the gate with other gates. For instance, if you've got other gates, I've got loads of like neon gate, trigger gate, step gate. You can use these, and these will have kind of built-in gate sequences for you. Sometimes I use them, sometimes I don't, but most of the time I'll use that MIDI gate, because it's then I've got the freedom. Whatever notes I put in here, the gate will trigger. So let's have a listen. So far the stabbing effects in this high bleep here, which I should have really started a new section for, but not to worry. And we just kind of want it as a background deal. Nothing too crazy. So we'll add a bit of EQ to it. Let's go again, as usual. Get rid of as much low end as possible without actually adversely affecting the sound. And then bring out its best sound. So go looking for the some of the nice kind of high frequencies that it's got. So let's have a oops. Now that's me trying to get some of the lower chunky stuff, that obviously because I've got rid of all the deep low stuff I want to get trying, because it is very crunchy, that sound. There, you see how that brought out that nice beep boop boop beep, which is exactly what we're after. Nice. Okay, that sounds okay to me, but we'll tidy up the top end a bit. Okay, not bad. That'll do for the time being anyway. So now we'll work on kinda 81 to 97. So definitely want the stabs in. We want the bass. We want the drums. So we'll work here. Okay, if you'll go to your pool, and we're looking for H2SV1 uplifter 6 clean, that one. Okay, we want that not in here but in here, and then right click, insert a cursor, because I had the cursor in the right place. Okay. Okay. From 89 to 97, we'll do in another video because that'll introduce some vocals. So at the moment we'll just leave it as it is. We've introduced some sound effects, some stabs. I'll just drop that in there. We've introduced some stabs, we've EQ'd some of these stabs, we've added some effects, and I also inadvertently showed you one of the audio synths, but that's okay, that's fine. So yeah, that's all I want to show you on the stabs and effects at this moment. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, and welcome to the next video in the Cubase Guru Psytrance music production. We're just going to get straight on with it. This next section is going to cover vocals. Now when I say vocals, it's not vocals as in sung vocals, it's vocals like the classic Psytrance tracks with excerpts from some movie or other. Now to get these samples, again, go into the pool, and what we want to do again is select audio, right click, create folder, just call it vocals, just keeps things nice and tidy. Obviously on here as well we want to add a folder track, call that vocals. I'm just going to minimise everything else so we don't have to see it. Okay, so back into the pool again, search the folder wherever you've got your samples that you downloaded. So let's have a listen to this vocal.
Rapid progress to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, that's one we want, definitely. Okay, so we're going to use that, we're going to use this, and so we definitely need that. So again, just double click, put into the vocals, speedy laugh we're going to use. That's enough, I'll show you how to do the reverse stuff. Okay, so in this instance, bar 81, we want to insert that. We'll insert the laugh as well. We'll get rid of the pool. Okay, so what we got? Right, we don't want that at the moment, we'll just work with this.
Rapid progress.
Wait a minute. Okay, now let me just check everything. Okay, so this is going to be the first break really. So I'm just going to get rid of all the drums and the bass because we don't want any of it here. And this we just want rapid progress.
Rapid progress.
I'm pretty sure we don't want any of those either, but I'll just mute it just in case. So all I want is rapid progress.
Rapid progress.
That's it. So I'm just going to cut it there, and we can just discard that for the time being. Just drop over there. So
rapid progress.
Okay. Now I could go into the audio editor check out my plugins and do some, just clean it up really. But I'm just going to do it the way it is. I don't want to get into too many. Yeah, I could show you how to take this into an audio editor and really tidy it up, but we don't need to in this instance. And it's, again, outside the scope. I may make a video on how to do it for you.
Rapid progress.
Okay, right, so first thing we're going to do is get rid of some of the sound at the end.
Rapid progress.
Right, okay, that's obviously a little bit too much.
Rapid progress.
And again.
Rapid progress.
Okay. No, wasn't half too much.
Rapid progress. Rapid progress. Rapid progress.
Okay, that'll do. The big thing for the rapid progress in this section is effects. First thing I'm going to add is on the inserts, a flanger, and we're going to use the Blue Cat stereo flanger, which is this one. And let's have a listen.
Rapid progress.
Let's just get the other plugins in first.
Rapid progress.
So there's the Homeboys effect.
Rapid progress.
Which is probably under delay, yep. That's what it looks like. Auto pan, which should be in here. What we're looking for here is to make this voice echo, delay, and do whatever else all the way up till the end of the break. Now the end of the break is going to be bar 97, so 16 bars. So what we're aiming for.
Rapid progress.
So if we put them back on. Okay. Now the first thing we're going to need to do is the right delay settings. Obviously we want something to delay for 16 bars, so the delay is going to have to be quite large. Okay, we'll start with the delay, and as the Homeboys is a very complex delay, which I'm not going to spend loads of time getting into, I'm just going to use the preset. Should be there. Okay.
Rapid progress.
Okay. Now the Blue Cat. Now obviously we're wanting the delays and stuff to be big on this, so we'll start with the delay and we'll get it right up. Maybe what, 7.5 seconds. Okay. The depth we'll get up a bit more as well. 70% maybe, there or thereabouts. That's better. That's starting to sound a bit more like what I'm after. Don't want all the dry signal, we want obviously some wet in there. Just bring the fast forward on to about 7%. Yeah, bring the feedback right down.
Rapid progress.
That'll do it.
Rapid progress.
And the auto pan settings, well, just mess around with them just to get it panning a little bit, but there is a preset there.
Rapid progress.
Okay. Now, what I thought was really cool about this was how that the rapid progress changes into prog rabbit. I just thought it was really funny.
Rapid progress.
Let's get into the kind of complex issues of automation on this now. Automation isn't that complicated, you just need to take your time with it. And in this case, we're going to be using a couple of different automations. Let me just put these into the vocal folder. So we're just dealing with this one at the moment. Now, when this breaks, okay, we're going to want to be dealing with the bass and the kick still going to be there, probably up to halfway through the 16 bars, so I'm taking a bar 88. So what I'm going to do is put the kick back in. The reason I'm doing this is for continuity and ease of transition. And obviously another thing we're going to have there is the crashes. So okay. We're also going to have the bass, but we're going to change the bass pattern quite a bit. We obviously don't want it being like this, so I'm just going to open the first one, and what I'm going to do is mute all of the top notes, mute those two as well. I'll add another couple, let's see now, pop one there, and pop one there. On here, probably just one there, I guess. That should be enough. Okay, excellent. Next one, go in there, and for this one, what about that one there? Again, this is all to make the transition to that vocal coming in all nice and neat. So next one, change these about a bit. Let's delete, no, don't delete it. We can put that one there. Leave that, yeah, delete that, leave that one there, and then do the same here, I think, like so. Delete that one. Get rid of that one, get rid of that one. Put one up there maybe. Rid of that one. Rid of that one. Leave those two, but get rid of that one. That one should be up there. Yeah, I think I've left too many. Because that one should be there, that shouldn't be there. Because they're supposed to be slowing it down, not keeping it going, you know. Changing the rhythm altogether is kind of what I'm planning for here. So yeah, I need to get rid of all of these and just make it very basic. So that's all. It should sound better like that. That's much better. And then same with this. We don't need that. We don't need that. Don't need that, or that, or that. But we can leave it like that, I guess. Yep, and of course the third one, much the same, but maybe add an extra couple now, so add that in there. Yeah, that's okay. That's gonna kind of get a little bit faster. Again, it's all about this. It's all about the transition. The last one. What we're going to do with this one? Yeah, let's make this one. I'm just going to mute all the end ones because I'm going to drop something in there, an indication as to the synth, but that'll be in another video. Let's put that up here and get rid of that. Put one there, one there, leave it like that. Let's see what that sounds like. Rapid. Needs automation. Yeah, okay, that's sounding good. We'll probably need to do something about this kick as well on this last bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, because it's building up to, so we'll definitely need one in there, and we'll probably pop one in there. Yeah, probably two there, and what does that sound like? Progress. That'll do. Pop them in there, and maybe some of the intro stuff. Okay, here it's here. Now, let me just get that vocal bit back into view. Put that to one row. Let's have a look at what we can do here. Good. This one perhaps. If I bring this along to here. Bit too early. Okay, that's nice. That makes the transition really smooth. This one here, I'm going to duplicate that and just take it along here as well, because I think that'll fit in well. So again, all of this is making the reason that all of this has been done is making that transition where it stops and goes straight to that vocal, is to make that nice and neat and not too abrupt. That's nice. Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay, so we've got a kind of transition going on for the first vocal, then the next vocal comes in probably here, I guess, and we'll probably drop out all the drums. Let's get the vocal in. Where is the vocal section here? Okay, this is a speedy laugh. Now, this was created, this is my voice. This is what this is all leading up to. This whole section is all about the synth that's going to come in after all this. That's what this is all about. That's obviously a bit long. That's going to kind of be cut down a bit because everything starts again at that point. So back to the vocals again. Now the aim is to get that to delay till this one starts, And of course, when that one starts, all of the drums and stuff finish. We'll probably, let's put these in again somewhere. Let's drop that in there, and maybe here perhaps. Yeah, okay, so I can just solo everything. Nice, I like that. Okay, so that's okay at the moment, but obviously I've got effects that I need to add to this. I'm going to try time stretching that, and it's the bar I want to do it to. There we go. That sounds better, and it's more in time with what I'm planning on doing there. With regards to the effects on this one, there is another video. If you look in the videos that you downloaded, there's another separate video showing you how to do that, so I won't show you again. Same with the other stuff, I won't show you in the actual track because it's just going to get in the way of the creativity. But if you look at the other video, it'll show you how to do it. Inserts, we want a double delay. This is just the same as going to the mixer. Doing it this way. A double delay. And I doubt very much if I've got a preset for this. Nope. So it's probably just 10% and maybe quarters.
Rapid, rapid,
Okay.
rapid, rapid, rapid.
On the sends, let's get some of that auto-verb in there. Doesn't need a lot, but enough. Okay, it's probably too much. It's probably too loud for a start. We could probably leave it like that. Let's.
Rapid, 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 rapid.
Okay. That'll do for the time being. We can mess around with that later if need be. What we do need to do is add some automation to this. We're going to need insert 3, which is the auto pan. We need to bypass that. We're also going to need insert number 2. The tap 1 time, that one. We're also going to need filter 2 resonance. Also the feedback for D2 as well. And filter 1 resonance. Okay, the automation for this, now that we've set up the automation parameters, quite simple. The bypass needs to be off at this moment. The tap time, again, these are just preferences really, you'll hear it.
Rapid, progress, 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 rapid, 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 progress.
And of course, like, you don't have to do it like this. I know what I want, so that's why I'm doing it like this. If you really just
Rapid progress.
want to get creative with it, just get your own boys up, and then just mess around with the settings until you get what you want. See, that's the D1 filter resonance, which is this one down here. So I want that to go up but ever so slightly.
Rapid progress.
That's going up too much.
Rapid progress.
Nice feedback.
Rapid
Okay, that's too much.
Rapid progress.
Now again, it's up to you. You can mess around with the VST. Sorry, the plugin. Just hit right and mess around, and it'll put them there for you, and you can fine tune it. At the moment, that's okay for me. I'm just going to leave it at that. But how did that sound? Okay, so that's sounding not too bad. Excellent for what I want at the moment. Probably that, I think. Okay, so that's the first part of the vocals done. There is more vocals to come, reversing the vocals and stuff, but it's not really at this part of the track. So I'll just show you it when it comes in. I'll add it into another section. But for this section, that's those vocals done. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to the next video in the Cubase Guru Psytrance music production course. This video is going to be regarding synths. Now by that I mean leads, pads and any other kind of main lead type sound. The first one that we're going to do is the lead that comes in at this part of the track when that breaks down. Now this lead is done in the Axis Virus, and so the first thing we need to do is add a folder track. We'll call this leads, and we need to go and create a multi-channel synth, which will be the Virus TI. Now again, these leads can be created in any synths, it's just I like to use my Virus. Okay, I'll just drop that into the leads. Okay, and the great thing about the Axis Virus TI is that you get a VST plugin with it. The great thing about that is it makes it a whole lot easier to program. Now, in this part of the video, I'm not going to show you how to program these leads. There is extra videos that comes with this package that shows you how to actually synthesize the leads that I'm about to show you. Now, this is, or we'll call it synth 1 in fact. and we'll add another 2 MIDI tracks. We'll call that Synth 2 and Synth 3. Okay. So what we got? Just a saw wave at the moment. Synth 1 is, I believe, the Eerie pad patch. So if we select that, nice simple pad, and it's going to be on E. We shall do it for several bars, but first we need to create a little break section, so for the end of this part here. So this is going to go from 97, we'll just mark it there for the time being, and we'll start it on 97.5, I guess. So here, so that's where we want this to be. Well, let me just change that. And it's going to go up to 101.5. So there. Okay, just do that. And then draw in and here. Okay, so we've got, okay, we've got to EQ this straight away. The first thing we need to do is activate all the 3 outputs of the virus. We'll get rid of all the audio, and we'll just look for those, which is here. So number 1, we'll put some EQ on it straight away, and we'll take it up to about 246 Hertz. High pass 1. Again, what we're doing here is getting rid of all the low end to leave space for the bass, and we'll leave it around about that. Second one about 860. Parametric 2, yeah, and we'll just
where humans learn to control the military with where humans.
Let me just solo that so it's all we can hear at the moment. Just increase that by a little bit. Oops. 820. Parametric 1 on this, in this case, and about 5.6 there. Okay, so I've used this, I've cut all the lows off, and I've accentuated some of the highs to make it kind of stand out. Now just bring this down. Obviously we're going to have drums and stuff and a bass here as well, so we need to bring the bass over, but again, from this slow bass that we had, we're going to bring it back up to the fast bass, or the fuller bass, shall we say. Now this is where it can get a bit tricky as well. You need to be aware of this, because we're not working bang on the bar now. You just need to be aware of where you're putting things. It's just, it just helps things to be a little clearer. So let's hear. Okay, I'm not sure if that's the right bass that should be there. Let me just copy over 4 of these over here and just make sure we've got the right bass patterns here. So if I delete those two and then just bring these ones over, and this one. Okay, yeah, and we get some of the drums over there as well. And we also need the snare and the open hi-hat, so we'll just pop these in there, duplicate that, and I think we'll have the closed hi-hat in here now also. Okay. Okay, so lead 1 needs to be brought down a bit. Okay, so that's, I've called it synth 1. It is a synth, it's not a lead though, it's simply it's like a pad, I guess. So the main lead that comes in here is the synth 2 lead, which is going to be these notes again, close to the bass line, but with a difference. What we're going to do is, yeah, keep it like that. And the reason that we've gone off the bar is because we do a little extra bit here, which you'll see why in a minute. What we're trying to achieve here is where this kind of winds down, and then there's this little lead here is going to drop, and then we're going to have taken off here. So the first thing we need to do is go back to the virus, make sure that that's set to virus, channel 2, come into the virus, and I believe synth 2 is the acid squelch sound, which there is a video of. Oh, I just made a mistake there. That should be Eerie Pad. Select 2, acid squelch, that should be better. And in here we just need like a little introductory kind of sound. So we'll put one there, one here, another one there. We'll put one on that note, one there, and one there. Now you should kinda get what I'm after. Okay, now what I need to do is bring these notes up to the right place, select them all first, and bring them up to where they should be. Okay, so that should then so you should kinda get the idea of what I'm trying to do.
Progress.
Okay, that's kind of what we're looking for. We'll work on synth 2 for a minute. Okay, so let's see what notes we've got going on here. Right, we don't want any of this on this part of the synthesize, on this lead. Again, we'll probably just have one there, one there, one there, one there, and there for this. Okay, that's good. But obviously it's going to need more than that, so I'll just duplicate this little lot here. And okay, so we're now working in a larger space. Let me just magnify that. And now I'm going to add some of the stabs and stuff in here. We'll use these, all three of these. So I'll just duplicate them, and I'll just unmute them. Now remember, this is me just getting a quick basic arrangement together, so that I can get an idea of how long the track's going to be, so that I will then come back and fine tune all of this stuff to make it as well, just to make the arrangement better, to make it much better than what it is at the moment. At the moment, I'm just getting a kind of brief idea of what it is that I'm looking to do. So. I'll just scroll up, duplicate this again, gives a nice big chunk to work with. Okay, and then just to make it clear that what I'm working with is like so. Right, where this will probably go there. So let's have a listen. Okay, that's sounding better. We do have a problem though. Yeah, I think that first section is wrong. Let me just copy this section over. Let me just see how that sounds. Yeah, it seems. Let me just check that first one there. I think it was maybe an error moving those notes when I was working on that. Let me just copy the bass pattern completely and then move it up the relative octaves. And see if you've got everything selected like that and you just double click it. Once you've got all that, just Control A and go all, and then if we pop it up 2 octaves, I think it is. But yeah, there's definitely one of my sound effects is missing. It's not missing, I just haven't brought it in yet. So if you go back to your pool, and did we put in noise sweep? We did. Okay, so what I want to do is import this. I'll just import it into the cursor so that it's there. Oh, don't want it there, we want it in here. Let's just have a look at this now. Okay, I just need to add an audio track. That was my fault. I should have because I didn't select anything, it just imported it onto the first available audio track. So let me just change this to 1 row. Okay, right, now I'm going to cut these up. Let's have a listen to them. Yeah, there's enough. Okay, excellent. Okay, so I'm gonna use these. Let's go one there, and another a bit, round about here. Maybe just after there. Let's have a listen. I'm not sure if that one's in the right place. Let's just magnify this a bit. We want this one to start there. That's better. I want that one to be about there, I think. Much better. Okay, so they seem to be sitting in a nice place, and then we should have, yeah, let's bring that in there. Just remember how that starts. Better. Okay, and what we need to do now is have another effect. I think we'll use this. Let's duplicate that and bring it over here, and then go audio, process. I'm going to reverse it, new version, and I'll just kind of tidy that up a wee bit so that there's not too much to see. If I can make it a bar, then it just makes it nice and easy to work with. We'll bring it in round about here, I think. Now that's going to be, it's slightly too long, isn't it? Let me just okay, so we need that to be right up nice and tight to there. Pop that into there. Right, let's see how that nice. Okay, that's sounding good. Now, so we've got 2 of our leads done. The third lead, or the third synth, should I say, doesn't come in till much later, but we can set it up. If we go again, set up the Virus TI, then go to channel 3, and we need to use the bug. And I can just hear it. And I have supplied these virus patches as well, and as I said, there is another video that you downloaded that shows you how to create some of these patches, but at the moment we're not using that, so there's no need for me to put it in there at the moment. So that's kind of bar 97 up to 113. Okay, so that's the leads for the time being. I'm just going to do some EQ on them. Now synth 1 I think we already done, didn't we? Yeah, we done some EQ on synth 1. Let me just move this up so we can see what I'm talking about. Synth 2, now the synth 2 is quite an important one, as it's kind of the main lead throughout the track until later on at least. It does have EQ on it, but it's also got automation, which I will do once I've completed the arrangement. That will be part of my kind of the mix section of the course, which will happen once the arrangement's done. But we can do the EQ on it now. So if we go to the EQ and number 1, and again clean up for bass, so 197. If we put that onto a high pass. Yeah, that's fine. And here we're going to try and find some of the kind of high squelchier stuff and bring it out. Maybe not so much. And here we use parametric 2 again. We'll put it nice and a little bit more than that, maybe 3. Oop, wrong way. Okay, I know what's wrong. I wonder why it wasn't doing exactly what I thought. On the virus, because we've got these 3 channels here, at the moment everything's coming out of channel 1, as you can see. So here we need to go into common and we need to change that. So if I press play, change that to, there we go. Now as you can hear, it's more crunchy because of this, so let's just have a listen. I'll just bypass that and I'll just unsolo everything. As you can see, I've taken on the bottom end, and with these 2 peaks here, what's done is it's made it more, it's kind of tightened it up and gritted it up a little bit as well. It's made it a little bit more kind of squelchy, I guess you could call it. Nice. Okay, and there is the 3rd lead. In fact, we can do the 3rd lead now, even though it doesn't come into the track till quite a bit later. We can do it now. And again, it's the virus. And we'll just do a short kind of 2-bar section for it at the moment. So if I go here, and bring this down, so 1 bar, 2 bars. As you can see, it is quite confusing when you do it like this. If you want to get a proper 2 bar, you can just go change that to bar, go there, create your 2 bar, then change that back to use quantize, and then go back to the start. Make sure that you're in the right place, and then you can just select that and hit P, and you know that you've got 2 bars there. Okay, cool. Now synth 3 sound is the bug. I think I've already done that, but what I need to do is make sure that that's on USB 3. So as you can see, it's coming through there. Excellent. And again, this is there's a video showing you how to synthesize this sound. So what we're going to do, we're going to go for here. We'll give it just, yeah, about that, I guess. then up an octave, that'll do, and just a little one there. And if I just loop that, okay, so that's the third synth. But that doesn't get used yet. That's further in the up in the track to come. So that's the synth section done now. Oh, well, I guess we should EQ that third one as well, and maybe sort out the volume, seeing as it's there. So I'm just going to leave that as it is. I think it's the way it's been created, synthesized, sounds great. Let's have a listen to the whole thing, see how it sounds so far, just to see how it melts. There's definitely, just by looking at it, I'm pretty sure that we need some effects and stuff in this middle section. But it doesn't matter at the moment. As I said, this is just all about getting the sounds down and getting a basic arrangement. Once we've done that, we can go back and really fine tune everything. So if I just, let's have a listen. Hi-hat sounds very dry, but again, we'll be able to fix all of that later. Okay, it's sounding good, but as I said, it does sound a bit empty in here, perhaps. Probably needs a bit of EQ. I do like that bit. Do you know what I'm going to do? I think with this lead section here, I might actually put that up an octave. No, doesn't work. Okay, that's the synth video done. We got the 3 synths done, even though we've done this one, it doesn't come into much later on. We've managed to get the track starting to pick up now. It's how far in are we? We're about 2 minutes 37 seconds in, which is good. It's just starting to get lively. So I shall see you in the next video. Hi, welcome to the next video in the Cubase Psytrance music production course. This video is about arrangement. Now, arrangement can be done in many different ways. However, when it comes to teaching arrangement, it gets a bit difficult. So after a few experiments, I've decided to do it a specific way. Now, normally I wouldn't do it this way when I'm working on my own, but I figure this is the easiest way to teach arrangement. So far we've kind of got this amount of arrangement. This is what you should have after the last video. Now what we're going to do is select a portion of the arrangement screen up to probably, let's say 273 for the moment. If I hit number 2 on my keypad and bring F2 to bring this up, that will tell me that it's 7 minutes 21 seconds up to there. So that's okay, that's long enough. Now what I'm going to do is I'm slightly going to rearrange these files so that every file that I've used so far will have at least one copy here. We'll start here at 113. And then I'm going to duplicate these all the way up to here. So in fact it needs to be on use quantize, and we'll just put that to there. Just zoom in, make sure that's in the right place. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy over the drums, I'm going to copy over the bass, and I'm going to copy over the synths as well as synth 3. And I'm just going to delete that one. In fact, I will just duplicate that there and duplicate that. Oh, undo that and duplicate that one there. And I'll duplicate these to make sure we've got the same kind of level amount. And then what I'm going to do, so we've done the drums, that's good. We've done the bass, we can lower that. Now I'm also going to copy all the evolve stuff. You'll see why in a second. But I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start with the drums and the bass first. So very simple. All I'm going to do is just fill this up with the drums and the bass. So Control D, Control D. Okay, then I'm going to do the same with the synths. Okay, so they're the easiest ones to do because we know that they're bang on the bar. Now what I'm going to do is I'll just minimize these sections so I don't need to, so I can use as much space as possible. We'll start with the intro section. Now I need obviously one of those, so we'll take that to there. I'll just deal with that in a second. We need number 2, number 3, number 4. There's several different files in number 5, I believe. So yeah, we'll use that one. And this one. And this one, as it's a reverse. And number 7 and number 8. Okay, so now that I've got those, I'm just going to scroll in a bit and just make sure they're all where they should be. So if we just pop that to there. Okay, I just want them all back here so that I can move them all at one time by copying the intro folder marker, which is this section here. Okay, so once you've got them like that, we need to kind of make them approximately the same length. So that'll fit in there like so. Oh. And the same with this. Scroll back out and then copy these. And then evolve 7. And then we have that. So we've now got a nice block there that we can copy over. So just select that and go. Okay, it's a bit longer than that, but that's not a problem. The next section we need to work with, again to do this, is the sound effects and stabs. So we'll just select them all, make them a bit bigger so we can see them. And again we'll copy this stabs folder section over and then scroll in, and we'll just make sure that that's in the right place, make sure that that's in the right place, and that is. Now I think there's, how many of these is there? Yeah, there's just the 2 I believe. 1, well there's actually 3, and that is the 3 of them there. So we copy that over like that, and then oops, copy that over like so. The next section is this uplifter. Copy that, bring it over. We have that one and that one. Okay, so that's them all. So again, I'll just tidy it up to make sure that they're all in a good place. Okay, and then make them all roughly the same kind of size as the stabs section. Okay, undo that. And copy this bit over. Oops. Okay, we don't need that section there. That's okay. That's okay, and that's okay. Now we can copy this over. It will be a bit bitty, this one, the gaps, but that's okay. That's not a problem as long as we've got it to the end. And then the next section is the vocals. So if I just copy that, bring that over here. Again, making sure that it's at the right place. Oops. Okay, and we need this one, and we can just copy that to there. So we've got both the vocals that we're using at the moment. And then if we come down to the synth section, which is already done, and then the audio synth section, again we can just copy that, bring it along here, make sure it's in the right place. Okay, excellent. So now again we've got the vocals. So if we just duplicate it all the way over. Okay, we don't need that last one. And again with the audio synths. Okay, so in effect what we've done is we've created everything that's in the track so far, all the way up to the end of the track. Now if I just go to project, track folding, unfold tracks, right, we can see everything, and I'll just go down here and change that to 1 row. Get rid of the automation. Okay, so there's pretty much the whole track. That's the whole track. Oh, wait a minute, what have we got? We forgot something. We've got the audio drums. So let's have a look and see what we've got here. And just unfold those so we can see them. Okay, so let's just copy, is there a larger section? Okay, we'll just copy that section, which has 2 of the audio drums in it. copy that to there. Okay, now, and there's obviously sections where this third and fourth, the full drum loop isn't actually in the track yet, but we can import that now. Let's just duplicate that one. Take it along to where it should be. And again, we're just going to drop it under there. And this full drum loop, if you hit Control P, make sure, first of all, make sure your cursor is at 113, so just hit 1 on your numeric keypad. Hit Control P to bring up the loop, and we're looking for the audio file that's called Full Drum Loop, which is this one here. Right click, insert into project, making sure that you've got that track selected, and it will insert it to there at cursor. There we are. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. That's what we need. I'll just okay. And then same again. Copy it for the complete remainder of the track. So just select that and just duplicate it all the way over. Okay, so once you've got everything copied over, looking like this, basically what we've got is the whole track there now. What we need to do now is create our arrangement from this. So basically it's kind of like painting with numbers now. You can listen to, you can mute each part, you can listen to it and then add what you want, take away what you don't want. It's quite fun actually doing it like this. However, me personally, when I'm making my own tracks, I don't do it like this, but nonetheless, we shall continue. So now that we have everything arranged like this, what we'll do is we'll work in 32 bar chunks. What this will do is allow us to watch what's happening and keep abreast of it. So we'll just mark up 32 bars, so 113 to 145, although it's just half, isn't it? So if we just do that and hit P, it selects that section for us. Can we just magnify that? Now, it's up to you. If you've got a pre-plan, then you can do what you want, or what you can do is just mute certain parts. So say you just want to hear the synths, because we know synth 3 is not going to be playing at the moment. We don't want to hear all of those audio drums, we don't need to, but we want to hear the drums, the bass. We can mute the intro, we can mute the exit, and we can mute that. So okay, so now what we can do is say, right, in these 32 bars, what do we want to do? Do we want to have breaks somewhere? Do we want to introduce new synths? Do we want to have new other synths? But at the moment, we're just going to work on the drums and the synths. And I think well, let's just play around and see what happens. As I said, it's kind of like painting with numbers. So what I'm going to do is just select my mute tool and I start muting parts. Don't delete parts, because if you delete parts, it's just a hassle getting them back. Once you've got exactly what it is that you think you want, then that's the best thing to do. What we'll do, we'll look 113 to 21 is 8 bars. So we'll select that. We'll work on 8 bars all the way up over the next 32 bar section. It's just easier to see, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to put in some kind of break here, I think. Not straight away, just here. So I'm going to mute the drums here. And I'm also going to mute synth 1, I think. And synth 3 there. Oh, synth 3 has to be all muted here at the moment, and synth 2 there, sorry. So what have we got? Okay, bass needs to be muted there as well. Okay, so okay, so we're just working on this section. So we're going to need, where are my crash and reverse cymbal? So we're going to need to add these in to this section to notify the change to come. There's a few duplicates there. It's probably just because of the way they were duplicated over. So where is my crash drum? Doesn't seem to be there, and then that's been an error with me copying them over. That's not a problem. So I'm going to need them here. So I want my reverse to come like so. It seems to have my reverse on there as well, which is interesting. Has it done that all the way along? It certainly has. So we need to get rid of that. So let's just delete all of those, because that shouldn't be the reverse. That should be the crash. Let's go and find the crash. There it is. What I must have done, I must have forgot to copy the crash over, and just now it is looking a bit strange. Okay, I've obviously copied these over in error. So if I just bring these down one, let me just put that to grid relative so that they don't move. Or if they do move, they end up in the right place. Let me just check that. So undo. I see they did move. So I just pull that down. Oh. Move the file down. Make sure it's in the right place. That should have moved them all again, yeah. Okay, that was obviously some fault that I didn't notice. And we've copied that, so we need to bring that over. Now let's go back to the section we were working on. So that's another thing with doing it this way. It's easy to get confused and kind of lost. So we definitely don't want that there. So what we got? There's the duplicates in the bass there. I don't think so. It just sounded like the bass turned up. See if there's any automation in there that's causing any problems. Doesn't look like it. So I don't know what's happening there, but anyway, it's not a problem. All we're doing is getting the arrangement sorted at the minute. Any little glitches like that we can come back and repair, no problem. It does sound like there's a duplicate bass going on. Okay, not to worry. Okay, so we've got that. What do we want to stay? Right, we've got, now do we have our full drum loop in here somewhere? Ah, see, look, there's the reverse there. That must have just been when I copied them over. I must have moved the file a little bit. Now, our full drum loop, there's a couple there, more than a couple. So we want to unmute that one. So we're going to bring that in here. So let's have a listen. You'll see what I'm doing. Okay, I'm going to reverse that full drum loop. So audio, process, reverse, new version, so it doesn't reverse them all. Okay, so we've got our drums sorted the way we want them. We have our audio, drums sorted, we've got our bass sorted. Now, do we want any intro in here? We certainly don't, so we'll just mute that. Stabs and effects, yeah, I guess we can get some stabs and effects in at this section. Let's have a look and see what we've got. Okay. We'll use the H2 SV1 uplifter clean, which is this one here. You can use that one, but we'll need to time it right. We probably, yeah, okay, so let's have a listen to that, see how it comes in. Okay, excellent. Where is the rest of my... Do we want that there? Yeah, we'll put that there. So we'll unmute that. And we'll put the thin stab. What should we do with the thin stab? Let's do something a bit different. Now let me just listen to that thin stab. Okay, that sounds... So we can... Right, we'll make sure the stabbicato's okay. So this one here. Oops. Yeah. Okay, but we want this to be around... here somewhere. There, probably. I think that's the right place. That sounded pretty weird. Okay, that isn't the right place. But what I am going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of quick editing here. If I just cut that there and delete it. In fact, let's be a little bit more accurate with our cutting. We just want 1 bar's worth. So if I cut that there, delete that, then duplicate it, then reverse it, audio process reverse, new version. So let's see. So you can see what I'm doing, that will then introduce this bit here. Okay, that's good. Just minimize this a second. Okay, yeah, I think we can... I'm going to cut that there because I don't want that there. Okay, so we've got that. Now we can maybe add some noise sweeps perhaps. Right, I definitely don't want one there. I don't want that. Let's try not that one, but this one. And just delete them. My mouse is starting to die on me, I think. Okay, let's unmute that. See what that sounds like. Nice. Okay, now that is an idea to have that there. Just something else to kind of help with this swoop up. So we can kill that, see what that sounds like on its own first. Yep. See what it sounds like with everything else. Okay, that's sounding not too bad. I think we can leave that section like that. I'll just double check that we've got everything running that should be running. Just put everything into ones so I can have a look. Right, so we've got our drums. I know what's missing. Where is our stylus drum loop? Because those shouldn't be there. They're in the wrong place. So I obviously made an error when I copied them over. There you go, there's a lesson. Be really clever when you copy them over. Stylus drum loop, which seems to have gone missing, which is... I don't know what's going on here because they've all moved. Ah, they haven't all moved. Okay, so they've moved from here to there. So again, I need to bring these down. Make sure they're in the right place. Okay, stylus drum loop. Okay, maybe I haven't imported that yet. Okay, because I want it in here. So Control P, hit 1 to make sure left locator's there. Stylus drum loop, there we go. Right click, insert project at cursor. And that should give us the stylus drum loop. We'll just have a listen to that. Okay. I'm just going to copy it all the way along. Oh, that didn't quite work. Okay. I'm glad I've done it like this because you can see the downfalls you can come up against, which is good. So we want... I think we'll leave all 4 of those. I'll just right click on the track. It's not going to let me do that. So just select, just mute everything, and then I can start working on them again. So I want that one, that one, that one, and that one. So let's have a listen. Not sure if I want that there. Don't think so. But I think that's that little section done. It sounds okay. So let's move on to the next section. Okay, moving on to the next section. We'll select the next 8. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I've just noticed something. That's not the right drum loop. That's not the drum loop I wanted. It was this one. So let me just change that. Sorry about that. Because it should sound like this. Oh, and as you've probably noticed, it's got a bit louder. I found out what the problem was. I was using the wrong sound card. Basically, I've got my Virus TI as a sound card as well. And when I'm doing 2 things at once, I find it easier to use that than to use my RME Fireface 800. But of course, the RME Fireface 800 is a far superior sound card, so when you use it, it just sounds better and it's louder. So, right, we're back on track now. So really, this should have been, well, I'm just going to copy this all the way along to the end, just the same as everything else. This is the drum loop I should have been using for this section, and it should be 4 of those. This fill. Right, let's have a listen just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's right now. Okay, what I want to do is okay, so like it's okay like that at the moment. That's going to be gated and stuff later on. Right, okay. So we've got everything that we wanted to do on this section. Let's move on to the next 8 bars, which is this section here. One to 1.5 to 129.5. Right, what shall we do here then? We should have, yeah, the crash is there. Right, drums. We want all the drums. We want the bass out on this last section. Let's have a listen. Okay, it's doing it again there for some reason. I'll fix it. I'll find out exactly what the problem is later. I'm just going to delete everything I'm not using. It might just be all these files, so they're not going to be used here. I'm not going to be using these. Instead of muting them, I'm just going to delete them all. I'm going to mute all these drum loops, because this is this is going to be like another just like another break, really. So what we got here? Where's the synths? I'm going to mute synth 1. Don't need that. Thin stab. Where are you? I'm going to use a full one of this in here. Just make sure that's button up. And I'm going to have, where's my weird random effects? There they are. I'm going to have that on. I'm going to delete that one, delete that one, delete that one. We'll use this one. I'm going to have that, or let's try it. Can I see my numbers? Try it there. Okay, check the synths out. Yeah, we want synth 2 there. Mute that one. We don't want that there. Wait a minute, that's a noise sweep. Do we want that there? That's in the wrong place. Noise sweep should be there, let's say. And my weird random effects should be there. Yes, what's this going on? Where's my crash symbol gone? Crash symbol? Where is it? There it is. Okay, so let's get that along there, and then where did I put it? There. Okay, so let's get into this section. Right, so what we've done, or what we're doing, is creating another kind of breaky section. So we've killed all the drums, except the kick. We want the kick and the bass on still. Yeah, we want the kick and the bass on. We want that to be there. We want that to be there. Let's have a listen. So it's kind of like a big 16-bar break, really. Well, it's not 16 at all, is it? It's 10 bar. There, I reckon we'll get this full drum looping again, reverse it, new version. However, this time let's kind of cut everything here. Let me just mute that, and put that in there. See, basically I'm just messing around, really. As I said, it's just kind of painting by numbers. Let me take that off a grid relative for a second. Glad I'm not using that. Wait a minute. Is that telling me that that's not bang on? Oh no, that's fine. Okay. Right. Right, so I'm just going to delete that. So are we gonna... Let's have a listen. We maybe add a couple extra kicks in or something later. Yeah, probably what I'll probably do there is I'll just mute that, and I'll probably put something like this in. You know what I mean? And we'll probably have another crash there. Oops, undo that. Put snap back on, put that to grid relative. Just copy that over. Perfect. Okay, let's just get that down a bit, magnified. Put all these back to 1, just so we can see what's going on. Move on to the next 8. Magnify back up. Okay, it's on... Wait a minute. Oh yeah, they're all muted, that's good, because we won't be using any of those for the time being. Okay, the next section from 129.5 to 137.5. We're going to bring everything back in. So we've got our crash comes back in there. None of this. I'm just going to delete that. Bass back in, yes please. Check. Oh, synths, what do we want in? Yeah, we'll introduce synth number 3 now. So, but we're not going to do it there. We're going to do it like that. I'm going to change that a bit in a second. So we've got our crash, we've got all our drums back in. Now if I imported my computer gate glitch, I know we've got the high bleep. No, I haven't. Okay, so that's a good time to import that then. So Control P, and we're looking for computer gate glitch, I think it's called. Okay, it should be in there, so I'll just need to go and import it. Again, this is what you need to do. So you need to go find the path of where you downloaded the audio files, and you're looking for computer glitch. Select your audio synths folder, double click it as usual, take it in, make sure you're on, hit 1 to make sure you're on 129.5, right click, insert into project at cursor. Okay, where did that go? I dropped it into high black. Okay, so add an audio track. Bad habit of doing that, should have done that first. Computer glitch. But we want that above. Now again, this computer glitch, I'll let you hear it. Thankfully it doesn't have that on it. So yeah, it's just like weird computer sound. But again, it's a gate. So right click, add a MIDI track. And we're going to use just the same bass notes. Go into the inserts of the audio track, dynamics, MIDI gate, then click on the MIDI channel, go to the output, select computer glitch, yeah, MIDI gate, excellent. So go back in here and adjust the gate. Remember, bring down the hold and the release completely. Just use the kick and the bass really. That's all I use anyway. Okay, so I've got that added in. That sounds okay to me like that. Maybe just make it a bit less. Okay, but now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a group channel. Call it high-tech glitches. And I'm going to send both of those. So where's the other one? We've got the high-tech bleep here as well. Okay, but what I'm going to do is in the high-tech glitches EQ, I'm going to add some. I'm just going to unsolo everything. Okay. I'm just going to solo that and that. Doesn't seem to be working for some reason. Oh, sorry. Can you tell I'm getting tired? Helps if you route something to the group channel first. High-tech glitches. High-tech glitches. Right, so now that's all they need, just a little bit, no more than that. But I'm going to add a delay to that group channel as well. Just a double delay. I don't think I made a preset for this particular. Oh no, maybe I did. Cubase Guru High-Tech Glitch group channel delay. Basically, it's, well, we'll see in a second. Yeah, 10%, 500 mil each side, so it's pretty much default. Yeah, but it's making it dance a bit more, which is good. Okay, so that's that done. Let's check everything else out for this. So, we've brought the drums back in. We've got the crash there, yeah, okay, that's good. We've got the bass. Now what are we doing with these stabs? Right, yeah, just wait a minute, because it's only computer glitch that we want here. We do not want high bleep. In fact, I'll just delete them. I know I said mute them, but I know for a fact that they're not going to be there, so, and I know that that's not going to be there, so I'm just going to delete it. So, okay, so I've got that. Where are my stabs and stuff going? Right, let's see what we can do with these. What we got in here? Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just take that up to there, because I don't want that working its way into there. Not that it will. Okay, that needs EQ'd, but I can do that later, once we deal with the arrangement. So how are we looking? We've got, yeah, it looks good, looks good. Yeah. Synth 1, Synth 2, we're introducing Synth 3, we're going to change the notes on that, don't let me forget. Yeah, I need to change the notes on that. We've got some... do we want these in there? I don't think so. Do we want the wild random effects in there? Nope, don't want them in there either. So, what we will do is we will bring the noise sweeps in, I think, but we'll start it there. So is that thin stab? Yeah, let's duplicate that. And does that go there? That's right, but I think that probably needs to go there. Yeah, that's better. And maybe that there. Let's have a listen. Wait a minute. Something's not right. That shouldn't be there. That should be there. which means that should probably be there, and that should be maybe there. Let's try that. Yeah, I reckon that'll do there. It's just a wee bit different. Okay. So let's just, I just want to listen to this whole section. Okay, yeah, sounding good. Let's move on to the next 8. Zoom in a bit, so we can see what's going on. Right. Right, what have we got going on in this one? Oh, no, before I forget, I was going to change the notes here. Okay, so the settings on this, the settings, I just want to make it a wee bit different for that, but not by much. So I'm just going to come in here and let's just shorten that indefinitely, but lengthen that one. Move that one over to there. Do that. Now, because it's an arpeggiated sound, it will sound pretty different. So, just on the low side. I think it's low compared to the other ones. Check the virus settings on that. Maybe just turn that volume up a bit more. No idea what's causing that. It's got to be, again, I'll just delete everything I'm not using and then it'll get rid of it. Obviously you won't have that problem because you'll copy your files over a lot more carefully than I did. Okay, and this one, right, so we've got the new synth coming in. Where art thou? There, it's there. But again, I'm just going to delete. We don't want rid of those two. Right, well, we'll go up to the drums, and this time, where's the computer glitch? Yeah, I'm going to put that in again, as well as that. I'm going to delete the high bleep stuff. If you're not as confident as me with regards to what you want and what you don't want, just remember and use the mute instead of doing what I'm doing. Because what I don't want you doing is going through all this and then have to go back and do it again because you've moved something that you shouldn't have done. But then again, that's part of the fun, I guess. That's what can be real good fun about arranging, really. Right, let's drop that there. Right, we definitely need to get rid of... There is no need for them to be there. We may need a reverse symbol. See, look, there is other files. See this little arrow? It means there's other files underneath there. So we're going to have the reverse there. Let's just make sure that was okay. And where is the drum loop? So the drum loop's still playing, that's good. But I think what we're going to do is cut... yeah, let's cut at 144 here. Going to do some muting here, I think. Let's mute all the drums, apart from that. Are we going to do... Let's have this. Okay, that's not bad at that, but I don't want... We've got our weird random effects there. We want that, I don't want that one. Have we used the stylus drum loop yet? The audio folder, the audio one. We haven't, have we? Right. So look at that, that's handy. We're going to use that in there. That's what we're muting everything for. So, let me just start that. Yes, everything's duplicated, but that's good. At least we know that it's just me. Stupid fault of my own. I hate having to do all this. It's my own fault because I didn't use grid relative early enough. I don't think you're going to get much closer than that. Get rid of that. That shouldn't be there either. Yeah, that looks good to me. Okay, put a snap back on. Right, so what I'm going to do with this here, I'm going to chop it up into 16ths. Now, if you've got a section that you want to chop up, instead of having to go and putting it to 16ths and going chop, 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 if you just go to the first 16, hold Alt down and hit left click, chops it up into 16ths for you. Cool. Right, the reason I've done that is because later on I'm going to come back and edit that stuff. Maybe reverse bits of it, change bits of it. But for the time being, I think we're okay there. Okay, let's move on to the next section. Select that. Again, well, I'm just going to delete mines. Just zoom it in so we can see what we're doing. Right, yeah, we want everything. We don't want that, so I'm just going to delete it. We obviously don't want any of that. We don't want any of that. Bass, yes, we do. Computer glitch, yeah. Better copy the MIDI over. Can't I forget that? Just get rid of this. What synths do we want here? Yeah, same again. Same again. Sorry, let me just magnify that. Okay, what effects do we want? Where's my noise sweeps? Drop that in there. Rid of that. What should we do? Thin stab long delay there. Another noise sweep. Where can we put that? Let's have a look. Depends what one it is. What about putting it kind of there? Weird random effects could probably go there. Let's have a listen. Okay, that one isn't right. But wait a minute, I bet I forgot to do that, didn't I? To most of them, because I changed one and didn't change the rest. Yeah, so that one should be okay, that one should be wrong, and it should be that one. Remember, I changed the pattern. So you want it to go. Let's have a look. Show you that one there, and then you want a longer. So that should be it now. Let me just check. So I never really trust myself when I'm moving these around. Okay. Okay, that's sounding good. Need a crash. Need a crash. Right, if I put grid relative on now, this should copy no problem. Even though I did drop it. That, is it that? Yeah, it is. It's far too loud. Doesn't need to be there. Okay, that looks okay to me. Sounds okay, should I say. Right, move on to the next one. Right, we know we don't need all of this. Oh, wait a minute, did I put that crash in? I did. Okay, don't want any of this. So we've got our kick, snare, automatically, drum, we've got our bass. What else do we want in here? Yep, we want our synths again. This time that one's going to change quite a bit, I think. We want, I need one of these, because what we're going to do now is come up to a break. I need to see how long this is. Let's just unmute it. Round about there maybe. Maybe just a little bit to the right. That'll do. Okay, first thing I'm going to do before I do anything else is I'm just going to clean up some of this stuff, because it can get a bit disorientating. For me, that is. It can confuse me quite a bit. Especially when I'm concentrating on doing other stuff at the same time, so. Right, I'm pretty sure we don't need that vocal there. We'll take the computer glitch over one more time. We don't want that. Have we got? Let's have a look for the top. Okay, we're definitely going to need. Are we there? Yeah. So we're going to need this. The reverse crash, reverse cymbal and crash. I really need to delete a lot of these now, actually, because they're just annoying me. Okay, so we've got that. Let me just send everything to ones. Okay, we've definitely got too many noise sweeps going on, that's for sure. We'll probably use one. There maybe. Oops, did I miss 157? No, that's okay. Let's have a listen. Okay, sounds good to me. Yeah. Okay, next section then. This is going to be a bigger section now, because I think it's about 10 bars, I think. Section 161 to 173 in the half, which is, oh, this whole section here. Yeah, it's a bit longer than the other ones, and that's because this is our good break coming up now. Right, so in this instance I am going to just delete the drum. Oh, delete it. Delete them. Delete all of these. Up to there. Yeah, I can bring the reverse cymbal back in. Pop that in there. Bass is going as well. Do we want to remove the bass? Yeah, why not? None of that needs to be there. Don't need any of this, don't need any of that, or that. What have we got here then? What is that coming into here? Ah, right, okay, yeah. Well, what I'm going to do with that is just take that up to there. Just try to make it tidy. I'll leave that one there. Okay, now we can get to use some vocals. Let's just stretch this out a bitty. Kinda. This is what happens as well. You kind of get a little bit lost. Try to remember where you are. Okay, so this is my first. Right, we definitely don't. Oops. Well, we don't really want the synths, do we, in this section? We don't want the speedy laugh either. We don't want that. We don't need any of these audio synths. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, we're going to bring a new synth in. So rapid. That's interesting. I thought didn't I sort of delay it on this?
Rapid.
Not to worry, we can deal with that. Okay, time for a new synth. But before I forget, remember I said synth 3 would change on this final bar here? Yeah, we make it a little bit more groovy. Just as a kind of prelude to what's to come, really. Yeah, another one there. And there. And there for 2. There. Oh, too long. There. Let me just have a look at this now. What size is that? Yeah, that's right. I think that's right anyway. Let's have a listen. That should be long enough. Nice.
Progress.
Ah, yeah, of course. I'll need to put automation on that. As you can see, the automation's just been copying over and over and over, so I'll need to deal with that. But we can deal with that in another part of the arrangement videos. So, what have we got here? Ah, yeah. I completely forgot what I was doing there. Sorry about that. Yeah, we're going to introduce a new synth. Okay. The new synth... let me just bring all these down to one again. Is another Evolve. Where should we put it? Where is our synths folder? Add a track, add an instrument track. Okay. Let's just open that up, and this time we're going to use some instruments. We're going to use 3 of these. What do we want? Rhythmic Sweets. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. There we go. I was looking for that. And another instrument. The one we're looking for this time is Ethnic Islands, which is there. And another instrument, which we want is Analog Varipad, which should be up the top. Okay, but I'm going to play them all on the same channel at the same time. Okay, I'm not going to adapt, I'm not going to do anything to that sound more than just picking that sound at the moment. I'm just going to draw it in now. And we're going to start it from, let's see, there to the end. And I think that's the right notes to use. Okay, there is going to be a lot of complex. I'm going to put some automation and stuff on that, so don't think I'm just going to leave it like that. It's just a nice preset. Interesting how that happens. That's hardware for you.
Rapid. Where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay. I'm sure there was something else that I wanted to do before this section. Ah yes, I wanted to show you how to make a reverse vocal. By that I mean a reverse reverb on a vocal. Okay, reverse reverb on a vocal. For the sake of continuity, I'm going to show you the easy, cheap way to do it. If you look in the extra videos folder that you should have got with this course, there's a way of doing it. I guess you can call it the long way, but you don't need to have such a high-end plugin. With this, I'm simply just going to copy this vocal, drop it onto this, and I'm going to add Waves IR1. I'll use the efficient to spare my CPU, and press solo.
Rapid progress to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, there's two ways I could do this. I could use the in fact I'll do it the offline processing way so you can see how to do that. Double click on your audio file. If you go to audio, then plugins, find the plugin you want to use. So in this case it's Waves sorry, you have to select the complete audio file first, so Control A till it goes, well, whatever colour you've got it set up to go. Plugins, Waves, Stereo, IR1 Efficient. Now, this is why I like IR1. Just hit the reverse button and that's it done for you. If it decides to work, that is. Let me just unreverse that for a second. Okay, what's wrong? Interesting. Okay, the problem there It was because I had a sound card problem earlier on. I don't know if you remember. My sound card actually uninstalled itself. I had to reinstall it. Now the reason I can't hear the offline processing is because when I went into devices, then to VST connections, the studio ports weren't selected. So you need the studio ports to be selected if you want to hear anything externally. So when you're listening to samples externally before you import them, you need that to be done. So now, if I just select the sample, I'll do it this way, Control A. Then if I go Project, Audio, Plugins, Waves, IR1 Efficient via Stereo. Now if I preview. Okay, now the great thing about this, doing it like this, is because it's offline, so you get the settings that you want, then you hit process, it does it, and then the plugin gets uninstalled if you like, which means it's not taking up any processing power. Now, all I'm simply want to do is reverse. I'm going to stick with the plate one, and I'll just let you hear what it sounds like, the reason why I'm doing it. Okay, now, I've done this deliberately. You hear how it just cuts off? Okay, what's happening there is because we're adding a reverse reverb to the track, it's probably not starting until about here, so it's not getting right to the end of the sample. Basically, you need to insert silence at the end of the sample to add room for the additional reverb. So it's really easy. All you do is just come along here, select that, come up to the edit drop down menu. Sorry, the first thing you should do, sorry I forgot, that was my fault. Okay, so we've selected that amount, you go to edit, then the range, and then you'll see insert silence. If I do that, we want to do it in the new version, I'm sick of that asking me. So if I hit that, it's just going to add a silence this size to the end of that. And as you can see, we have a longer silence. So I'm going to do that another twice. That should be enough. So there. Don't like that, but anyway. Edit, range, insert silence. And then once more. Hopefully that's enough. Right, so we've got a nice long silence at the end there. Okay, so Control Alt to select, Audio, Plugins, Waves, Stereo, IR1 Efficient. So what I don't want to hear this time is it cutting off at the end. Perfect. Hit process. Job done. Close that now. We've now got the sample here. It's more than long enough. And it gives us that reverse reverb effect. Now obviously, if I play it at the same time as this, it's going to sound just mental.
Rapid progress. Where humans learn.
First thing we need to do is make it quieter.
Rapid progress. Where humans learn military.
Okay, and now what we need to do is try and get it to start at the same time as this sample. Just a little bit too early. A bit too early still. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that for the time being. I'll probably change that in a sec. Again, this is just our arrangement section. I don't want to get too heavy into editing and stuff at the moment. That will come. So this is yeah, up to 173.5, isn't it? It's up there yet. I'm losing my mind. So let's have a listen. Don't know about you, but things seem a bit loud to me. Things just seem louder. They're definitely louder. What's going on? Okay, let me just look into this. Okay, that's another cool little thing that's happened there that I can show you. Okay, the reason it is so loud, I hope it didn't scare you and I hope it didn't cause any damage. I don't think it was that loud, but it's definitely louder than it should have been. Just things you need to be aware of in Cubase, especially Cubase 4 and 5, where you've got certain things that can happen. Okay, let me just set this up to where it should be again. And then I'll tell you what happened. Some of you probably already know, I hope. Okay, so that's the section we're working on. Okay, when I activated the studio connections, these two, that section there, that's what happened. The control room is activated as well. And if you look at the control room mixer, yeah, see how high it is? So it's like 6 dB above 0 dB. So what we need to do is turn the control room off. Oops. What am I doing? Just disable the control room. Yeah, okay. So now it should be back to normal levels. Everything's out of sync though. Okay, let me just save that. Let me just take it back to the beginning. Okay, interesting. That needs a reboot. Be right back. Okay, after the reboot, it seems to have sorted itself out. My poor old computer's having a real hard time of it at the moment, but we're back in sync. Okay, so that section's complete now for what we want to do. So we'll move on to the next section, which is that section there. Right, so let's have a look now. What have we got in here? Right, we definitely don't want any of this. And we don't need this. We don't need the full drum loop either. We want all of those drums. Yeah, and we need a crash in here. Crash, 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 crash. Drop that there. And we need to set up. Where's our new synth? Here it is. Okay, we'll just call that break synth. and we need to set up some nice new parts in here. Okay, let me just select a couple of bars and we'll create a second bar. Excuse me, losing my voice. Okay, we'll create that bit. We are going to use one of its presets. It's going to be in the, we need to select the bank, which is the Karma Leads, and we are looking for a lead called Shattered, I believe. That one. Let's have a listen. Yeah, that's what we're after. Okay, and we're going to put it in there. And the way we're going to do it is good old baseline copy. But in this instance, we're going to do a couple of things to change this. So the first thing we're going to do is mute quite a lot of this. We'll mute it up to there, and in fact just select it all, and then use your control and left arrow just to bring it onto the beat, so it will be kind of playing along with the bass but on the off beats. Syncopation, I think it's called. But we'll also need to go up a couple of octaves, I guess. So we'll go up to there. Let's try that. Now let me just make sure I'm putting this in the right place. I guess the easiest way to do this is if you bring it back to there and then just duplicate it. I'll just check that that's bang on. It is. And we want to mute, 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 and we want it there. And then we're working on this section. That's where we were, I believe. Yeah, to 189.5. And again, what we'll do here is mute that one and mute that one. So let's just, I'll just let you hear how that sounds. Okay, now here we're going to really take off with this synth. Again, there's going to be loads of automation on this, but that'll be in the automation arrangement section. So what we're going to do here is mute all the drums and the bass, and we're going to get right into the we're going to get into this section here. Now, do I want that? Do I want to leave that on? No, I'm going to mute that there. I just want this synth playing, and we're going to get in here and we're going to change this. Okay, and what we're going to do is yeah, we'll leave that like that, like that, and we'll just unmute all of this. Oh, missed that one. Do we want to just leave it like that? Yeah, let's just leave it like that. So you get the idea. So in here it's going to take off. So I think that's all we need to do on that section. Let's move on to the next part, which is where the harsh lead comes in. What do we need on this section? Right, we're gonna, let's just delete all of this. Because I want to put a crash there. Perfect. And then we're going to move on to this next section, which is this 189.5 to 197.5. Sounds like a radio station. And we'll delete. Should we bring the drum loop back in? Yeah, why not? Oh, get rid of those though, and get rid of that vocal. And what synths do we want? Just the harsh lead, which is what we're calling this, harsh lead. So let me just get rid of this lot. Bring this in. But I guess we can make a few changes, so let's have a look at this one. Right, we'll make a few changes around here, I think. No, I'm going to leave it like that. No, I'm not. Let's just move. Bring that down to there. Maybe bring this one down to there. Bring that one down to there. Next one. Let's go for, leave that like that. Yep, we'll leave that one as it is, I think. This one. Let's try bringing that one down to there. Bring this one down. Put that one, oh. Leave that one there and bring this one down to there. And then the fourth pattern is going to be yeah, we'll leave it like that. So let's have a listen. So you can see what I'm doing, yeah? Building up the synth. This is all anticipation. Okay, that's cool. Obviously, that's going to change a lot when we put automation onto it. So let's go on to the next section, which is 197.5 to 205.5. And let's magnify that a bit too much. We'll just copy this over, those four. Did I just copy 5 over then? I must have done. So I'll just delete that and make sure I've got the right the right 4, sorry. Those first 4, yeah. Bring that up a bit. Okay, just put that. It's just auto-saving at the moment, yeah. Okay, put that to 1s. Right, so we want all of our kicks. Don't want any of that. Yeah, we want a bass, we don't need any vocals. And we want all of these synths removed and the high bleeps. Okay, so we've still got okay, we're gonna have reverse there. Oops. So I'll get rid of that. And we're going to use, where is our stylus drum loop? I think we'll have, just want to see that reverse there. Okay, yeah, we're going to bring this in here again, but it's going to be, where should we do it from? What about there? Delete that. Unmute that. And again, that's going to be chopped up. So Alt, on the first 16th and Alt. Get that made like that. So we want to have all of this bit cut as well. So we want all the drums cut there. We can just glue that one back together. Yeah, we'll change the bass there as well. And we'll just mute all of these. Yeah, mute that. We'll keep the kick going. We'll probably, and I'll make a little probably more like this, I guess. Something like that anyway. Something like that anyway. And might leave the bass. I don't know, let's have a listen. Okay, that sounds about right for what I'm trying to do at the moment. Okay, we shall move on to the next section, which is 205.5 up to 213.5. Okay. Yeah, copy those 4 hash leads over. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Duplicate that. Excuse me. Okay, we're going to get rid of all the stuff we're not going to be using. So yeah, we're going to keep. Wait a minute. I forgot to put a crash in. Definitely want a crash in. Okay. Right, so we've got our crash. Now, we want to get rid of stuff that we're not going to be using. We don't want that. But we'll bring some sound effects back in this time, I think. Let's just move that over to there. Right, what shall we use? Noise sweeps. Yeah, we'll noise sweep in there. Nope. Staccato. Yeah. We'll use that. And thin stab. Will be about there, I guess. Okay. We don't want any vocals in there. As far as synths go, we just want the harsh lead again. Don't want any of this. Where should we put the second noise sweep? A bit here maybe. I never hear that one anymore. It's very, very low, isn't it? Let's have a look and see what's going on here. Maybe it's just been turned in inadvertently. What's EQ like on that? I think I'll just turn it up somewhat. That's probably too much now. It's not in the right place either. Probably should be. Right, let's have a listen. I'm not sure about that. What about there? I might leave it like that because it's a bit quicker. Adding a bit of speed to the track. Okay, but where are you going to go? Yeah, I think it's okay there. Yeah, I'm happy with it there. I want my weird random effects though. Where is it? Didn't even see them there. We definitely don't want one there, but we want one of these towards the end. There maybe. Just get rid of that. Maybe there. Is that that's making that? No. Okay, I'm just hearing things now. Yeah, that's sounding good to me. I better just save it. I've been forgetting to do that. You've probably noticed that it auto-saves every now and again, but it's good to save it anyway. So yeah, that's sounding okay. On to our next section, which is 213.5 up to 221.5, which is these four. I hope this isn't too difficult for you to follow. And I hope it's kind of not ruining your creativity or anything like that. It is quite a weird way to do it, but it's a quick way to do it. And it's much easier doing it like this to teach, I can assure you of that. Okay, we don't want any of these. We do want the harsh lead again. We can leave that trailing in because I'm pretty sure that those will play again. Yeah, bang on there. Yeah, that looks good to me. I don't want that noise sweep there, but I'll have it. And a bit here somewhere. That might just be perfect. We've got the harsh lead. Yeah, we don't need any of these synths. Delete that. So let's have a listen. Okay, nice, that's sounding good. Next section is 221.5 to 229.5. Oh, which is that section there. Okay, what to do now? Right. We're starting to get towards the end of the track now, so we're going to start thinking about kind of an outro. So we're going to have to start building down from the harsh lead back to the normal leads. That's the kind of process that I'm going to take. Now, let me just get rid of the stuff that we're not going to use. All of this junk and this. But I'm going to bring this over here, just so that we've got them there if we want. And I think we're going to bring some vocals in here. My plan, anyway, is to use the vocal as a introduction to the next break, but then I'm going to mute all of those. Let's just have a look down here at these. Yeah, get rid of this lot. Oh, let me just delete them. And the speedy laugh, no, we don't want that. What we want is rapid progress. The complete sample. We'll leave that noise sweep there. We'll leave that there. We'll bring that to there maybe. Delete that. Bring that to there. But we need to... Where's my harsh leads? Yeah, they're there. Okay, so we need to copy those four over again, but we'll mute the last one. So let's have a listen. So that's obviously going to be louder.
Progress. Humans learn to control their very well.
Interesting. Now, it does seem to end a bit abrupt.
Progress. Where humans learn to control their very well.
Maybe if we bring in reverse cymbal there. Where's my drum loop? Yeah, drum loop's there, drum loop's there. And we want that playing there like so. We want the drum loop to play there and the kick. And there's a noise sweep there as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do, obviously this will be done in the automation section. I want this vocal to be said, but then delay. The word drugs will go drugs. drugs, and then we'll probably, well, we'll do something else in that section.
Rapid, where humans learn to control the military.
Okay, and what we're also going to do is bring in the stylus drum loop for this last section, and again chop it up. To 16ths, so we just, oh wait a minute, let me just magnify that so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, so it's going to be okay, yeah. Okay, we seem to have everything we need for this section, I guess. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next section then, which is 229.5 to 237.5, which is this section here. Let's bring that over. This is like a build down to building us into the outro. Well, this is, I guess, depends how you look at it. But yeah, I would say the intro is going to start here. So start with the drums again. So we want all the drums playing. We don't want any of this nonsense. We want the drum loop. Yeah. We want the harsh lead. Yes, we do. Where's the harsh lead gone? We don't want. Let me just remove some of the stuff we don't want. We definitely don't want that. Harsh lead is in here again. We just want the 4. Duplicate that. And we don't want any of these. We don't want that speedy laugh. And we don't want rapid progress. Let's have a look at what effects we can use now. Weird random effects. Yeah, we'll leave that one there. Nice, let's get rid of that. We can put this one to kind of finish. Let me see what the other ones were like. Yeah, we use this one. Oops. We want that to kind of be there. And we'll use the HS2V1 gated sound effect that we've got now. I don't think we've used that yet. No, we haven't, so it'll be in the pool or in the folder that you downloaded. So again, Control P, and we're looking for, is it in here? And the clean ones there should be one called the same but gated. So if you just search again your folder with your samples in that are relating to this chapter, and we shall bring in, starts with an H, where is it? The gated one. So you just select that, double click on it, and we'll start it there. So 1, Control P, insert at cursor. Okay, drag that up and drop it into your SFX and stabs folder. Now this is a really cool sound. However, we don't really want it to do that. We want it to do that. So I'll just shorten that up. yeah, we'll leave that. Obviously it needs to be a bit lower, and we could probably fade it in as well. Okay, we're going to have a crash cymbal there. Now did I? Okay, yeah, I'm going to cut this section. This, right, let me just make that a bit. I'm going to cut here, everything. I'm going to mute all of those. I'm going to reverse cymbal up to that section. Oops. That's not catching that. Yeah, not bad. Okay, so we've got that. We've got our noise sweeps. We've got our harsh lead. Okay, that's building up to there. So it's just gonna. Okay, now we shall. Wait a minute. I want a weird random. Oh no, there is one there already. Can you see it for looking at it? So we're going to move on to the next section then, which is 237.5 to 245.5. So this section here. Just hit the P to bring the left and right locators to where you want them. Now this is where the harsh lead ceases, and we start getting into the into the build down, or the outro. So I'm just getting rid of these. Yeah, we'll keep. Do we want to keep all of those there? Yeah. We need the crash though. I keep forgetting the crash. We want to bring that crash along here. Okay, so we've got that. In this section again, we're kind of going back to the way it was at the beginning. So we want all of our main synths in. We want computer glitch in. Now, where is computer glitch? Wow, it's been that long since we used it. Okay, let's just minimize this so it's easier to transfer this up. Okay. Just go back in. So we're bringing our computer glitch back in. Oh, I forgot the MIDI. I can just use. Oh no, I won't. I'll just keep it nice and neat and tidy. Oh, the joys of music production. Okay. So we want. Okay, we want that. We definitely don't want the high bleep in. So we want that in there. We want synth 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, we want them, all 3 of them in here. Don't need that. Just get rid of all this at the moment. So, so it's out the way. So we've got the crash, we've got the bass. We've got our 3 synths coming back in. We've got our computer stuff coming back in. Don't want that, and we don't want that. We obviously want to elongate these. If I remember correctly, that goes to there, and that one goes to. Oops. Let me just. I've gone and forgot now. Let me just double check, because it'll be back here somewhere. Okay. I'll just be lazy and copy that. Makes my life easier. Drop that in there. So we've got our computer glitch, yeah, we've got those 3 synths, that's good. Should we add some noise effects? Why not? What should we add? A noise sweep. Get rid of that one. Try this one. Drop that there. Staccato long delay again. Just see if we've got those along here somewhere yet. Drop that in there as well. Drop that in there. So yeah, we're looking good. Another noise sweep like so. So listen. That'd be in the wrong place. That sounded a tad odd. Is it in the right place? Have I put it in the wrong place? No, it's in the right place. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, looking good. Better tell me that that's been fucking... You better have been recording. Aye. Fucking better have been. Oh fuck, you need to cut all the bits out, Mark. Oops. Yeah, enough of your swearing, lad. Start again. Right, move on to the next section now, which is 245.5 to 253.5, which is this section here. Oops. Make sure we only select the right part. Right, let's have a look. We need to get rid of this lot first. Okay, we need a crash in here. Yeah, that looks good. We'll use computer glitch again, I think. We don't need any vocals at this section, I don't think. No. Use one of these. We shall use that at, let me just magnify it a bit so I can see what I'm doing. There. Noise sweep can come in there, but not that one. This one, I think, maybe. Yeah, get that to there, so it's on the end of the bar there. Synths. Again, we only want, oh, we want the change synth to go in there. And there. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so we're working in here. We've got the computer glitch, yeah. We've got our 2 synth parts, yeah, we've got that. We've got a couple of effects there. Is that what we want? We've got a crash. Just got a bit paranoid there. That I've been recording things without any audio. Let's hope not. Okay, I think that's good to go, that section. Let's move on to the next section, which is, I'll get rid of that for a start. 253.5 to 261.5. Delete all of this. We don't need the full drum loop. Right, so we don't need these. We need that. We got our bass yet. We got our synths. Again. Delete that. Bring this one over. Let's bring the computer glitch along again. Oops. Right, synths are okay, they're fine. Don't need that. Don't need that. We'll drop, let me just kill, oh no. Yeah, we'll just drop that in there and see where it's selected like that. If you press X, you get a crossfade. I'm just going to crossfade that. Let's see how that sounds. In this case, I'm not going to use it. It doesn't work. But that's how you do it, just in case you were wondering. I think I'll just... just going to put that there and try that there. See how that works out. We want another noise sweep. Copy this one up to here. We'll put that in there maybe. Back a bit, maybe there. Okay, we can try it there. I want my thin long delay. Where is it? Duplicate that. And I'm going to put that in there. Let me just hear how that sounds. That random effects should be there. And I need my staccato. Duplicate that. but I'm going to shorten that to there so I can bring that up to there. Yeah, that will do there. Let's get a reverse in here. Oops. Reverse in there. Another crash in here. Could have a weird random effects in there, I guess. Oh no, wait a minute. There. Don't want that there. I want that there. That's better. Okay, let's move on to the next section, which, if I'm not mistaken, well, yeah, it is the last section. 261.5 to 269.5, which should be that. And that, as they say, was that. Get rid of all of this, because that is the end. Okay, in this last section, we're going to have our crash. We are going to have our computer glitch. Delete that. Delete that, but that one's going to change. So what have we got? We've got that. So we've got drums. Full drum loop. What's that? Oh yeah, we don't want that. We want probably those two copied again to here, and we also want all of our synths, all of our drums, computer glitch, yeah. Delete that. Delete that. Put that there. That's it. Vocal. And I need to change that. So we need this one here. So that needs to go in there, and we need the vocal. That one will do. Okay, so we need that to be there. Now what are this vocal? We're not going to use all of that, we're just going to use the rapid progress section. Let me just listen to that.
Rapid progress.
Yeah, and I'm going to dump that right there. So the end section is going to sound like this. Progress. Excellent. So there you have it. I'll just put everything to one row. Hit shift and F, so we can see the full arrangement in the window that we're looking at, and there you go. That's the full arrangement done. However, I think we've still got a bit to do at this front bit, but we'll do that in the next video. That's going to be arrangement still, because all we've done is created the track arrangement. We need to go in and do little fancy bits, change the drums, create drum rolls, reverse kicks, etc, etc. But for all intents and purposes, that's the arrangement done. I shall see you in the next video. Welcome to the next video. This is the second of the arrangement videos. In this video, what we're going to concentrate on is things like automation. And if anything else that's blatantly apparent pops up while we're doing the automation, we'll fix that. But most of the little details will be done in the next video, which is the mixing video. Okay, the first part of the course that we're going to work on, the track, is the first 32 bars. Let's change that to bar. Okay, now right click, not right click, we need to figure out what we're going to automate. And in this instance, it's going to be stuff in the intro. As you can see, it looks the automation is here, but I'll just go over it again. So what we have here is this Evolve 2 sample. I've got the automation lane open, and I've chosen standard panner, pan left, right. It says 2 there because there is 2, but you only want the first one, you don't want the one that says 2. And then what I've done is panned it in from here. So if I come here, you'll see that's far right, all the way up to bar 17. Then it's remained up at far left, and then it's panning out again all the way to the right again from bars 21 to 29. Below that, we've got the Evolve 3 sample, and again, I'll just remove that one. We've got the standard, excuse me, the standard left-right panner, and as you can see on bar 9 to bar 11, we've panned it full left, and then from bar 11 to bar 12, we've crossed the panning over, all the way over to far right. And the same again on the next Evolve 3 from bars 25 to 27, left, 27 to 28 is where the transition from left to right takes place, then right for the rest of the file. I'll just let you hear it. As you can hear, it starts far right, that starts far left, comes through center, goes out to the right, still coming in on the right here. It's out far left, start coming over now to the right. Yeah, there it comes. Yeah, about center now. And then the other one comes in left to right again. Okay, and that's it. That's all the automation we have for the first 32 bars. Nice and simple. Now the next 32 bars, bars 32 to 64, there's no automation whatsoever on this section. So we'll move straight on to the next section. Again, that's just my choice. You can automate if you like. We'll go from 64 to 97, which is up here. Let me just make this bigger. Okay, now let's have a look at what we've got here. Okay, we've got a vocal. We're going to automate that vocal. I think we may have done this already in one of the other videos as well. Yeah, there it's there. Basically, we automated the tap time, the filter resonance on filter 2, the feedback, and filter resonance on 1. One thing just to make sure is that your filter resonance on D1 does ramp out like that, because if it doesn't, it will just, what you can hear in the background will just keep going through the whole track. So just make sure it's like that. It's fading out. Okay. The next section is 97 to 129.5, or 97.5, I guess it is. Just need to set that to quantize so we can get into the halves. Okay, so we want to see the complete section, which is there. Okay, now let me just okay, we have another piece of automation here. Now what this is the Synth 2 oscillator. So I'll just tidy this up a wee bit. There's nothing, no automation there. There's no automation there. There's none in there. Okay, so it's the virus automation that we've got now. So if we go into synths, and it's this synth here, and basically what we're doing here is changing the oscillator shape. I'll show you what I mean by that. I want the oscillator to start as a square wave and ramp back up to a saw wave. So at the moment that's the wrong way round. This should be up here, and this should be down here. Oh no, it's only going to be halfway probably, so we'll need to figure out exactly where that line should be for the synth, for the oscillator to be bang on the sawtooth. As you can see, that's too far. It's started to shape into a sine wave. Bring it back up. Still sine wave. Oh. Okay, let me just okay. Okay. That's it. So we just need to make sure it's in the right place. What we're wanting here is 7 bars, or 7, it's 14 bars, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then from this bar we want it to convert from one to the other. So there, just select that, delete that, and that's it. So what we should have now is it going from the square to the saw. Watch that. That was perfect. Okay, so that's perfect. The next thing we want to do is this section here. We have some stuff going on for this kind of mini break here. I believe we've got reverse drums. We've got that drum as well. We have also got a reverse drum and a reverse. Okay, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a gate to the main output. The reason I'm going to do that is because I want everything that plays here to be gated. Simple. So I'll just bring up my main stereo output. And that's the gate I'm going to use. It's called step gate. That's it there. If you use the preset, you'll find the preset Cubase Guru step gate. And what we want to do is just set it up. So okay, it could be any one of those settings, it's up to you, but I think I'm going to go with 16s. Okay, so the automation that we're going to do is we're going to automate the duration from there. We'll just automate it moving up. So the first thing we're going to have to do is get the. We'll just do a little bit of automation just so that we can. As you can see, there's no stereo out automation channel there at the moment. So I'm just going to hit W. Okay, it's written it there. That's what we wanted to see. So now what we need is, the first thing we need, of course, is the bypass. We'll put that there because we're going to use that in a second, but we need the bypass as well, because obviously the gate needs to be bypassed for most of the track. Okay, so that means it's on. So if we just... Okay, and then for this section, what we're going to do is just ramp it all the way up. So, one dot there, one dot there. Ramp it all the way up. So what have we got? Yeah, and we need to turn the bypass off here. Okay, you feeling that? See what I'm trying to do? It's just a little break, that's all. Just a nice little gated break. Okay, and of course we need to turn the effect off again, or at least bypass it. Sounds good to me. So let me just make these into single rows again. And we'll move on to the next section of automation, which is 129.5 to 161.5, which is up here. From here, you can just do that. Get a more precise action. Right, let's have a look at full automation for this. Okay, all of this is remnants of the automation we done back here. So I'm just going to get rid of all of that, so it doesn't have to be there. It's just, that's what happens when you copy something. It will copy the automation over. Whoa. Just get rid of all this. Okay, so we don't actually need to see any of that, because what we're going to be automating here are the noise sweeps. So I'm just going to get rid of most of the stuff we don't need to see. Don't need to see group tracks, VST instruments at all. We don't need to see that. Take that off though. Don't need to see that. Okay, so we'll be in here, and the noise sweeps. What we're going to do now is automate these. And it's just going to be a simple panning automation. So again, get it out, standard panner, there we go. And what I'm going to do is just simply mess around with the panning, left, right, left, so on and so forth. So let me just make it a wee bit bigger. Okay, that's good. Okay, for this first one, I'm going to pan it hard left. Oh. I'm just going to drop a dot there as well. Okay, so hard left for the duration of the sound, which is there, that'll do. And then immediately I'll just draw 2 so I can bring this back down to here. And then we'll use this just to ramp back up, and we shall put this one on the right. Yeah, we'll put it on right for most of that, but we'll bring it straight back up. So let's hear how that sounds so far. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. That'll do like that for the time being. Now that's exactly how we want it, not for the time being. Again, we're going to pan over to the left here. And we'll see if we can capture some of this. Bring it right over here again. Yeah. And do this one up here. I'll maybe make that ramp all the way down pretty quickly. Let's see how that works. A little bit quicker would be quite good, I think. Yeah, you get a definite move and shape there, and we'll just leave this one in the middle. Okay, so how does it sound? Okay, that sounds good. I think that's all the automation we've got for this section. We'll move on to the next section then, which is, I'll just make these all singular again, which is 161.5 to 193.5, which is about there. Okay, so it's pretty much this section here. Okay, that's far enough, even though it's a little bit off, as long as we can still see that whole section, which we can. Okay, what have we got here? Right, we've got the introduction of this new synth here. Now there's quite a bit of automation needing doing on this, and it's because of this the instrument that it is, it needs setting up. So let's have. Okay, what we're going to do with the with this lead is I'm going to automate the filter on each instrument. It's just the filter cut off really. Now the way it's done in this instrument is to go to auto and then host automation, and if you click on one of these and you just drag it, drop it there, drop it there, and drop it there, when we draw this in, because it's script number 1, it should control all 3 parameters. Now the easiest way again to do it is just put on the right, hit play. Okay, that should have picked that up. If we just select this, right click, selected tracks, there it is. Okay, so I'll just kill that. What we want to do with this, because it's an okay sound, but we want it to be much better than it is. I'm going to use it to ramp up. See here. So if I just kill that there, and we'll take it all the way up to the top. Okay, so what that's going to do, hopefully, is these 3 filter cut-offs are going to be automated by that. Which they are, as you can see, they've all zeroed. So now if I press play, and I'll just get the
Okay, I'm going to randomize this. I don't like that. I'm just going to see if I can get a better. Let me just import the preset just to see if it makes. It's just the same as it was originally, I think. Yeah, sounds like it to me. Yeah, okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to go mad with this filter, with these filters, but not mad, crazy, lunatic mad, but mad enough. I'm going to come up here and select sine wave, and then draw them in. However, that is too mad. So I don't want that. So let's try quarters. See what that's like. I think that's still going to be too brutal. Yeah. What about half? Still too much. Okay, 1/1. That looks better. But I want to be really accurate with it, so I want it to start bang on there. Oh, losing my mind. Okay, it's making it really difficult because it's not on the bar, so what I'm going to have to do is just draw it in like this and then just make a few adjustments. So let's get rid of these. That's better. Let's hear how that sounds. I like that. Okay, that's sounding good. We'll move on to the next section now, which is 193.5 to 225.5. I'll just type these in. Oh, I want that on bars and beats. I want this to be on 193.3.1, and this one that'll do. It's a wee bit too long, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so now we're getting to a stage of the track where this harsh lead kind of takes off. Okay, so we're going to automate this, and again it's going to be the cutoff frequency that we're going to automate. Now there's a couple of ways you can do this. In Karma FX, what you need to do is whatever you want to automate via your MIDI keyboard, it's got to be assigned to one of these parameters down here. So for instance, the filter cutoff, what you need to do is right click on it, select Control 0, and it assigns it here. You can then right click on that and assign a MIDI control, move a knob on your MIDI keyboard and it will latch to it. Now at the moment I don't have my MIDI controller, so I'm just going to use the mouse. And me being me, it's going to be completely random, apart from maybe one ramp up or something, but I'm just going to find the sound that I like first. So I'm just going to solo this. Okay, let's say we want to start it there, and then say, well, let's just say we'll just automate it. We'll just go mad with it, yeah? So I'm just going to play it, and I'm just going to automate it as it plays. This is what I like. This is real-time stuff. It's better when you've got a knob to twiddle, but it's just the way it goes. Put right on, press play. Now when this, something happened there. Okay, now something. Okay, from here. Okay, from here we're going to do a ramp up. So we're going to go from there to here. So I'm just going to get rid of all of these. Bring this down to there. Oh, no. Leave that there. And to here. See how that goes. Okay, what I think I'm going to do is cut away a lot of this top stuff. From there, I'm not going to go so high. Okay, and then I'm just going to randomly record that again from here. So I want to see my cut off. Let me just scroll this up a bit. Put the right back on. And away we go. look at this. I don't really want too much of that high stuff really. So just delete that. And maybe on the last... Yeah, I could maybe do with some more here actually. I think I'll record some more in here. From here. What I want it to do is drop quite a bit there. So I'll take that away, take these away, and just for a little bit, and then get rid of that low stuff. Okay, let's have a listen. And I think I'll actually draw some in on this last section just to kind of make it a little bit neater, but not too much. Bring that back to here, and then maybe one there, maybe put that there. Yeah, leave that like that. Get rid of this stuff.
Where humans learn to control their military with
Okay. Okay, so that's the automation for that section done. We're also going to add some more automation onto the noise sweeps in this part. So, just more panning automation again. So similar to the last one, so up to the left, keep it up to the left for a bit, bring it right down, bring it back up, and then here, bring this up here. Bring it back down to here, and then leave that one in the middle and pan this one back up. Maybe let that fade just a bit there. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's move on to the next section. Okay, so the next section. Okay, so that's that panning done. I believe I've got one more that I want to do, which is the Synth 2. So it'll be the VST Instruments, Fire STI, And that should be, yeah. So on this one, oh no, that's in the next section. So yeah, we need to go to 225 to 257. There. And okay. So this is going to be automated from here to here, and we're just going to ramp that back up. There we go, so let's have a listen to that. Okay, that's perfect. I forgot about this section here, so we need to automate that as well, but I'm just going to automate the rest of this as well. So if I just put a little block there, and we're just going to pan these. So let's go a different way this time. Pan that up to there, and then we'll pan this up to here. We'll take this one down, bring it up pretty quick, just delete that, take this one up, yeah, bring it right down, and then we'll leave, now we'll pan this one. And we'll do this for those two, and then we'll bring this back up to center. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. And this last section here needs to be automated as well. So we'll bring this up. Get the harsh lead synth out again. Again on the cutoff. Those extreme lows off. Of course, you don't have to do it randomly like me. I just like randomness is all.
where humans learn to control their military with love.
Okay, that's sounding good. And then last but not least, our little final section, which is here. And what have we got here? Yeah, we just automate our sweeps again. That a bit quicker. And that's us, I think. Okay, while we're here, I'll just fix that because that's not in the right place. It should be kicking in around a bit here, I think. I must have just put that as a placekeeper because that's not the right vocal. It should be this one. Just get a look at the vocal. Yeah, but I'm going to do some tidying up on this single file here. Okay, we'll leave that for the time being. We will check that in the next section, the next part of the video, of the course, sorry, which is the mix section, basically where we go back through the whole track, getting all the little details correct, making sure all the EQs the way it should be, and anything else that needs to be done for the final part of the track, and then that's the track finished. Then all we need to do is master it. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, and welcome to the next video in the Cubase Psytrance music production course from Cubase Guru. This is the mix video. Now you can call it mixing, you can call it the mix down, you can call it whatever you like. Basically what it is, it's the part of the process where we've got our basic arrangement. Well, it's a bit more than a basic arrangement, it's a bit more in depth than that, but it's still not complete. This is the section where we go back and start at the beginning and systematically go through each section one by one, and make sure everything's as we want it to be, get the levels right, put any panning in that needs to be done, some any automation, maybe some more effects, maybe change some sounds, add more sounds, if you've forgotten to do something, whatever. This is my kind of safety net section for me as well, because sometimes I'll have ideas and I'll forget about them. And so when I go back and do this bit, it will spark the memory again of the thing that I was supposed to have done, and then I can do it. So that I don't kind of lose any of my ideas, which seems to happen a lot. But okay, one of the first things that I do is set up different mixer views for each section, and then I'll go back. So for instance, I'll go back and just deal with the audio intro, and all I want to see in here is the audio intro. That's it. So I'll show you how to do that. Basically, let me just put everything to one track. So we select everything that's in the audio intro section, like so. We then unhide everything so that we can see everything. So there's the channel selected that I want to see. So what I do is I hold down Control and unhide them, make sure that they won't be hidden any longer. That little line there means that they can be hidden. And then hide everything. Now these need to be hidden. Okay, so there's my intro, and I can set it up like this if I want to see it, but I'm really only interested in seeing this section here. That's what makes it nice and easy. So what I do now is if I come down here, hit the plus, and call this intro, audio intro, just make it the same name as the folder. Okay. So now I can do that, and then if I do one, I'll do one for both bass and drums. So I like working with them together. So now if I come and unhide everything, I've got my 3 channels there. Make sure they're set to unhide. Make sure there's nothing else selected. Hit hide. Make sure we hide everything that needs to be hidden. Okay, and then the let's see the VST channels that I need. Now I know I don't need to see the synth and I don't need to see the harsh lead, but I do need to see the drum loop, the kick, the snare, the open hi-hat, closed hi-hat. Now the evolve, I believe, is that drum loop there. Yeah, so we need to see that. We don't need to see the virus, and that should be us. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 channels. So there we go. So we've got all the channels that I need for the drums and the bass. So just come down here, plus drums and bass. Okay, that. So now, as you can see what I'm doing, so now how I'm going to start is the audio intro. So I'm just going to minimize everything. I'm going to go to audio intro, I'm going to open that up, and I'm going to come down here, click on this little drop down arrow, go to audio intro, and there's the channels that I need to work with. That's all there is, that's all I want to see. I don't want to see anything else. So that's how it's done. So go ahead and do that with your folder tracks all the way through, and it will make your life a whole lot easier. Okay, so once you've done that, if you look here, I've got 1, bass and drums is 1, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if we come down here, got SFX stabs, audio intro, drum and bass, and so there's 6 there. Excellent. Right, so first thing we're going to work on is the audio intro. So let's have a look. Let's just play this section, see if there's anything I can think of. Okay, I'm just going to go through them now and just have a listen, see what I can do. I'm going to probably add some reverb to them all. So I've got the channels here that I want to see. That sounds okay, that second one. They two are very similar. What I might do is use the stereo dual panner, bring that in and just bring that in a bit. Maybe just about there. And just do the opposite with this. Not much panning, just a little bit. And I'm going to automate that. Bring it in from left to right. So this one. Click on there, go standard panner left right, read, and I'm just going to click there, I'm going to click there, I'm going to put a click there to keep it where it should be, and that's full right, so we'll go left to right, bring that down to there. Well, maybe do that like that, and then bring it across a bit faster. See how that sounds. That's better, I like that. And then, just for fun, we'll do the exact opposite here. Make this a bit more accurate. So we'll just do that for, oh, one bar, ramp it over to 13. So 2 bars it's on the left, 2 bars it ramps over, and the rest it can stay like that. So it's alright. 2 bars to here. 2 bars to ramp over, and the rest it can stay up there. So yeah, that's a winner. I'll leave that as I'll probably turn that up a wee bit. Okay, next is 7. Next in the chain to come in. Now we could bring that in again, do a bit of panning with that. We could make that go, let's just left to right pan. What was the last one? The last one's on, it was on the right, so let's just start this for the left. Again, I always do this so I can keep the natural, well, the centre pan without messing it up. Full left. Over to there, and then another 2 bars to bring it up to there. And then bring it back to centre. Let's see how that sounds. Nice. I like that. Number 4 is going to come in now. I'm going to give that a little bit of a fade in, maybe just to there. No. Yeah, that'll do it. Just solo this again. And this time on this one, again, basically I'm just messing around, having fun. That's all I'm really doing with this stuff. Just trying to be a wee bit original, maybe try and create some little new sounds. Whatever, it's just, I just enjoy myself when I'm doing this. What is that evolve sound? Oh yeah, okay. And we've got this large one here. Yeah, I'll just leave that as it is, but I'll add some reverb onto that. And it seems to keep going. I want to kind of maybe have a steeper. See how I've done that? If you just right click to the right of the to the opposite side of the pan, sorry, the fade. So I know the fade, this section here, so it's this bit I want to fade out. So if I double click there, that's it, I'll just do that. If it was going the other way, I would double click there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I would say that's the intro done. Now there is other parts of the intro, so we're going adapt these as well. What is this? Ah, yeah, it's that. Okay, so we're not going to do anything to that. Let me just solo this and see what these are.
Rapid progress.
I'm going to put just. I'm just going to put a. I'm going to make these exactly the opposite, but a bit more basic than the other ones. So let me just zoom in a bit, just to make sure I get everything as accurate as I can. And then just ramp this down to there. And then from here, I'll just leave that down there and ramp it back up.
Rapid progress.
Nice. Okay, excellent. Now that's all the files for there at the moment. But that, because this is the kind of mix down final mix section, I might use parts of these later on. So we'll need to wait and see. Okay, so the next bit that I want to work with is probably the, well, it just depends, the longest bit really. It's going to be the bass and the drums. So we'll just go drum and bass, and then we'll just leave it like that at the moment. We'll work on the bass first, I think. So we'll just solo the bass. And the bass sound itself is great. Now what I have been thinking actually, let me just unhide that, is that maybe that ramps into too early. Nah, but it can't. Nah, it'll do. It'll just need to stay like that. I'm going to put the drums on as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is work through the drums and the bass, creating little patterns and stuff. I've already done the first section, I believe. I think I'm going to do someone with the bass here. Because that's all very well and good. Oh, wait a minute, undo that, move it up by an octave, mute it, and then I can work down here and still have those files there if I need them. So I'm just going to make it kind of plain actually. Maybe just something like that. Maybe that needs to be there. It's almost there. What about if I do that and mute that, perhaps? Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so you can see what I'm doing. I'm not going to sit here and go through every single section of it with you, because I'd just be wasting your time. So just go through your drums, make your little changes. If there's anything else I'm going to do that's not just making changes to this, obviously I'll record that. But go through your drums and do that, and then we can move on to the next section. Okay, I'll be making, I've done everything to my drums, and I'm kind of going through the bass at the moment, and I've been making a few changes that I thought you might be interested in. Listen to the bass. So basically all I've done is the last part of the bass section that normally goes up, I've brought it down to bass, and then using this note I brought it down 3 semitones, that's it. And then probably in this one I might just go mad, and 1, 2, 3, 4, just go there, 1, 2, 3, and there, into there, and see how it sounds in the track. Don't like that. Just put that back to the way it was. So as you can see, I'm just doing the same kind of things with the bass. Okay, the next section is the synths section. So again, we're going to do the same. Come down here, select synths. Now we'll just unhide everything to see if there's any, in fact I'll just hide and just check the routing, just to make sure they're not going anywhere. Yeah, they're all stereo out. Okay, so there's no group channels or anything for them. Okay, now where do the synths start? Okay, the first synths are here. Let's have a look what we got.
Rapid progress.
Okay, we got that pad. Okay, I think that's just going to be pretty. I'm just going to leave that as it is throughout the track. It doesn't really need any further editing, as it is just a background sound really, so that's okay. And then the first synth to come in is this stuff here, and I think we've already done the automation and stuff for this synth, but what we can do is maybe change some of the notes every now and again, just to give it a little bit of variety. And the changes you made to the bass line, if you made any changes to the bass line, you could maybe follow this, use this synth to follow that. So if we have a look at the bass, I'll show you what I mean. Now, where did I make some changes? Not in there. Okay, so there's a change there. So if we select that and then click that and then control click the synth, double click, you'll see both of them. Blue one being the bass, and then if you click on one of these, we're on the synth. Now, to see the different colours and stuff up here, because sometimes that's on velocity and it will just be all red, if you change that to part, it will show you the different colours in relation to what colour the parts are in the arrangement window. So if you look at the synth, it's kind of pink, so there you go, and the bass is blue. So okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this section here to be same as the bass here, so up 3 semitones. That's it, just auto saving. That's how I listen. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to go through and maybe change the synths to this synth line to be the same as some of the bass movements. So let's have a look. Is there another bass change there? Yeah. So I'll select that. Of course, there's loads of other. You don't have to do it like this. You can go in and make your own changes. You can mess around with the filter cut off. You can draw automation in, whatever you like. It's up to you. This is just the way I'm going to do this, just to keep it nice and tight. So in this case, this little lock comes down to here, and this bit comes down to there as well. So we get see if there's any more changes in this bass section. Nope. Some there. Yep. So again, if we do the same thing, select the synth, so as you can see, what I'm doing is just adding, I'm using this just to add an additional bit of interest really, some nice changes, and of course you don't have to do the same. Like for instance on this section where the bass stays the same, I could just change this to make it sound a bit different. It may work, it may not work. Maybe change it like that. Oops. That sounds good. Oh, kind of looks okay. That's all just the same. Okay, and then if there's any changes here with this pattern, no, we'll just leave it as it is. Okay, so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to look now at the, just make sure there's nothing that I can change. Nah, it looks fine. Maybe I could let's have a listen to it and see if we can add maybe a bit of delay or something. See, I could automate that section for here. So if I go right and press play, Okay, and now that's on the virus. So I come to the VST instruments, go to my virus. Oops. There we go. And just come into here. Just get rid of that. And just select this last section, just so I can see where I'm working. Make that a bit bigger. Probably delete all of these little bits in the middle. Tidy that up a bit. Make sure it's so. Let's hear how it sounds in the track. That it's going to get really loud, so we may have to automate some of the volume as well. It's not too bad. Maybe add a little bit of delay onto it, so we'll just hide those again. Add a double delay, maybe 10% on. We'll do half notes. And we'll use the, I'm just going to ramp up the amount from 0. So I might even take it higher than that. So let's see. Okay, so this is all the delay stuff. Delete all of that and then bring this down, and then maybe put that up a bit, and maybe delete that, and let's so we could maybe take it up a bit, make it a bit longer, maybe to there. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so that's the synth section done. Let me just hide the automation. Okay. And then the audio synths. Now, remember earlier when I was saying it's great to do this because it can remind you of stuff that you forgot. Well, I've completely forgot another audio synth because I've only got the one here. I've got another kind of sound that I wanted to use. It's it's similar to this high bleep sound, but it's slightly different. I'll just import it. Okay, it's called Computer Glitch. Which should be in here. Okay, the high bleep's in there, so if I go into the my sample collection, again it'll be in the audio files that you downloaded. I believe it's called Computer Glitch. There we go. So, and it's part of the audio synths, so I'll just add that. And again it works on the same process as this. So with the MIDI gate, and we're going to insert it here, there or thereabouts anyway. Yeah, there'll do. So if I go Control P to bring up the pool, Computer Glitch. Let me just make sure that that's in the right place. Yeah, and I'll just insert that cursor. It's there. I'll just move it up into the audio synth section, and of course I need to create a MIDI track. and we're going to use just the same pattern as we did with this one. So we'll just steal that MIDI. Okay, so I've got the MIDI, and I'll just make sure that it's all, and let's just solo this. Put it on the wrong place, that should be up here. Okay, so it means we need to go to this audio channel. And add the MIDI gate. We then need to go to this MIDI here, make sure the output is, let me just change that to 1 and change this to computer glitch gate. Okay, and come in here. There we go. So now okay, so we just need to make sure that the gate is set up properly. First thing to do, bring down the hold, bring down the release. Make sure it's just looping around that bit. We want it a bit longer than that. Okay, they're not very loud, these files, so I'm just going to increase the volume. Going to add some reverb. Okay, I like that. Okay, so now I need to mix the volume in and I'll EQ it as well. Actually, I might add a bit of delay on there as well. Just something like a quarter note delay, 10%. Okay, let's just EQ all the lows out of it. Okay, that sounds good to me. Check it for volume. I might actually add a panner onto that as well, an auto pan, which is in my modulation, auto pan. Yeah, I like that. I'll just make sure it's not too loud again. Okay, that's sounding good. That's sounding like we've done the audio synths. Now onto the vocals. So if I come down here, select vocals. Okay, now where have we got our vocals? First vocals are here.
Rapid progress. 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 Rapid progress.
Let's just check the automation for this. Okay, that definitely needs maybe some of the reverb taken off it, and it needs EQ'd as well. Do with that delaying for a bit longer. What have we got this delay on at the moment? 1, 4, 2 bars. Let's try that.
Rapid progress. 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 Rapid progress.
Okay, I forgot what it was. So that's not right either. Okay, so I've got it back to where I wanted it. So it says prog rabbit. Okay, my ASIO is having a nightmare. Okay, that'll do. And what else did we have in the vocals? Let me just find the other vocals. Well, it was this one here. Okay, that's fine. That was all done in Fast Effects, remember? Okay, we need to make that just a little bit. No, it's okay like that. I like it like that. I might add a bit of panning actually. Let me pan this. Let's have a look. Link panner 1 is what I'm after. Standard panner 1, sorry. And we could just maybe put this a bit to the pan this a bit to the left when it comes in, and then bring it down.
Rapid progress. Where humans learn to control their military.
Okay, and with this one, we can do the opposite. So that one starts on the left. We could start this one on the right. Might not work, but we can certainly have a go. Maybe about that much, and we can see what it sounds like with both of them. It's too loud. Okay, that's sounding not bad. I'm just going to EQ these. Just take them up to maybe 100 Hz cutoff will be fine. Same on this one. Okay, oh yeah, there's more vocals than that. We need to, it's just, I just realised I didn't do anything to these two synths. So we need to go back to that in a second. Where are my other vocals? So what was there? That was the one we just done, wasn't it? Yep. Now this one here, I want it to be dry, but not totally dry.
Rapid progress, where humans learn to control Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with rapid progress, to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, I think maybe the mix amount. Oh, wrong one. Maybe the mix amount for this plugin. Yeah, maybe the feedback. If I take the feedback right off.
Rapid progress, to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Yeah, looks like I'm going to have to restart it in a second. I'll do this D1 feedback automation first, and then I'll restart the machine. So we just come in here, go more, inserts, 2, and it was feedback 1. D1 feedback, okay. And if I
rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military.
Now I'm going to try and just kind of
rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military.
That's quite good.
Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military.
Now I'm going to show you another way that offline processing is good. I just want to affect this one. I don't want to change the EQ as such, but I want to EQ this, so I'm just going to go audio plugins, and I'm going to get myself an EQ plugin, and we'll just use, we'll use the Cubase Studio EQ, and I'll just solo this first, loop it, audio plugins, EQ, preview.
Rapid progress, to where humans learn to control their military with drugs. Rapid progress, to where humans learn to control their military with drugs. Rapid progress, to where humans learn to control their military with drugs. Rapid progress, to where humans learn to control their military with drugs. Rapid progress, to where humans learn to control their military with drugs. Rapid progress, to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, let's see how that sounds.
Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with drugs. Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, it's okay. It's probably because this synth is too loud anyway. So
rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
okay, nice. And I believe we've got another vocal here.
Rapid progress, 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 rapid progress.
I'm going to make a few changes here. Drop that to there.
Rapid progress, rapid progress, rapid progress.
And I might actually mute that last bass.
Rapid progress, rapid progress, rapid progress, rapid progress, rapid progress, rapid progress,
Take that to there, take that to there, take that to there.
rapid progress, rapid progress, rapid progress.
That's better. Okay, so that's the vocal section done. But I'm going to have to go back and deal with these synths that I completely forgot all about. This is why I love this section so much. Wasn't that one? Not that one. Don't even think I've done anything to this, did I? However, I've already sorted this one out, I believe. Okay, that's gone again, but that's a It's because the machine's starting to glitch. I'm just going to restart it. Okay, I've restarted the computer, and it seems to have sorted out a couple of those little problems that were popping up. Because you now hear the synth. Okay, but we're going back to, what synth was it? It was this synth, I think. No, it wasn't. It was the break synth and the harsh lead synth that need sorting out. So, which are back here. Okay. Okay, what I want to do with this is automate the filter cut-offs of each one. Now the automation in this tool's a bit odd, but only until you do it once, and then you kind of get the hang of it. What you need to do is, you'll probably be in there, you click on Auto, and then you see the filters here. Okay, so you go to Auto, you make sure it's host automation that you select, not MIDI automation. Well, you could use MIDI automation as well, but you need to know the CC numbers of your MIDI control surface. In this case, I'm just going to do it easy. I'm just going to use the first one, so 000. I've assigned it to that one already. I just drag and drop onto that filter cutoff and that filter cutoff. Just change that to sorry, I've just changed that to filter and filter, and if I move, okay, so now if I go right, play, I just move that, you can see it wrote it in. Okay, so now I just want to test it to make sure that it's controlling all three filter cutoff knobs. Yeah, see them moving? 1, 2, 3. And that's about far enough. And then after that, now it's up to you what you can do here. You can, if you've got it hooked up to your MIDI controller, these, you can just turn the knobs and record the knob automation that way, make it really random, or you can do it with your mouse, just go like this on each one, or you can just draw it in using your mouse, like so. Just, once it auto saves, just draw it in like this, or you can undo that and come up here, select say sine wave, just draw some sine wave automation. So that should sound really mad. Now I'm just going to use the sine wave automation, but I'm going to make it a little bit more tidy than that. I'm going to do it on, let's just magnify this. So what is that? That's 2 bars. I'm going to do it on 8ths just to see what it sounds like to start with. Oh, undo that. Start around here somewhere. Okay, that's obviously far too much. It's definitely too much, isn't it? In fact, I might, let me just see what the automation sounds like, just staying up there on its own. going to mess around with some of the gates here. I'm just going to randomise this one, see what happens. It's a bit better. I like that one. A bit of EQ, maybe a bit of reverb. Prefer it like that. Okay, so if we okay, I would say that's good enough for the break synth. We're going to this harsh lead synth now. It definitely needs some automation. And this is Karma Effects, this synth. Again, we're just going to mess around with the filter cutoff. You can see it's here. Now if you want to automate it, what you do is you right click, Control 0, as you can see it pops up there, and that's where the automation will be read from. So if I go okay, so that's where it's read from. So I'm just going to find this section that I like, not a section that I like, a level that I like for this. Going to add some reverb to that. Okay, and then if I had a MIDI controller, I could just, the reason that you put the cutoff, you could obviously do it there. The reason you put it down here is because if you right click on this now and you assign MIDI control and turn one of your MIDI controller knobs, it's done. I'm going to do it with the mouse because I haven't got my MIDI controller hooked up. So, but I'm just going to start going mad with it round about here, and this one I'm just going to leave random. So I'm going to go right. Okay, so you can see what I'm doing there. I'm not going to show you me doing all that because it'll bore you to death. But as you can see, you can just do what you like, and there's the automation. You can go in and tidy it up. You can do it for the whole thing. Like for instance, I'm probably going to, for this section here, just from there to there, we're going to ramp that up a bit. there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, so there's 16 left. But we've got a break there, so just for fun, I'm just going to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm just going to pop that there. And then there, I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to add some EQ to it as well while it's playing. In fact, if we go back into this synth, let's have a look and see what's modulating what here. Okay, so this modulator here, this ADSR envelope, this LFO is modulating the filter cutoff as well. The easiest way to see it if you just right click on it. Modulator 1 and 2, so
where humans learn to control their
okay, let's see all the automation now. Okay, now I know what I wanted to do on this. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it crazy like that because I like doing things like that. I'm going to delete those two. I'm going to bring that down to there. I'm going to delete all of these. That sounds good to me. It's perhaps a little bit loud, but I shall fix that shortly. So that's the synths done. We've done the audio synths, we've done the vocals. The last thing to do is the sound effects and the stabs. And then that's the mix section done. And then once you've done that, it really is up to you what you do next. You can convert all of this to audio and then give it a final kind of volume mix, or you can just do the volume mix now, get it all right, do a bit of panning here and there, which is what I'm going to do with these, and then export it as a 32-bit stereo wave file and do the mastering. Again, it's just going to be more of the same. For the effects, these ones I'm going to do a bit of panning on. So if we just go, again, I'll do a couple. You don't need to see me doing all of these. There's no point. Okay, I like these noises. So there's going to be a lot of left to rights. Just bring that straight down to there, but do it like this so that it goes from left to right. Okay, and then probably this one I'll do right to left. Again, it's just messing around really. Oh, so we want this actually to be down here, across there, and a quick. And then that's it, and just mess around with your effects and stuff. So that's the mixing. There's not really any point in me showing you anymore. It's been a long video, this one. That's pretty much the process anyway, and now it's just a case of you filling in the gaps with the sound effects. See, I'll probably just copy these over into there, and then that's it. I'm going to end this video now. As I say, it's been a long one, and we're going to get on to the mastering, which is the final video in the process. So I hope you learned a lot from this, and I'll see you in the mastering video. Hi, and welcome to the final video in the Cubase Psytrance music production course. This is the mastering video. If you've made it this far, well done. I know the course has been quite intensive. There's been a lot to follow. But I hope in getting this far you've learnt lots, and more importantly it's got you in the mood to take what you've learnt further, experiment, and keep growing and make your own great sounding music. Okay, mastering. Before I do any mastering, I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. If you have the option, I would advise you to get your mastering done by a proper mastering engineer, not yourself. The main reason for this, well, there's several reasons. The main reason really is the fact that it's your music. You're trying to mix your own music, and it's very difficult to be subjective. By that I mean, if there's something in the track that you've been working on, say, for a month, and there's something in that track that shouldn't be there, it's going to be really difficult for you to remove it. Whereas a mastering engineer will just listen to it and he'll say it doesn't work, remove. Be very cold and calculated about it. Whereas with you it can be a very hard process to be completely subjective to that level. Also, equipment, monitoring room. The equipment that mastering engineers use costs hundreds of thousands of pounds. It can be emulated in software and you can get a good result. But it's not just that, it's a combination of the equipment that they use in their ears and their experience that can make a whole difference. And one of the big ones is the monitoring environment that they use. There is no comparison to an acoustically perfect room in your bedroom. So yeah, that's just a few things that I would advise you to look into if it's an option for you. However, that's not to say even if it is an option you shouldn't master your own stuff, because you're learning all the time. And if it isn't an option for you, it's not really that big. That's not really a big tragedy, because if you work at it and you use certain processes that will help you get an excellent result. Things like make sure at this stage, the stage we're looking at now, the mix stage, so I've just finished the mix. If I just show you. So that's the complete track now. That's it finished. All the EQing's done. All the automation's there. Everything's been done. The track's ready to go now. Once you've getting to this stage, you should pay a lot of attention to your EQs, your compression, making sure that there's no compressor on the master output bus, of course, and really get it sounding as good as you can possibly get it before it goes to the mastering stage. Now, I'm a big believer in that less is more, and in the mastering stage, I try to keep it as minimal as possible. Hence the reason why I want to get a good mix. Then all I'm really doing is doing what I want to do in the mastering stage, which is make things tighter, more punchy, louder, and just clarify some of the frequency ranges if it needs be. So I'm keeping it as minimal as I possibly can. I don't want to be denoising. and normalizing stuff and doing stereo correction and spectral pre-correction and low-cut filtering and MS encoding and all this stuff. So yeah, at the mastering stage I want it to be as simple as possible, really. So, saying that, another thing you should have as well, my room at the moment is less than perfect, let's say. So because of that, I use a couple of things to try and help me out. Now the first thing is obviously I know my gear very well. I know my speaker response, my monitor response, and I also have another set of speakers set up, a set of mission speakers going through a Denon amp that are set up in such a way in my room that I can sit about 3 to 4 meters away from them, dead in the center, and listen to them, listen to my track. I can A-B my track with a flick of a switch from my monitors to my speakers, so I can hear what it sounds like in an average home stereo setup. At the same time, I also have a track that I think's well mastered in the same kind of genre as the track that I'm mastering myself, that I do another comparison to. So these are just little tips and tricks. The reason you've got to do this is because you don't have a perfect monitoring environment. If you've got an environment with no reflections and thousands of pounds worth of monitors, real high-end stuff, and the whole room has been acoustically treated to be almost perfect and completely flat, then you probably wouldn't have to take these steps. But even still, I know people that have got these kind of environments to work in, and they still do A-B comparisons, especially on systems that are close to the average person's home system. So it's definitely something to think about. So now that I've done my ramble, let's get on with it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the mastering inside Cubase. Normally I wouldn't do that. I would use Wavelab or Adobe Audition or SoundForge, but Wavelab probably is my tool of choice. However, the screen capturing software, if I run Wavelab in conjunction with that, it's a tragedy. So I'm just going to do it in Cubase. There's nothing wrong in doing it with Cubase. In fact, it's just as good. It's just I'm used to doing it in a external audio editor. Cubase, remember, does natively run at 32-bit anyway. So, okay, the first thing I'm going to do is hit Control-P and just check that my file types are all at least minimum 24-bit, which they are. Okay, so that's fine. Now I'm going to export the complete track. So again, I've got shortcut K and it's called Rapid Progress. I'm going to export it to my desktop. You need to use real-time export because of my external hardware, which is the Virus TI. I'm not using any processors or anything. And then hit export. I just noticed what I do want is the control room mixer to be up as loud as... No, it's okay. We'll keep it there. I just need to make sure. I forgot to make sure that my... Yep, it's at 0 decibels. That's what we want. Excellent. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and export it. Okay, so once you've exported it, I'm just going to close it now. I'll just save it like that. And then I've gone to my desktop. I've got Rapid Progress here, the WAV file. So now I'm just going to open Sony SoundForge because Adobe Audition doesn't do the DC offset as well as Sony SoundForge does. In SoundForge it's very easy, just go to Process, DC Offset, remove DC offset. Yeah, that's what we want to do, and that's it done. For those of you that are not aware of what DC offset is, basically it's the mean amplitude of the waveform, of this total waveform, so it's the average loudness of the waveform. And what can happen sometimes is during audio processing, a sound or the sound can be moved off of the 0 point crossing line, which is what I'll show you now. You see this line here, this line, this blue line, that's the 0 point crossing. And what can happen is it stems back from DC current, and it can, depending on your sound card, there could be a certain amount of DC offset introduced via the sound card. And what it does is it moves things off the 0 point crossing line. What that can then do is, the more offset there is, it actually consumes headroom, so it can affect the amount of headroom that you've got in the final file. If you don't remove it, it will still be there once it's mixed and mastered. If you don't remove it, so it can cause all kinds of artifacts. It just depends what's happening to the signal, really. It also means a sound that's got DC offset will not be at its loudest possible volume when it's normalized as well. So there is loads of reasons for it. It's just something you should do as good practice, really. Now, I could just save this now, or we could normalize it to kind of -3 decibels. I would rather get the volume when I do the mastering. So what I've done is I've just removed the DC offset and saved the file. I'm going to go back into Cubase now. I'm going to go File, New Project, an empty project. And yeah, we'll call it, right, yeah, we'll put it in there. And File, Import Audio File, Desktop. Yeah, open it up. Okay, here we go. So there is the file that we just removed the DC offset from. So now what I'm going to do is put my mastering tools onto the stereo output bus. Now, there is so many different mastering scenarios, mastering chains, that it's just unbelievable. For me personally, I like to have a very basic one. Sometimes I make it a bit longer depending on the quality of the files I've got. But in this case, I know the quality of my mix is good enough to be to only need minimal work. So I'm going to use the best tools that I've got for the job, which are my UAD Precision tools. So I'm going to use the Precision EQ. I am then going to use the Precision Multiband, which is probably up here somewhere. Yep. And last but not least, I'm going to use the UAD Precision Limiter. Now that's all I need, because I know the quality of my mix is good enough. Now you could, in effect, you could have, before the Precision EQ, you could have, let's say, a Cambridge EQ. In fact, let's do that. Let's just, so that you can see why you would maybe use 2 EQs. So we'll add another EQ. We'll use the Cambridge EQ. So he's first in the chain. Okay, so that's a very minimal setup. Now you could have all 8 filled up. You could have, so the Cambridge EQ is going to be used for topper and tailing, severe low and severe high. The UAD Precision EQ, this one, is going to be made for any EQ that needs to be done to maybe make the highs a bit brighter, the lows a bit deeper, maybe some mid-range. Who knows? It just depends, really. We then have the Precision Multiband compressor. I will use this to tighten the track up for whatever needs to be tightened up. And then finally, I've got the limiter, where I shall limit it to 0.1 decibels. Get it nice and loud and punchy. So, there's several ways of doing this. The way I like to do is just finding a part of the track. Let me just put the track to the original tempo so I can find a nice loop, and it will just loop without any problem. This is probably a good part. Okay, so we'll use this section, and then it's simply a case of using your ears, using some of the tricks I told you about earlier, which I will just do now. But yeah, I use this as a way of monitoring how the other track sounds, and I try to get them sound generally the same, but I'll use my own ears and my own experience first, and then if I think that I need any help, that's when I'll use the other file to monitor. But I always test on my external gear when I'm monitoring, when I'm mastering at every stage. So I'll do the EQ, I'll listen to it on the external system, and then so on and so forth. Okay, I'm now monitoring through my system. I've got my other system set up and ready to go. I'm now going to start mastering. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is the UAD Cambridge is going to be used simply to cut the highs and the lows. 30 Hertz, and I'll just 19. I'm going to use the Elliptic 6, sorry no I'm not, Butterworth 6 on both. Okay, so that's simply all I'm using this for. No more, no less. Let's have a listen. Okay, I'm now going to use the Precision EQ to maybe just tidy it up a little bit, see what there is, to tidy up really. Okay. Let me just make sure that's turned off first. Also, there's several other tools that you can use to help you in the process. The one I like is my Penguin system. This is a graphic spectrum analyzer, a correlation meter, and a stereo meter. You're not going to be able to see a lot. I'll show you when you need to see it, but it needs to be on my other screen. So let's just carry on. As you can see, I've got a nice roll off in bass. That's good, that's what we want. Okay, yeah, it's not too bad actually at the moment. Okay, as you can see, there is still a bit there, but it's not a problem, and it's kind of it doesn't freeze it, but yeah, it's got a nice curve to it, so things are looking good straight off the bat. So let's continue. Okay, that's made it a bit warmer and it's brought the kick out also.
Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with
I'm just adding a high shelf at 11k just to bring out some of the top end.
humans learn to control their military with
Okay, what I'm doing here is creating an A-B comparison. So I just hit that button, copied A to B, and then I go into B, and then I'll move things around to try and set up like a second EQ mix, if you like, and then see what one sounds best.
Where humans learn to control their military with
I like doing that sometimes, completely removing a whole frequency set and then getting it up and just slowly coming back up with it to hear it being reintroduced.
where humans learn to control their military with
use these higher frequencies to add some air. Shelf.
Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with
Okay, we're getting there. Now this section here, this is like a low pass filter, 60, 80, 100 Hertz. So if I just drop that to 30. I'm liking that, that's good. Move on to my next plugin now, which is the Precision Multiband. You've got to be careful with these because you can really destroy a good mix with one of these plugins. Just take your time, take it easy, select a band at a time and just go through the process. Basically, you've got 5 EQ bands, or frequency bands should I say. Each band has a compressor, an expander and a gate that can be manipulated individually and independently of all the other bands. The bands can be moved up or down, gain, left or right, to choose the frequency range. You've got your threshold and your ratio for your compressor, your release and attack. This will show you how much is being compressed or expanded, your input level, your output level and your mix. So again, I'm just going to go through this, slowly making changes, seeing what happens. Now, what I'm doing here is I've set the threshold up and the ratio to get the compression working. I can then use the attack and release settings to really make the bass pump. As you can see over here, the compression is causing a gain reduction of 3.3 decibels, which you can then repair here or reintroduce. I'll show you what I mean in a second.
Where humans learn to control their military with.
Well, the bass pretty much gone there. We can watch what happens when I use the attack and the release settings. We can get it really pumping. But again, it's been hammered by gain reduction of about 9 decibels, so. So we then brought the level back up. However, it's not really doing what I want it to do, so I'm just going to mess around with the settings. Okay, I'm happy with that. I can then move on to the next one. Solo it. And if you just listen to it for a little minute, you've kind of got quite a bit of the bass in there, but there's quite a bit of the kick in there as well. So again, be using your threshold and your ratio, set up your compression amount. Sounds okay to me. Kick just went pop.
Rapid progress.
Move on to the next one, and as you can hear, there's a lot of stuff going on there, a lot of vocal stuff, which is actually held up here, but there's a lot of stuff going on. So let's just use the threshold and the ratio to get our compression going. There's a lot of high end of the kick here as well. Okay, move on to the next one. And of course, I would advise you to take more time on this than I am. You can select specific frequencies. Yeah, just take more time. But again, you're getting the, I'm just showing you the principles. Real high end of the kick, real high end of everything here.
Learn to control their military with
It's not looking too bad at the moment. And last, your extreme highs. Well, depending on how you've got this set, of course, because it's 2 to 4K at the moment. Well, 4K plus anyway. So, okay, that's sounding not too bad. Okay, so we're almost there with this. I just want to show you the mix button. The mix button does exactly that. When it's at 0, there's still processing going on, but none of this is being taken into account. When it's at 100, it's 100% processing. So. Okay, that's sounding good to me. We can maybe increase the output level a bit. Let's see if we can get it up to maybe -3. Okay, that's sounding good to me. Now let's just do a little A-B comparison, shall we, just for fun. Kind of loud, that one, isn't it? But it's not. We're not doing this to find a relationship between noise between volume level. It's to see how the specific instruments are mixed in this track. So let's have a listen to it. Very prominent highs. Okay, and the kick's kind of low in the mix. The highs are there, the bass is there, but okay, yeah, on the strength of that then, we might bring the highs up a little bit, which we could use the EQ with but I think we'll just use the multiband. Let's try bringing these up a little bit. I don't think I'm going to do that.
To control their military with
Looking at my graphic EQ, it looks okay. Could do it coming up a bit though. But I think we'll use the EQ for that.
rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with
Okay, I'm happy with that. Then onto the final step in the process, which is the limiter. So the limiter, again, UAD, basically got an input and output, a release stage, and we've got several metering stages here. We've got a gain reduction stage here. So again, what we really want to do here is get it as loud as possible without killing the dynamic range. So let's have a listen. If I do that, bring the output right, then put the input right up, we're getting 23 decibels worth of compression. We don't really want that. So let's sort this volume out. 0.1. Overly compressed. Horrendous. K14 is the one we want to use. The other ones have got different settings.
rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with
Okay, that's sounding extremely bright to me. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to process the file. I'm going to listen to it externally. So this is just going to export for me now, and then I'm going to test it on my other monitoring system, so I'll be right back. Okay, as you can see, I've imported the track there. That's the track. As you can see, it's louder than this. After listening to it on my other monitoring system, it does sound a bit light on the mids and highs, so I'm just going to adjust that a little bit using the multiband. Okay, I've imported the track back into Cubase. As you can see, it is louder, obviously, because of the limiting and the processing we've done. Listening to it on my home system, it does sound a bit high frequency and mid-range light. So I'm just going to adjust that with the EQ. And maybe some of the multiband as well.
Humans learn to control their military with
Okay, that sounds a bit better. Okay, I'm happy with that at that. I'm just going to process the track again, bring it back in and just do a comparison on all three, and then that's it. Okay, I've re-imported the track. You can see it here. I'll just drag it up here. So that's track 1, that's track 2, and that's the track I was using to compare to. So as you can see, the volume's right up now, and it's not been squashed either, so there's loads of dynamic range. You could probably even sneak another couple of decibels out of it, but is it really worth it? I prefer dynamic range over loudness. So let's just have a little comparison, shall we? Okay, so the original. The track that we were comparing it to. Okay, and the final version of the original. Okay, sounding good to me. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to close Cubase, and just as a little kind of side note, I'm going to open up the final one in Adobe Audition just to let you see how it looks really. There we go. So yeah, as you can see, it's not been, even though there was a brick wall limiter on it, and I could have probably got another squash out it, I don't want to do that. I've got nice dynamic range, and it sounds great. Okay, that's it for the mastering video. I hope you've enjoyed the course. Don't forget to watch all the little extra bonus videos that are included with the course to teach you all kinds of little nice, weird, fun things. I've enjoyed making the course. It's been really interesting. It's taken a lot of time, but it's been worth it, and I hope you guys got as much out of the course as I did making it, and maybe see you when I make another one. All the best. Hello and welcome to the extra videos that come with the Psytrance music production video course. These videos are the extra videos, as I said, that show specific things that I mention in the videos that I didn't want to actually do whilst recording the track creation videos. Things like some synthesis techniques and using things like fast effects on vocals and stuff. So this first one is on how to create the acid squelch lead sound that's in the track that you create using the video course. So first of all, this is the Virus TI software. The first thing we need to do is put in the initial patch. If you've got a Virus TI, it'll probably say start. Basically all it is a saw wave. So again, this can be done on pretty much most synthesizers. You may have to mess around somewhat with some of the effects that I'm going to use, but generally this is how it's done. Okay, first of all, we're going to be using only one oscillator, oscillator 1 here, and we're going to be leaving it at classic. So it's going to be square wave, and we're going to leave the pulse width as it is. So really, that couldn't be any easier. We are probably going to no, we'll make it as easy as possible. We'll just use well, I'll keep it as close to the original as possible, so we will just use the one oscillator. Okay, we'll move on to the filters. The filters are the tool that you use to shape the sound. So we've got, again, in fact, let's just, so I don't have to keep pushing a note when I'm changing stuff. Just pop a few notes in there. Okay, so let's shape the filters then. We're going to use a low pass filter. We're going to keep the resonance down, and we're just going to change this till we get the sound that we're after. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, sorry, yeah, we're going to use 2 filters. So yeah, let's just kind of we're looking for a kind of nice bleep sound. For the time being. One of the first things when you've got a kind of sound that you like, now the reason I'm leaving it that kind of low sound is because I'm going to be using the matrix to adapt the cut-off, but we'll get there. I'm going to now mess around with the amp envelope. For instance, if I do that, you've got a very quick attack, short decay, and then that's it. So we want probably bring the sustain up a bit. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Now we'll mess around with the filter envelope a bit. This is just the time that it takes the filter to work. Just press play. Oops. Wrong envelope. Let's bring the sustain up a bit on that. Okay, not bad. Next is the we'll go into the matrix section, I guess, and set up the LFOs. Okay, let me just stop that for a second. Okay, so what we're going to do is set up the LFO1 to control specific parameters of the synthesizer. It's going to be the filter cutoff and probably the oscillator 1 pitch. So if we go into the matrix, change this to LFO1, I'll just play it. Filter 1 cutoff. As you can hear, it's now the LFO is now controlling the filter 1 cutoff, but we haven't set the LFO up properly yet, so and we'll change this to LFO oscillator 1 pitch, and we'll just move it. You can hear it changing over a slow amount of time. Okay, we'll leave it at that for the time being, and we'll go and now we'll set up LFO2's control. We'll get LFO2 to control filter 1 cutoff as well, so we can have some strange things going on. LFO3, we'll get that to control distortion, the intensity of the distortion, which we haven't quite set up yet, but we'll do it in a second. Okay, let's go and set up the LFOs now. Okay, now to set up the LFOs, we'll use LFO1. Now if you remember, LFO1's controlling the filter cutoff and the oscillator 1 pitch. So if we come in here, we can have some real good fun. First thing I'm going to do is set it to clock, and I'm just going to use a 1-1 setting, which means the LFO, for if you've got a bar, it goes up and down. It follows that cycle for every bar, once in every bar, 1-1. Okay, Let's have a listen. As you can see, it goes up, down. Let's change the trigger phase a bit. This is where the LFO starts. That's complete cycle. That's starting at half its cycle. And let's put this to filter 1 cutoff also. Put that up a wee bit. As you can see, I'm targeting the filter 1 cutoff a lot because I want that to be manipulated as much as possible, but not in a wide range. I just want it to be affected slightly, in range wise, but I do want it to have some movement, hence the reason I'm messing around with it a bit. Okay, that should be enough for LFO1. Okay, LFO2, again we'll use in clock mode, and we'll use it in 2-1 this time, so the cycle will be done twice in every bar. We'll put the trigger phase up. There. Okay, sounds good. And the third LFO, again we'll use clock, again we'll use 2-1, put it and drop it into mono mode. So now, okay, sounding quite good, sounding quite rubbish because of that, but if we kind of create a little melody. Okay, so there's a little melody. It's god awful, but again we can give you a little bit better idea of how it sounds. Okay, and we'll move on to the next section. Where were we? The arpeggiator. Now, even though this has got a short kind of melody, I'm still going to arp it a little bit. I'm just going to change this to random and put it to 2, and I'm going to, yeah, leave it at that. So the longer notes will arpeggiate. We'll move on to the fun section now, the effects. Okay, for effects. Okay, effects section 1. I always like to have a little bit of analog boost and everything, so I just leave that at that. We're going to use some distortion on this. We'll use wide distortion. Bring the treble boost right up. Okay, as you can hear, it's getting a bit harsher, which probably means it would be nice to just have a different type of melody so you can hear what's going on. Probably speed it up a bit to round about the okay. So we've got that kind of running at that at the moment. I'm going to put some phaser on there, stage 4 phaser. Feedback down a bit. Just very subtly. What my intentions are here is just to give it a bit of movement is all, that's it, just to make it sound a bit more interesting. I'm going to EQ some of the low end out and maybe increase some of the mid and high in this EQ section. The reason I'm doing that here and not doing it in here is because it means less work in the when I'm actually working with the sound in the track. that sounds okay. It sounds pretty gritty now, pretty hollow as well sometimes. Okay, let's go on to effects. Now in here we've got things like our delays and reverbs. In this case we'll put on a tape clocked, and we'll go for 5/16 and 1/16 just to get it bouncing a little bit. Sounding nice now, I'm liking that a lot. Okay, we'll add a little bit of reverb to that. Just a small room will do. Put some pre-delay on there as well, just quarter note pre-delay. Put the time up quite a bit. Yeah, I like the way that sounds. Okay, and the last I'll just show you the common tab. It's just kind of got some all-round parameters that you need. With regards to this, you're not going to really change anything in here. You're just going to leave it as it is, but sometimes you would change stuff, maybe transpose it or part detune or whatever, or change the pitch bender, whatever it may be. You've got some soft knob control here. But okay, that's it. However, one thing it does do in the actual track, it automates from square wave back to saw wave, so you will hear it changing. But that's it. That's how the high bleep sound was created in the virus. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks. Bye. Hi, and welcome to the bonus videos in this Psytrance music production course. This one's going to be showing you how to create a lead in Albino. What I've done is I've opened up Bassism just for ease and just used the average kick setting, and I've created a little MIDI pattern in Albino. I'll just leave that for a second so you can have a look at it, just in case you want to copy the pattern over. Okay, so now if I just go to Albino, just insert Albino there. Okay, that's just the preset noise. If we come down here and select, wait a minute, I should have done another one. I think I made another one. Maybe not. Okay, this is the initial lead sound of our Albino, which is absolutely nothing. You need to do a couple of things to activate it. First of all, you put the oscillator on, turn the volume up, and then check the amplitude envelope, which is under the envelope section, and just leave that there for the time being. Then go to the envelope 1 and just turn those up. You should hear something. Okay, as you can hear, we've got that click. Okay, so we need to mess around with the envelope settings a little bit more.
In fact, we can just leave it like that. Okay, at least we can hear something. Okay, the first thing we need to do is come up here and change that to a digital oscillator and change both of these to sawtooths. Change this range to 32 and we'll pop this one to 16. Right, okay, in fact I don't want to do that just yet because I want you to hear what's happening. And why is this coming through? Ah, sorry, in the land of Nod then. Yeah, it's because of, the cut-off was right off. So, right, this is how it sounds. Okay, now I'm just going to change the ranges here, just so you can hear what's happening. It's going to make it a tad more crunchy. And watch the waveform also. Okay, so we've changed the amount of cycles that are playing in a second. Let's give it that a bit more crunchier sound. Okay, what we want, so this oscillator goes into this filter, so we want it to be on 24 and we want it to be on bandpass. Okay. We'll change some of these settings here, some more envelope, maybe some tracking. So let's just see what happens. Okay, sounding good to me. Next on our, as you can see there, see that F1, that means that this oscillator is going to filter 1. We'll add oscillator 2 into the equation and we'll keep that going to filter 1 as well. I'll just drop the volume. And again, sawtooths. Interesting. Sorry, digital, then sawtooth. And we'll just put both of these to 16. Okay, again, you can only hear the little click. Now, we know it's not the filter this time, so the first thing we do is automatically go to oscillator 2, envelope 2. Click on that button. Okay, so that's oscillator 2 playing now. That's both of them playing. So now you can mess around with the transposition here. So let's put this one up, say 3 semitones, see what happens. That's god awful. So let's bring it back to 0 and maybe bring it down a couple. That's just as bad. So just mess around with the settings till you get something you like. I kind of like that, that's a nice sound. So what's that sounding like with the kick so far? Okay, it's nice and thin and nasally. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is add some modulation. Down in this section here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 LFOs, the matrix and the arpeggiator. What we're going to do is use the LFOs to control specific parameters. Down in the modulation matrix, first thing I'm going to do is add the modulation wheel and assign that to the filter 1 cutoff. So let's have a listen. Okay, so that's what we've got so far.
Now if I just use the modulation wheel, nothing happens because we haven't turned this up, so put that up to 0.5. Okay, so that's the modulation wheel controlling the cut-off. We're now going to use some of the LFOs to control other aspects. I'm going to use LFO1 to control the filter cut-off as well, but only a little bit. So I'll just pop that up to 5 for the time being. I'm going to use LFO2 to control filter 1 panning. I'll put that up to about 0.5 as well. And I'll use LFO3 to control oscillator 1's pitch. I'll put that up right there. And let's hear it. There's no point hearing it if we haven't done anything with the LFOs. So if we go back to LFO1 and just press play, I'm just going to sync it to quarter notes. And this is the filter cutoff. Okay, that will do for that. LFO2 is controlling the filter panning. So we'll just come in and deal with that. I'll just drop that to quarter notes as well. Okay, that will do for that. And what was next? LFO3 oscillator 1 pitch. Okay, go back to the matrix and just kind of sort out the way you want the amounts. I think that's probably a little bit too much. Okay, that sounds not too bad at the moment. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is add some effects to the filter, or we're going to route, sorry, the filter, the amp. So if you just select FX1 and 3, and then 1 we'll set up a phaser. So I'll just press play. I'll just take that out altogether. Add it 100, completely wet. What happened there? Okay. Bring the feedback down a bit, bring it down to 2 stages, make sure, well, I don't know if I need the inversion, and then just mess around with the settings. Mess around with the modulation wheel. Okay, add some delay onto it. I'll just sync it to quarter notes. Okay, starting to sound a bit crazy. Okay, so that's sounding not bad. Oops. Okay, so just kind of mess around with the settings a little bit more, just to see what we can change, if we can just sort it out a little bit. If I right click on, sorry, if you hit the ECS button and then left click on the cutoff and turn the knob on your MIDI controller, you can then control that, and I just want to see. Of course, you can already do that with the modulation wheel, but I prefer to use a knob rather than the wheel. You could maybe mess around with some of the delay settings a little bit more. Maybe some of the envelope settings, just to try and, I'm just trying to make it a little bit thinner. Let me just turn the effects off for a second. Okay, that's sounding. Right, what else can we add? Mess around with the phaser a wee bit more, maybe. There's not really much. And that's tidied it up a little bit. But I don't like that. Yeah, it's getting there, I guess. Okay, that's almost there, I would say. It's just lacking in something.
Okay. Right, that is something I'm not liking at all. It's got to be an envelope. Ah, wait a minute. I completely forgot about envelope 2. Okay, rid of that. I'm rid of that. That's better. That's better. The decay and sustain were making this oscillator all screwy, if you listen. It's almost like it's adding in noise because the notes are sustaining like that, and then when you add the decay as well. So yeah, the envelope just wasn't right, but that's it right now. Then of course if we add the effects, 1. Okay, so I'm happy with that. That sounds much better. That's something you've got to watch out for. I'm glad it kind of went like that, because there's always a little something somewhere that it just needs one knob to be not right and you won't get the right type of sound. So there we go. Okay, I hope that helps you out. I'll see you in the other video. Hi, and welcome to another of the extra bonus videos. This is just going to be a nice short and sweet one, as it's a very easy thing to do. And it's regarding cleaning up vocals. Now this is the vocal I use in the track. Funny enough, it's probably not the best vocal in the world to show you this with, because it's an extremely clean sample. The reason for that being I captured it from the mid channel of a 5.1 surround sound DVD. So there really isn't that much going on. There is the little kind of little background bits and bobs, but nothing substantial. However, I can still show you the processes and what happens in cleaning up samples like this. This is Adobe Audition again. Makes it extremely simple. So let's have a listen to the sample.
Rapid progress to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, now there is a little bit of background stuff going on here. So what we can do is select that section, and then we right click and select Capture Noise Reduction Profile. When we do that, Adobe Audition analyzes this part, and then what we need to do is select the whole file by hitting Ctrl A. Then we come to Effects, Restoration, Noise Reduction. What you can see here is that's the noise profile that Adobe captured. So now if I just go OK, you'll see that it's taken away a lot of the noise. It's flat now. So now if I play it,
rapid progress to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
And you can hear it is a cleaner sample all round. Now if I just undo that, see, you can see the noise, but you can also hear it as well if you listen to the sample closely.
Rapid progress to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
You can hear the kind of shh in certain parts. If I go to edit and redo the noise reduction, have a listen.
Rapid progress to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
It's gone. So that's a very, very clean sample. Now obviously, it was quite an easy job because it was a clean sample to start with. But if you've got yourself a dirty sample that's got all kinds of noise problems, that's how to clean it up. And of course you can do the same with the hiss reduction, clip restoration, click pop eliminator. They all work in pretty much the same way. So I hope that was a nice short video, but I hope it was useful for you. Hi, welcome to this video showing you how to create the kind of fast wind up vocal effect that I created in the track. This is Native Instruments Fast Effects. It's from their Electronic Instruments 2 XT pack. One of my favourite effects, does all sorts of crazy stuff. Very easy to use. You'll notice I've got it in standalone mode here. You can use it in as a VST instrument plugin. Sorry, it is a VST plugin, but as you'll notice it is pretty CPU hungry, so I prefer to do it in standalone mode. So the first thing you need to do is obviously get your the sample that you need to use. Okay, once you've got your sample, which is this one, in this case it's me laughing, and what you need to do is import it into Fast Effects. Very simple. This selection button, just make sure it's set to 0. Just grab it. In fact, the easiest way to do it is if you make that 0. So as you can see, it's got loads of different samples in there. Change that to 0. Right click here, select Replace Sample, and if you see Mark Laugh 1, just open that up. Your sound has been analysed. Blah 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 blah. Just go yes. So now if I press play. Okay, it sounds a bit weird, but it was recorded at 148, so we change that to 148. Okay, I've just increased the gain. Okay, so now what you need to do is if you go to View, you want to show Recorder Box. Now basically what this is just a little recorder. Anything you do in here, this will record. So the first thing you need to do is go into the settings, and this little box pops up. You want this, yeah, you want to change this to I think it's clock start and clock stop. I'm pretty sure it's that, but we'll test it. Yeah, just OK that. So now what we've done, and you can ML affected, just change it to that, and then here you can select where you want to save it. It'll be the desktop. Okay, so now this will start recording as soon as I start, as soon as I hit that play button. But you need to kind of record enable first, and as you can see, it's already created the beginning of the wave, ready to go. So now if I press play, it's now recording. So let me just turn that down. In the track, what I basically done was I had the laugh and I speeded the laugh up and then slowed it down. Very simple to do in this. It's using this free section here. So let me just turn that up. Hit the enable button and then deal with this loop section. Just keep an eye on this. And obviously you take it to however slow you want it, and then just go. And that's it, that's how I've done the basic effect. And of course with this you can do much more than that. So as you can see, fast effects, you can get a lot of stuff happening very fast. So there you can see, in my fast effects you can get loads of effects. So now I'll just cancel that, and it's gave me this wave file. Now what I would do is open up something like Adobe Audition or SoundForge, whatever it is that you use, Wavelab or whatever. Drag the effect in, and then cut out bits I like. So if I play this now, so obviously I don't want that. It's no good to me. That's that whole section there. So I could then cut that out and take it into Cubase, or any of the other sections. So that's how to create effects using the Fast Effects Native Instruments tool, especially on the vocals. I hope that helps you with some stuff. Thanks. Hi, and welcome to the second video, or another video in the extra videos that come with the Psytrance production music course. This one is on how to create the high bleep sound, which is this, which is in the track. So without further ado, we'll just start straight off. Again, start where yours will probably say start. Don't use the initial one because it's out of phase and all sorts of stuff. So obviously, as always, oscillators to start with. We're going to use 2 oscillators this time. The first one's going to be left as it is, and the second one is going to be down here on sine wave, and we're just going to bring it in a little bit. I'm going to put it up by quite a few semitones, probably 24. Take the detune right off. It's got a little kind of whistly sound behind it. Okay, we're going to utilise oscillator 3 as well. Check out all the different waves, but I know I'm going to use wave 14 for this. Sounds a bit like an organ now, actually. And we're going to be using things like FM modulation in this one, just to well, make it bleepy and squelchy. Just turning up the envelope to oscillator 2 at the moment. We're going to change that in a second. I'm going to put up the portamento a little bit as well. Makes it just kind of sound a bit off tone, it just makes it sound a bit odd. Okay, next we're going to look at the filters. Okay, with regards to the filters, in this case, again we're going to be using 2, and we're going to be using them to kind of mess around with the sound altogether. So let's see what we've got. Okay, I'm using the same kind of sequence that I was using last time, but in this this time we're going to be using bandpass. I'm going to bring this down quite a bit, in fact. Bring some resonance into it also. On the other filter I'm going to be using the bandpass as well. Obviously not that high. That sounds okay. Right, the next thing I'm just going to, this is going to be the main one, so I'm just going to mix it in. Yeah, that should do. Turn the volume up a bit. I'm going to pan it slightly to the right. Okay, now the envelopes, the filter envelope, I'm just going to create, move the decay a bit more. Just make the notes last a little bit longer. And I'm going to change the envelope amount so that it controls it more. And I'll put the key follow up somewhat, just so it, the key follow helps the higher notes in this case be more controlled by the filter. The amp envelope I'm not really going to change that much. We'll give it a little bit more release. That should do, but we're going to increase the envelope amount on filter 2 as well. Okay, we're starting to get a kind of, let's just turn that up a bit. We're starting to get like a metallic sound now. Put key follow up on here as well. Okay, that's sounding good. We'll move on and set up the matrix now. Okay, this time we're going to have LFO1 controlling a portamento amount, just for fun. And probably about that much. We need to set up the LFO properly first. We'll use the modulation wheel for what should we use? Oscillator balance, which is a cool, very very cool tool. I'll put it all the way up, and if I use the modulation wheel, I can basically morph between the two oscillators. We'll use LFO2 for oscillator 1 pitch, because we really want to mess around with that. Don't know if you notice, but you've almost got a squelch there. There is a squelch built into that sound. That's a really easy way of creating a squelch. Saw wave, LFO controlling the oscillator 1 pitch, and you've got it. What else? That should do us. Okay, let's move on and set up the LFOs. Okay, we're only using LFO 1 and 2 this time. LFO1 again, set it to clock, but we'll kind of pop it to something weird like 3/8. Pop it into mono mode. Okay, hear what I'm aiming for, it's really giving that squelch. And we'll bring the resonance right down. Change this to noise volume, get some noise in there. If you can hear it, just a little bit of noise coming out the back, which is nice. Okay, LFO2 again is going to be clocked, but we'll leave it on 2 to 1, but this is where the cool stuff comes in. We'll use some sample and hold, and we go, and it's we'll change the trigger phase till we get something that we like. Now it's starting to sound very kind of broken and disjointed, which is what we're after. Okay, that's sounding quite good. Okay, so it's sounding quite good now. So next things we need to move on to is the arpeggiators and the effects. The arpeggiator, I'm just going to let's put that to as played, leave it like that, but put it up a couple of octaves so it really starts bouncing around. Nice. Okay, that's really messing it up a bit. Let's move on to the effects. As I mentioned earlier, I always like some analog boost in everything that I'm doing. I'll just increase it in this tune. A lot of distortion this time, but only a soft one, so we'll maximise that, get the intensity right up. No, I'll just leave that off. Phaser. 6-stage phaser this time. Nice, that's really starting to make it go all over the place. And the feedback down a bit. Okay, that's sounding very good now. Nice, crazy, chunky bits in the background, but this is the section here that's really going to send it nice and chunky. We're going to use, in this case, the frequency shifter instead of the ring modulator. Sounding good to me, and I'm not bothered about EQ in this instance. We'll move on to effects number. Okay, this is a video on how to create kick rolls and snare rolls. Just simple. I'm not going to show you anything fancy. We've got a kick, as you normally would have. I've got a bass on there at the moment. Won't worry about that for a second. So we've got a normal kick, and we want to make it roll from here. So we just go like that, and then we can go basic kick roll. And it's very easy to make it faster. You just change the spacing between the kicks. So at the moment we're up to 16s. If we just go to this last section here, change it to 32, drop that in there. Job done. And again, if you want to make it even faster. Oh, sorry. If we just undo that, then we can delete these ones, bring these ones along here. We'll move them all along. And then change that to 64. Zoom in a wee bit so we can see it. There you go. Basic drum roll. Now, you can mess around with this, with your velocities. So you could kind of have that go like this. Oops, sorry, you need to select them first. That might help. So you could have stuff going like this. Back up. Whatever you like, just mess around. Okay, so that's a basic kick roll, and of course you can have that. Oops. You can have this. Okay, so that's your basic kick roll. Now, I should have let you just maybe hear that with the just a kind of offbeat bass line, nothing spectacular. Okay, you would probably have a better bass line than that in there anyway. But you get the idea. So now I'll just go back and put this into normal kicks. And I'll show you a snare roll. Snare rolls are slightly different. Oops. Add a MIDI track. Call that snare. Now, as you know, snare's on your offbeat. So we've got snare there. There. And there. Okay, nothing spectacular. But with the snare roll we can do all kinds of things. So you can start with kind of basic just fills. Just place them wherever you like. So okay, so and then with this, if we change the colour of the kick, I'll be able to see this easier. We could select both of these. You can see where the kick and stuff is, where the kick and the snare is. You can then make the kick and snare kind of dance around each other by doing things like this. So okay. So that's like a little kind of snare fill, I guess. Now if you want to do the snare rolls, what I normally do is you can start them wherever you like. So let's say we just want one on the end here and we want it to be like this. You'll normally find that snare rolls kind of ramp in with the velocity. So there's a basic one. Okay, now the same principles apply. You could then start it from a way back here. You could do it like that maybe, then maybe like that. Then maybe like that again, but for a bit longer this time. Oops. And then maybe have a gap. And again, you can ramp these in. Now you would probably need that one there to still be kind of up here to keep the feel going. And then of course you can do it from back here. It's up to you. You can have that, and you could have that, and you could have maybe that. Oops. Then you could maybe miss a section. Do all this. And maybe here. So and of course you could just have this ramping in like so. It's the same principle. But snare drums are more, you can have more fun with them really. And it's related to the type of snare drum as well. So you could have like the whole snare drum like this, but then you could use velocity to create different types of rolls. So you could ramp it up to there and then maybe down fast, then back up. And again, at the same time, you can have different speeds, different patterns going on, all kinds of stuff. So we could have that there. Delete that one. Back up to 64. Oops. Oops. And there. That's if you really want to go mad. But yeah, so then you can have, if you just select all again, get your line out, now you can do all sorts of crazy stuff now. It's just really your own imagination that limits you for doing anything really, I suppose. And of course you can be going mad with your kick drums as well. Get them all running in conjunction with each other. So there you go. It's a little bit on kick drum rolls and snare rolls. Hope I helped you out. Hi, welcome to the video on how to create a kick drum in Adobe Audition. You can also do this in SoundForge. You've probably seen the SoundForge one. It's one that Infected Mushroom done some time ago. Same kind of principle, however I just prefer doing it in Adobe Audition. First thing we need to do is generate the tone. So what we need to do, because it's a kick drum, we need to create the waveform, so mono, and we'll use 32-bit floating. Okay, it brings you into this screen here. Now there's several ways you can do this. You can just create a kick drum at any frequency you like, and then adapt it to your song, or you can try and tune it somewhat. First thing to do is put the dB up to 0, and then let's say for instance you were working in the key of C. We know that C1 is 33 Hz, so you could make something at 33 Hz. It's pretty low. C2 however is 65, 66, C3 etc, 131 etc etc etc. So for this example we'll use 65 Hz. We want it to be a sine wave, and that's it. Just leave the other settings as they are. Here you can change the duration. We'll just leave it at 1 second. Hit OK. There we go. There's our 1 second sine wave at 65 Hz. Excellent. Okay, so from now on it gets very personal. It's really up to your own tastes, I guess. But to do what we need to do is you go to effects, then go to time and pitch, and then we come to pitch bender. Now if it's the first time you've done it, it'll probably look like that, and it'll probably have 48 semitones in there. I think it'll be 48 or 24, something like that. Now we need to change the quality level to perfect. Now what we've got here is the opportunity to bend the pitch in here to however we see it. So you could do it like this. That's just to give you an example. Now if we put that up there, that's the high frequencies we're dealing with, the beginning of the sample. So if I preview that, if I bring this down, you'll hear it going from high to slow to low. Okay, but it's a range of 2 semitones. We want more semitones than that. We'll start off at 18, I guess. Let's preview that. I'm going to OK that. Okay, now as you can see the sample's getting longer and longer. Now I'm going to chop it off at 45 just to keep it nice and short. Now effects, time and pitch, pitch bender. What I'm going to do now is drop it with some semitones. Now it's up to you. This is taste, and I would advise you to experiment as much as you can. Now if I drop it to 15 and preview, I like that, so I'm just going to hit OK. Then I'm going to go back to effects, time and pitch, pitch bender, and then I'm going to drop it by, let's say 5 semitones this time. See what we get. Going to OK that. Then I'm going to go back into effects, time and pitch, pitch bender. This time I'm going to start shaping the sound. So what you do is you just left click anywhere on this blue line, it will give you another node, and with that node you can start to shape the sound. Okay, shaping this, we can go OK now. Let's see it's starting to get a different shape. Let's have a sound to that. I'll listen to that, sorry. Okay, and as you can obviously hear, it is far too long. So again, I'm just going to chop it off around about 45. Get rid of this. Now, you can do that as many times as you want, continuously changing the pitch and the semitones. For instance, if I put that down to 5 now, okay, that. Let's have a listen. Right, so now I'm really going to chop it off. I'm going to chop it off about here. Let's have a listen. Right, so now you can keep doing that and really tighten it up and compress it and get it sounding really, really nice. Or there is another device that you can use, and it's under Effects, Amplitude and Compression, and it's the envelope process we're looking for. Now again, mess around with this. You can have an ADSR envelope, you can have a bell curve. That I like a lot. Curve, keep, you can do, it's up to you. There's loads of cool stuff that you can do, and of course you don't have to use any of this. You can use your own, make your own shapes, whatever you like. It's up to you. Of course you wouldn't do it quite like that, would you? But you could maybe. Whatever. I love the bell curve. I just like the way it sounds. Okay, that. There we go. There's a nice kick. And then into Effects, Amplitude and Compression. Now I could. Okay, so it's telling me it's already at 0 dB pretty much. So there's a very quick and easy way how to make decent kicks. Mess around with it, enjoy it, and if you do spend some time on it, you can get some really killer kicks out of it. Thanks for watching. Okay, I thought I'd make an extra little bonus video. It's really just to show you a little technique that you may or may not know about. Hopefully you don't, because it's a cool little technique. I'm just going to do it over 2 bars, but it can be done over 4 or 8 or 16. Over 16 it gets pretty complex, but the first thing I'm going to do is just add a kick. Now, I'm not worrying about the sounds particularly in this tutorial. It's just to show you this. So, got my kick, and I'm just going to create a typical Psy bass. Interesting. Where did they come from? Did I miss the timing on that? Must have done. Oh, it's the kick. That was clever. Okay, this is kind of like a question and answer deal that I'm going to show you. We're just going to create, I'm going to create just a little pattern. Okay, that'll do it. Just get rid of that. Let's have a look at this. Use that. What have I done? Is it just really low? Yeah, okay. Okay, and I'll colour that orange. You'll see why you really need the colours. So orange, blue and yellow. And I'll copy that down to there. But I'll copy all of those ones and move them up an octave. I'll move them back in a minute. And I'll copy all of these ones and I'll move them down 2. Doesn't matter what you do, all I've done is so I could do this, so I can see all 3 different colours. Now the reason I can see all the different colours is because up here I've got part selected. You may have velocity selected and it will just show red there. you want part, not pitch, part, and then you've got the 3 different parts. So, and if you click on one at high, it activates that part. So activate that one, activate that one. Okay, and all I'm going to do is create a pattern with all 3 of them. So let's say we want to start on this one, so I'm going to mute that one, and I'm going to mute that one, and mute that one, mute that one, mute that one, mute that one, and mute that one, 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 and mute that one. And now I'm going to move up to the next sound and make sure that one's not playing at the same time as that one. So there isn't one there, so I'll leave that one. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Oh, I didn't. Okay, yeah, that's cool. We could just leave one there, one there. Get rid of that one. 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 We could leave that one in the middle there. Get rid of that and that, and then go up to the next sound. So we can't have that one, and we can't have that one. Okay. We can't have that one, and we can't have that one. Okay. We can't have that one, so we could have those 2 this time. We can't have that one, so we could have, and we can't have that one. We can't have that one or that one. We can't have that one, but we can have that one there. We can't have that one. We can have that one. We can't have that one. And we can't have that one. Let's hear what it sounds like. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is put them all back to the C3 range. So I'll just up them. That's actually C3, C4. Yeah, it's a C4 range, I guess. That'll need to come up twice. Okay, let's have a listen. Okay, just give them a quick mix. Kick -10. It's always where I put it. Okay. Okay, and then you could just go add a track, create a group channel, and then you could just go mad. You can send in the 3 effects into the group channel. Sorry, the 3 lead sounds. Now you can go mad. It's up to you. Do what you want. You can go really crazy and get some distortion in there. Now this distortion is a bit mental, so you need to be really careful with it. As you can see, bring the output. That's kind of nice. What does that sound like? Everything's soloed. everything unmuted. So yeah, it was just a quick idea that I had when I was making the other videos, and I thought you might find it useful. And of course, you can space this out to more bars, but with less notes. So, like for instance, I've got one kind of note almost in every beat there, and if you do it like for over 8 bars, for this sound, I maybe only have one note in each bar, and then the other two, again, one note in each bar, and you just kind of keep filling it up, and you can put it through pretty much anything you want, and you will get all kinds of crazy stuff happening, and it just gets crazier and crazier the more you do it. And then of course you can be controlling, you could be like, and all of that can be automated. You can do whatever you want, really. I am looking for something to show you, but can I remember where it is? I thought it was in there. No, maybe I haven't installed it. I don't know what I've done with it. Okay, but anyway, there you go. I hope that gives you some fresh ideas. Hi, welcome to another of the extra videos. This one's just about reverse kick. Very, very simple. There is just a couple of different ways that you can do it. You've got your kick running. Okay, you want that kick. Just mute everything apart from one kick. Make sure it's kind of long enough to give you a decent sound, and export it. Okay. Right, we only want it to be not even that. Use quantize. That's it. Let's have a listen. Okay, that's because my kick drum was at -10. I should have put that up first, so I'll just use that to kind of bring it up a bit. Okay, so we've just imported our kick back into the track, and we want it to play up here. Select it, audio, process, reverse. Basically, job done. Oh. That's it. That's your basic reverse. You can make it, you can have a bit of fun with it. You can go audio, process, what am I talking about? You come up here, select sizing applies time stretch, and let's see how far we can time stretch it out. Okay, so as you can hear, it's been cut into 3 because we time stretched it so much. But of course you could cut that up, you could do whatever you want with it. Probably get away with really getting rid of the first ones if you do that. Okay, so really you can do whatever you like, but that's the basic way to create a reverse kick. Another way of doing it is if you're using something like Contact. If you go into Contact, and and bring the wave editor up, and if you make sure that it's on sampler, so go to the sample editor button. There's a reverse button in here. Oops, yeah, keep forgetting you got to select it first, then hit reverse. It's that easy. Of course you can do a lot more, but you can chop it up and use it rhythmically, just a little whip 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 bits. It's up to you, but that's how easy it is to do a reverse kick. And I do like my reverse kicks. I love the way they sound. Let's just, in fact what I'll do is I'll cancel that, just cancel all the editing, and I do like this. I'm a sucker for it. Well, obviously not that. Is I need to take reverse off. Oops. And of course, add a nice big long delay onto that. Do whatever you like, but that's how easy it is to create your reverse kick, and I guess there's loads of different ways to use it. Hi, and welcome to another bonus video in the Cubase Psytrance production course. This one's going to be using reverse reverb on a vocal. So first thing I'm going to do is import a vocal that I want to use, and again we'll use the same one, the Q sample.
Rapid progress to where humans learn.
Okay, so what we need to do is create an FX channel, and we want a reverb on it. Any reverb will do, preferably one with nice long tails, but it's up to you. For this purpose, I'm just going to show you the Roomworks one in Cubase 5. You can use any reverb. Once you've got your reverb in and you've created your effects channel, what you then need to do is go to the audio channel and send a lot of the audio channel to the effect. So have a listen.
Rapid progress to where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, that'll do. The next thing we need to do is reverse the original sound, but before that I'm just going to duplicate that. So to reverse it, all we need to do is just select it, audio, process, reverse. So let's have a listen. Interesting. So now that we've got our reverse sample with reverb on it, what we need to do is export the sound of the reverb only. And the way we do this is we simply route this channel to no bus, so it's not going to the main stereo output, but because of the effect's still there and it's going to the sound of the it's going to the stereo output, you'll still hear the reverb only. So if we have a listen. Okay, so all you're actually hearing there is the reverb. So what we want to do is export this reverb. Okay, call it vocal reverb only and make sure you bring it back in. So there we have the reverb sample now. So, now what we want to do is reverse or put the original sample back to its normal state. So I'm just going to delete that one, bring this one back in, and then we need to reverse this reverse vocal, the reverse reverb, to make that play the proper way round as well. Okay, so we now have two files. We've got the reverb only here and the actual file here. Now I'm just going to cut this up, just to tidy it up a bit. Just cut it there, that'll do. Make it a bit shorter and easier to work with. So now what you need to do is just marry the two of them up together. So just try and find, let me just let you hear what this one sounds like now.
Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, so what we need to do is marry these two up, which probably shouldn't be that hard.
Rapid progress.
Okay, it was too late.
Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, so that's it. Now what you would do is, let me just put these to one row so I can see what I'm doing. Mix both of them in together.
Humans learn to control their military with drugs. Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with drugs. Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with drugs.
Okay, that's it. Oh, wait a minute, sorry. Make sure that you take that off.
Rapid progress, where humans learn to control their military with...
Now, you could do all kinds of things with that. You could then, let's say, add a group channel, add some effect on it. Something crazy, I don't know, something like camel space, maybe. And then you can just really go mad. Route these two to the group one. Okay, yeah, obviously you need something that's... But as you can hear, that's quite cool. Really up to you. The reason I added the effect was just to help the two sounds gel together, but you can do anything. You could add a reverb to both of them through a group channel and that will make them gel together as well. It's up to you. Have fun with that, and I shall see you in another video. Thanks. Hi, welcome to another bonus video from the Psytrance music production course. This one's going to be for how to create stabs. Now, I'm just going to do this on the Virus TI, but it works with any synth, and it's really personal, this one, I guess, because really all it is a chord, and then you add effects, and depending what you do with the effects, it really depends on how the sound turns. But as a basic rule, generally we start with a chord, a very small chord. Small chord, what am I talking about? A short chord. So let's just find the chord. Let's find... Okay, let's try that. Let's use that triad. So okay, so there we have a chord. Far too long. Let's just bring it right down to there. Okay, solo that. Now let's go to the virus. And I'll just use a preset because, well, let me just build something quick then. I'll just use a saw wave, I suppose. Leave it on low pass. Now we'll use both. Okay, so there's a basic pad sound. I'm just going to add some modulation now. I'll put the LFO into quarter notes, and I'll go into the matrix, and I'll just modulate the filter cutoff with that. Okay, we'll add some effects. Bit of delay. We'll use a tape clocked. In fact, I think we'll keep the amplitude, the amplifier envelope with a faster attack. So it's kind of stabby, I guess. And maybe mess around with the pitch a little bit of oscillator 2 maybe. Oscillator 2 pitch. Okay. So that's it. I would call that a stab. Now, it's a very boring stab, but that's the basics. So let's just put that there. It might actually still be too long. Okay. So yeah, we're going to call that a basic stab. However, you can then make that basic stab much more interesting by adding more interesting effects. Now I could go back into the virus, I suppose. Go back into here, get some decent tape clocked reverb delay on it. Could add a bit of reverb, just a bit of hall reverb. So there's a basic stab. So now I could start making a rhythm with that. So So what have we got? We've got okay. Oh no, this is the second one, isn't it? So we can just delete that. And what did I want? Okay, so let's just hear. So you could do whatever you want with those types of stabs. Now, if we look at some presets, okay, here's some of the presets on the Virus, as you can see, or if you listen. Okay, basically the difference between that one and the one I made, obviously, is the shaping of the sound and the effects, and they've went into the they've still got the amplifier envelope out more, but again it's just a very quick filter envelope is all it is. Just make sure the sustain's right down, and then you've got a bit of decay. So again, I'll make a quick one again. So if I come okay, go to the filter, go to the amp envelope, make sure the decay is short, make sure there's no sustain. Sorry, on the you can make it really short by doing this on the amp envelope, and of course depending on how you're controlling the filter depends how you want to have this. Again, but short and stabby, that's really what you're after. And well, it's up to you what oscillators you use. I've got probably, if I go to come away from the grain table and use the wavetable stuff, use that. That's like an organ. And as I said, once you've done it in the synth, you could then bounce that down to audio, or just use some of the effects that you've got. Again, a great example, if I put the Roomworks reverb up. Okay, and I like using camel space in these examples. Well, yeah, I'll use camel space. Because there's just so much you can do with camel space. It's just one of my favourite toys, really. And there's so many presets. If you just put it onto, you want like a trance gate. Oops. Do that if you want, and move it down an octave, make it a little bit darker. That's it. That's very simple to make stabs that way. Now to make sound effects and stuff, again, it's just the same. It's just the same, but we'll use what we've got here. You can take, let's solo that, and let's export this as an audio file. Stab one. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay, so now I've got an audio file of the stab. No, I haven't. That was clever. Solo the stab. Oh yeah, that was my own stupid fault. Because it's hardware, you've got to real-time export. So there we go, overwrite. Okay, so there's the stab. Okay, it's an audio file. You can do what you want with it. Let's first see what we can come up with. So let's reverse it. So you've got a build-up ramp there straight away. Again, you can add effects. You can chop it up. Let's chop it up and see what we can do to it. Let me just make that a bit longer so I can see it. Okay, so now I've got it sliced up to 16ths and it's reversed. Let's see if we can change it around. So let's just duplicate this, move it over here, and I'm just going to delete sections of this one. So I'm just going to delete that one, 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 maybe delete that one, and then I'm going to bring that one in there, drop that one in there, maybe drop that one in there, and drop that one in there. That one might go there. This one might go here. Is that the second time I've done that? It's the right sample. That's weird. And that one there. So okay, so now I've made that a little bit choppy. But what we may have to do is create tiny little fades. Interesting why it's not. Okay, so tiny little fade in and a tiny little fade out. Okay, that's just a stupid little effect that we've made. But again, you can add all sorts of stuff. Let's stick some crazy distortion on it. See what happens now. Okay, so that's with a bit of distortion. You can add filters on there, all sorts of stuff. You can add flangers, everything. Don't know about you, but that sounds like birds to me, like little insects in the summer. And of course, if you like that, all you need to do is just go export, call it summer bugs. We don't need to real-time export it. So now we have another sample that we can then start to manipulate again. And of course, depending on what you're after, you can take sections out. So I like that. So I could take this now and let's put that there, and I'm going to time stretch it. I'm going to audio process pitch shift. Take it down a whole semitone, a whole octave. Okay, there we go. There's just loads of new sounds. That's a great way to do it. Of course, you can synthesize sounds also. So if we come on to channel 2 here, well, we'll just do it on one, it doesn't matter. So if we come back to the browser, start with a okay, and depending on your synthesizer, let's find a really a nice complex grain. It's still on wavetable. I didn't want it to be on wavetable. Oh yeah, of course, because it uses the waves for the granular stuff. Let's use some of the formant stuff. Okay, and then depending on the effects that you've got access to, let's go and see what we can do with the ring modulator. So that's the frequency shifter frequency. So we go into the matrix, go to LFO1, see what we can mess around with. What am I looking for again? Wait a minute, if we come to the oscillator, push up the FM amount. No. Ring modulator frequency shifter. Where is it? Yep. Go to the LFO one, put it on random. Now we could also have it messing with oscillator 1's pitch. Again, we could just throw in another LFO and have that controlling the speed of LFO 1. Oops. Again, that's it. It's simply just a case of being experiment as much as you can, and you'll get some brilliant, you'll get some great results. So let's have a listen to kind of the nonsense we made just in a couple of minutes of just complete and utter randomness. Okay, yeah, it's completely and utter nonsense, but you get the idea, and it just goes to show you how easy it is. You can start with a sound you've already got, even a kick, or a snare, or a bit of that vocal, or just time stretch it, chew it up, throw it through loads of different processes, and believe me, if you just take the time to mess around, you'll get some great results. Okay, I hope that helped you out somewhat. See you in another video. Hi, welcome to the bonus videos. This one is going to be regarding the kind of, I guess it can only be called the Psytrance Squelch, I suppose. And for this I'm going to be using the Axis Virus TI. This is the Axis Virus TI plugin. It just helps you control the the hardware easier. If you follow this, you can probably do this with any VST, as long as it's got the same kind of functionality. But again, it's really just modulating the pitch. So without further ado, open up your initial patch. Don't use the init patch. Yours will probably say start, I think it says. First thing I'm going to do is turn it up. So just go to the filter section, turn the filter volume up. Okay, oscillators. Now we're going to be using oscillator 2 here. So if you just come here and put the oscillator balance over to 2. Okay. The next thing we want to do is we need to set up the filter envelope to pitch settings. How we do that is come to Matrix and come in here and go to filter envelope, because this is what we want to do. We want to have the filter envelope controlling the pitch of oscillator 2. So you select filter envelope, just take that off, and then in here we're looking for filter envelope to pitch 2, I think it says. There it is, filter envelope to oscillator 2 pitch. So obviously the more you turn this up, that's the reverse. What we're wanting is that kind of little laser sound, but not that much. Okay, so we want to go back to we want to come back to the LFOs now, so we can say sort out some shaping. We want it to be in envelope mode, basically so that the LFO will now play through the envelope. We want to have it on a sine wave, and we then want to come over here and we're going to move the 2 oscillator pitch modulations. Kind of move it to your own taste. It's up to you really. And then you can we can move this a little bit, not by much, and then adjust the LFO speed. So you can hear it going. That's it, following the sine wave up and down. Okay, so that's sounding pretty good. Now go to the filter. We'll stick it through a bandpass filter. And make sure you've got the Series 4 one, which is a 24 decibel per octave 4-pole filter, which is what we're after. And then just adjust the filter to your own tastes. Let's hear it with a kick and a little melody I've got. Okay, that'll do for the moment. Now what we want to do is come back to the LFOs, and we're going to use again the LFO2 to modulate the filter. So what should we use? We'll leave it at triangle, and let's just adjust the filter settings. And adjust your LFO speed to taste. You could put it on clock, of course, but in this case I'm not going to bother. It's okay there. Okay, that's sounding pretty crunchy. Okay, what we'll do now is put everything through the envelope so that we can modulate it some more. So if you come back to oscillator, filter, and you've got a filter, you've got an envelope amount here. So we just pop that up. But there'll do. And then if you come down to here, what we want to do is mess with the attack on the filter envelope and see what happens. Sounding good, and as you can hear it speeds up, but we're not going to be wanting it. It's just okay. So it's sounding good. Bring the key follow down a bit so that it takes off some of the high end. Okay, nice. Let's check out, if you go to FX1, check the analog boost out, see if we can boost. That sounds alright at that. Because the analog boost was already on. Gives it a nice bit of warmth. Okay, and we could add a bit of reverb in there. Okay, that's sounding pretty good, I reckon. What's the sound? Nice. Okay, so that's your basic sound done. But again, especially if you're using, this is the Virus TI OS 3. If you're using this, you can get really nasty with it. Like for instance, we can go back into FX1 and we can start adding some distortion. Phaser if you like. You can even be crazy and add some of the frequency shifter or the ring modulator even. And of course you could let's go into the matrix, put on LFO 2, LFO 1, sorry. Now let's use LFO 3, and what am I looking for? Now what was I just effect? We could look for the frequency shifter mix. And we've got the frequency shifter frequency that we can do at the moment. Got an LFO 3. Put it to sine wave. Just put that on, say 1-1. As you can see, it's starting to make it sound a bit crazy. So, but it's really up to you. So that's quite cool. It makes it sound a wee bit kind of off, just a bit odd. But the basic sound is that. That's your classic Psytrance squelch. Maybe add a little bit of take the distortion off. Nice, smooth, and easy. You could maybe add a bit of delay. And of course your melody is going to be a lot better than mine. So that's it. That's a kind of Psytrance squelchy lead on the Virus TI. Hi, welcome to the third video in the extra videos kind of sequence. This one I'm just going to I thought I'd just do a quick video on showing you how to create a whoosh. By that I mean like a rising kind of whoosh, something like that. Very simple. Start with an oscillator. Okay, so we'll use the sine wave. We don't even have to use that, in fact. If we go in and just turn on the noise and just bring the oscillator volume down. Okay, next thing you want to do is go into the filters, and we want to change the amp envelope. So let's just mess around with this somewhat. Okay, so we've got a basic one there straight away. Okay, let's just leave that there. We've got like a crazy wind type sound going on now. Okay, we'll leave that at that. Let's go into the matrix, see what we can do with an LFO. Clock that. Let's put it to 1-1. So when you start that, now that's going up and down as you watch it goes. It goes up to there and down to there. So that's another type of swoosh type sound as well, but we can change that. If we change this to 1-2, sorry, 2-1, so you've got it going up for the first section and coming down, or you can change it to whatever you like. That's a nice, that would be a really long one, 16 bars long. 8 bars long, 4 bars long. So if we make that 4 bars long, say, okay, that's more to do with the fact that there probably isn't any release on it. There you go. So that's a basic whooshing sound. Of course you could add oscillators and stuff. Doesn't have to be a saw wave, you can go crazy. And once you've got a sound like that, you could add some effects. Bring in the analog boost. You could also add a phaser. You go crazy. Try the ring modulator. Sync both oscillators up and bring 2 in. Do whatever you like. Of course I'm getting carried away now, but you can see it's very simple. If you take the phaser off, remove the frequency shifter, go back to the oscillator, take that off, and remove the FM modulation. Turn the oscillator off. Maybe add a bit of effects to give it some little tiny bit of delay. But you can hear it still going in the background there. Okay, that's just how to make a little kind of whooshing sound, which very easy and very easy to adapt and make it your own. Hope you enjoyed that.